Very good morning and welcome once again for the third time to the Kia Oval in southwest London. Play's about to get underway in a couple of minutes' time on the third day of the fifth and final test match, and we are building up towards a climax, a crescendo that is, I suspect, will be worthy of what's been a very hard, competitive, highly entertaining series. This test match, I think, has been truly remarkable for the consistent quality of entertainment that it has provided. We had the drama of the England's 22-run win at Lord's. That was a slow burn to a thrilling finish, but this has been a fast burn throughout, despite the rain that has robbed us of a few overs here and there on the first couple of days. We're making up time, and my goodness, you wouldn't pick a winner at this stage. Well, you would, but you might not be right. Jeremy Coney's alongside me. Good morning.
Yeah, hello Manners. Morning everybody. Well, you're right, what a fabulous day it was yesterday, wasn't it? You know, 15 wickets falling, you know, that outstanding kind of blistering 10 overs at the start of the England innings just prior to lunch. The fight back from India in the next session, claiming, you know, most of the wickets of England, and then some catches dropped in the last session. So it was all happening yesterday, folks, and we'll wait and see what happens today. A better day, we can report. Brighter, more sun, and spin to start the day by the look of it. Maybe to change an end, we'll wait and see.
I wasn't expecting that. It's Jacob Bethell who's going to bowl the first over of the day. May well be a change of end, because wasn't Gus Atkinson bowling from the Vauxhall end, which has been the least productive. I think the score is something like, well, I think we've only had 3 wickets fall from the Vauxhall end, so I think Gus Atkinson may well be coming in from the Pavilion end. This may just be, well, he'll get another over if he takes a wicket. Bethell then, left arm spin, that's down the leg side. Sweep shot played by night watchman Akashdeep, doesn't make contact with it. Jamie Smith fumbles it. It's good, nice attacking field though, if it is his only over. He's got a slip and a leg slip, catching mid-wicket. Here is Bethell bowls. Akashdeep struck on the pad. He did his job last night, he survived. Not very convincingly, quite entertainingly. Flicked his first ball over mid-wicket for 4. But he's the longer he can hang around, the more India may benefit. Here's Bethell again. Oh, and Akashdeep has swung this high and hard over mid-wicket. It's running down towards the boundary. Jamie Overton's not going to cut that off. It's 4 runs. That's what we like to see from a night watchman the next morning.
Exactly what's required, isn't it? He's done his job because he completed it last night, the last ball of the day, and he was still batting. So he didn't allow somebody else in the top order to have to come in and face. And the next day, get on with it.
Quite right. It's a good hit too. Well done, Akashdeep, as Bethell is into him again. He gave another swing. Yes, he does. He's going to get 4 more as well through the square leg. He hasn't timed it, or indeed, wait, he might not go for 4. He didn't time it. I was absolutely right. Good swing though. We like that. That's exactly what it's the 2 shots of a man who doesn't necessarily back himself to bat till lunch. Score some runs. Good on you, Akashdeep. He's up to 10, double figures. Yashasvi Jaiswal watching on motionless from the non-striker's end, but he's got 6 in the last 2 balls. Akashdeep. India 81 for 2. As Bethell is in once again, and this one turns spun past the outside edge into the gloves of keeper Jamie Smith. Lead for India now is up to 58. 52 overnight, 75 for 2, now 81 for 2. Turn and bounce. Oh. I don't think he will get another over from that. They want Gus Atkinson to bowl from that end, but he might get a bowl a little bit later on. Last ball of the over is defended by Akashdeep out into the offside, and there's no run. Plenty of people still making their way into the oval, but it's another sellout Saturday. Fancy dress day, isn't it? Moving day and fancy dress day. Seen any bananas or nuns?
No, nor Elvis. Haven't seen him yet.
I'm residing 10 minutes walk from the ground, and there was a group of Richie Benos with the
microphones,
the grey wig,
yes,
the microphone, the beige jacket. They were on the coffee, I'm pleased to report. 10 o'clock this morning. That may change. Josh Tongue it will be from the less productive end. I'm sure Gary will give us an update. At one point it was 16-3. 16 of the first 20 wickets had fallen from the Pavilion end, and only 3 from the Vauxhall end. We've had 2 wickets since then. KL Rahul, he was dismissed from the Pavilion end as well, wasn't he? Sai Siddharth, LBW to Gus Atkinson. Here is Josh Tongue, bowls first open quotes real over of the day, and it's pushed away by Yashasvi Jaiswal into the offside. 2 lives for Jaiswal yesterday, dropped at slip by Harry Brook on 20 off the bowling of Gus Atkinson, and then 41 by Liam Dawson down at long leg. The run out. That's right, yes.
In Duckett missed the run out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, so 3 lives actually. Here is Josh Tongue around the wicket to Jaiswal, just the 2 slips in for England, down the leg side. He's bowled a lot of loose deliveries as Josh Tongue, and that was another one. It's harmlessly floating away past Jaiswal, who tried to glance. It was a bit too wide for the shot. But, England is illustrating how they feel about the importance of runs, and it's not the packed slip cordon that we're so accustomed to seeing from them. Just the 2 slips in a gully, no leg slip, no short leg, extra man at cover. Here is Tongue again, bowls, and Jaiswal leaves alone outside the off stump. What's your magic number, Jeremy, for a 50-50 run chase?
Well, that's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult about it, and we can be silly about it and say 450, but I would, it depends on what happens to the surface today with the slightly different weather and how it dries out, and is it still damaged, and is batting going to be more difficult?
Tongue in again, Jaiswal up onto his toes, steers it wide of Crawley at gully, and they take a single.
From what we've seen so far in the match, and we haven't had this kind of weather, this warmth and the drying nature of it, you'd think certainly there'll be more runs if you get a good shot away, even though we've seen that stroke from Akashdeep that didn't make the boundary. I think there was an awful lot of inside edge on that particular stroke, so it looked powerful, but it didn't really supply the velocity that he would have liked. But I think the outfield is going to quicken up obviously throughout the day.
Here's Tongue over the wicket now to Akashdeep, the night watchman. It's pushed defensively up to Atkinson.
But I mean, if we've looked at the totals, what have we had so far? We've had 200 scores, haven't we, basically? 224 and 235.
247.
247. Okay. So, I mean, it's only day 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it is possible still, I would think. You wouldn't expect deterioration today.
Here is Josh Tongue again, bowls. Akashdeep plays nicely defensively up towards captain Ollie Pope at mid-off. I was thinking, for some reason, I just think that England's potential and their ability and their record chasing runs in the 4th innings, and the Oval has not deteriorated for the last couple of years. It's been 21 consecutive first-class and international matches in which the team have bowled first, having won the toss. And that's based as much on the fact that it doesn't deteriorate and they do fancy chasing.
Yes. Well, I watched a game here just a few weeks ago, and the first innings started with an 8. So, that wicket certainly didn't deteriorate, because then Durham came back, and in the end, in the last innings of the match, were none for 200 and something. So you'd have to say it wouldn't start with a 2. Your number wouldn't start with a 2.
Here is Gus Atkinson then looking to add to his 6 wickets in the match so far. 5 for 33. That's outside the off stump and left alone. It wouldn't start the fourth inning.
I think
your
you'd
50-50 wouldn't start with a 2.
No, I think you'd have to have a 3 at the start. So 300 and something for me. I know wickets have fallen. It kind of looks a little bit like what they call a new ball pitch, a bit, doesn't it? That this surface, unless the ball stays in really good condition and it swings.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls. Jaiswal pushes to cover. Duckett comes in, can't prevent the single from being taken, and Jaiswal scampers down to the non-striker's end. Well, that rules my 280 magic number out then.
Well, it's not far away, is it? It's 280. I mean, England score at such a rate, though, don't they? That's the issue. It's very hard to know.
You would hope. No, you wouldn't hope. You would imagine that England would go about chasing 280 or 300 in a rather different manner than they started their first innings, when it was all-out, eyeball-popping attack. Here's Atkinson again. Akashdeep drives through the onside. That is a lovely shot. So running away out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and I think he has got enough of that one to go for 4. Can't praise the night watchman highly enough.
No, we like this. It's both of us do. There's nothing worse than a night watchman that wants to then settle in and get himself as if he wants to bat to lunch.
Well, worst of all is one that just doesn't play any shots.
That's right.
Oh.
And you're going nowhere. The game goes nowhere. The bowlers actually, that's when they start to think, oh, this is okay, until you get to a point where you're taking it out of their legs.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Akashdeep has a swing at this one, wrong length, back of a length. He's had a swing through the line and missed it. He's now rehearsing the leave.
Yeah, so the outfield, I do think, if this is going to remain, although some clouds have come over just in the last few minutes, that you would expect it to quicken up. Therefore, you'd expect the pitch perhaps to quicken up a bit more. A slip has now been dispatched down to third man in case he gets an out, a top edge that flies from a stroke like that. It's an attacking field, not a defensive position, I don't think.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls, and Akash is up onto his toes defending. He's well padded. He's got all of his protective kit on. He's got a chest protector, nice big chunky arm guard, the thigh pad obviously, a back leg, inner thigh pad. He's looking after himself.
You know, really, England need wickets quite early, don't they? I mean, if we look at the number of overs, say, that Atkinson has bowled, he bowled 21 in the first innings, and I think he's up to about 7 now.
Atkinson plays defensively, and there's no run. Yep, this is his 7th. Six overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26 yesterday evening.
So he's coming back from a long layoff. He might be fit and he might be able to bowl a lot more, but once he gets to sort of 35 to 40 overs in his legs, remember he didn't have a lot of time off yesterday because they batted so quickly at the start and then were bowled out in the middle session basically.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls, and Akashdeep pushes out straight down the wicket, and Atkinson does his own fielding. End of the over. India 2 overs into the day, 88 for 2, leading by 65.
Yeah, so just 51 overs for the entire innings. Of course, Woke's not playing, but you know, that's not a lot of rest for your key bowler who's taken 5 wickets in the first innings. So it's a question of how long he can keep his pace up. That's going to be the interesting thing. Tongue, how many overs did he have? Not quite so many, I wouldn't have thought, is it?
What, yesterday?
No, in the first innings.
Josh Tongue bowled 16.
16.
3 for 57. Here he is once again running away from us from the Vauxhall end. Bowls to Yashasvi Jaiswal, pushes that straight back to the bowler.
And I mentioned those two men is because I think they've perhaps been the most threatening. It seems a strange descriptor to use, isn't it, when we're talking about Tongue, because a lot of the deliveries in those 16 overs were wayward. But he's capable of bowling a ball, even though he's in the course of that wayward bowling, he can take a wicket.
Here is Tongue again around the wicket. That's left alone by Jaiswal.
And so I do think that Atkinson and Tongue have shown us that they are the ones on this surface are more dangerous than perhaps Overton has been. Whether he's going to be the tractor today and there'll be a furrow, you know, in the ground where he bowls his overs running in, because that will depend also how those three bowl will depend on how many overs of spin, although there was some encouragement, I thought, in that first over for Bethel.
Here's Tongue again around the wicket to the left-hander. Jaiswal, who guides this in the air at head height between second slip and gully. And, well, Jaiswal played very, very aggressively yesterday. And so, yeah, he's earned the vacant area at third slip, hasn't he, in many ways?
Yeah, there's a wide third man, isn't there, to cover that big shot that he plays.
The uppercut.
And so that perhaps is where there's two men in the covers, so there's a man just at that sort of cover point and a wideish mid-off. But, you know, he would be up in the cordon otherwise, that deep third man.
4 runs. Here comes Josh Tongue then. Jaiswal just takes a quick single, pushing it out towards cover as Duckett comes in to do the fielding. I know that he was looking to play that down to third man, but I'm absolutely unconvinced that was the shot he was intending to play. He was trying to hit it higher, wasn't he? I mean, he's surely not steered that.
I thought he had the bat face closed slightly rather than open and get it to lift up and get it over the slips. I didn't think he was in control of the shot at all.
No. Well, surely, I mean, it's just too risky. I mean, and also it requires great precision.
Well, he lucky he got enough bat on it, went wide.
Here's Tongue again and nudged away out on the leg side by Akashdeep. Akash has moved along very nicely to 14. Yashasvi Jaiswal 58. India 93 for 2, now leading by 70. That deficit of 23 on first innings, immaterial, especially now. Doesn't feel like it's of any consequence whatsoever. Ground filling up, more and more people make their way through the turnstiles. There aren't actual turnstiles, but there are bag searches, and I think it's very, very well organised, very orderly, and quite quick process to get into the ground, unlike, I'm afraid to say, Old Trafford, which was awful. Steered away by Akashdeep. He's going to get more runs here. It's he hasn't really hit it, just a guide, but he will get 4 down to the unprotected third man boundary. Very nicely done. Just a little bit of width on offer from Josh Tongue, but Akash didn't try to whack it. He's just used the pace, and Tongue is high 80s, plenty of pace, and he's picked up another boundary. Who knows how important these 18 runs from Akashdeep. If it's a nail biter, and the night watchman makes 25 or 30, could just make a difference. And he's using up overs as well.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, that once you get to sort of 35 overs, between 30 and 35, suddenly this Duke's ball just goes a little flat.
Had 22, haven't we? It's Jaiswal pushing this from Atkinson out to cover. Duckett thought he was in the game with a run-out opportunity there. He's dived forward like a rugby scrum half and tried to underarm a dive pass onto the stumps, but he failed to pick the ball up. So, yeah, 22 overs. It's about now when it starts to lose its hardness. I wonder what England's bowling plan is. A long spell from Atkinson, because with only 3 seamers, one normally bowls a 3 or 4 over spell in order to come back later. But But Atkinson is the danger man, so what do you do? Give him a long one?
Well, I think a longish one, and I'd give Tongue the little break after 3 and be able to use him at that danger end straight after you're finished with Atkinson, I think.
Overton to bowl from the unproductive end.
Yeah, the tractor can come in. Start the tractor.
3 slips at a gully as Atkinson is into Akashdeep, up onto his toes, guides it away out on the onside. Heavy roller this morning, so it does tend to flatten it out for the first half an hour. Well,
it doesn't look a quick pitch, does it, at the moment? Even Akashdeep is riding those short pitch deliveries, and even though he's jumping, he's getting on top of the ball. He doesn't look to be overly concerned about the sudden speed, whereas, well, I think back to the West Indies, that they took off like a firecracker, and you're having to move very quickly. He looks as if he's reasonably controlled movement that he's playing the ball.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls, and Akash steers this sort of a chop steer down towards backward point. Jamie Overton's in that position, and the big man gets down to his left, makes the stop. No runs, 98 for 2. Again, that overwhelming smell of I think it's roasting meat that overpowers us in the commentary box.
You've got a very, very acute sense of smell, haven't you? And I've got that too. No, that's not acute, but you're aware of the things around you, aren't you, Manners?
It's overpowering. It's really, really strong. Akashdeep has a swing at this. Good lusty swing, inside edge is the result. It's fielded by the substitute Liam Dawson, who shelled a real clanger yesterday at long leg. Jaiswal was on 41. He was at long leg. It was a top edge pull, and he seemed. It looked like he saw it all the way because he hardly moved. It burst through his hands, hit him in the chest, and then he held his arms out as if to say, "I never saw it."
Well, he was in the right place to see it, wasn't he? That was a good guess then.
It's a heck of a guess. 1,000,000 to 1 if he didn't see it.
I've actually wanted to find out whether he was wearing the glasses, because we felt at the time there was a lighting tower kind of in the area of the ball. It was in the air and hanging in the air as he gazed at it. There was also the sun was coming over the top of the stand. We felt maybe that might excuse, because it was above the crowd, wasn't it? It was well above the stand.
The sunglasses were on the back of his head.
They were on the back of his head, not in front of his eyes.
Here is Atkinson running towards us from the pavilion and bowls to Jaiswal, and opens the face of the bat, runs it down a wide third man. Jacob Bethel will do the fielding, and they'll come back for 2. That's good running, good hard committed running. Called 2 immediately, and it brings up the 100 for India. Cautious start from Jaiswal, measured, but Akashdeep, the night watchman's had a good couple of lusty swings. He's 19, Jaiswal 61, 101 for 2. The lead is now 78 for India. At Edgbaston, the floodlights are in the shape of an E for Edgbaston. The design of the floodlights here at the Oval, I'm told they're feathers. Is that right?
Yes, they are.
The three feathers.
Every ground seems to do that.
The Prince of Wales feathers.
Yes, they are. That's right.
They don't very. I mean, you wouldn't, if you didn't know, you'd look at that and think, well,
that's a man.
Yeah, it's a man. It's a little stick figure, isn't it? Pushed away behind square to backward point, fielded by Jacob Bethel. But it would be quite hard. It'd be a challenge, wouldn't it? If you were an artistic designer and somebody said, right, we'd like you to design the floodlights in the shape of a feather.
Say, what sort of plumage were you thinking?
It does. It looks like they look like little men with 2 little legs and little arms.
Bowler appealing.
Yeah.
Arms up, 2 legs there.
Here's Josh Tongue, bowls to Akashdeep, who's playing this defensively up to mid-off very easily. Very easily.
These are big overs for a night watch to be able to handle as comfortably as he seems to be at the moment. I don't want to put the mockers on him at all, because he's doing a terrific job for his team. He's not just defending, he's been able to attack the bowling as well. But if this becomes a period where he can stay in and still continue to play and use the method that he is, boy, is he helping some of the batsmen to come. He's using overs up in the legs of the England bowlers, the seamers.
Here's Josh Tongue again, bangs it in short, turned away, out on the onside. Again, he's completely unhurried. Unhurried and unharried as well. Totally. Jaiswal is now walking down the pitch and having a chat to Akashdeep unprompted for some reason.
In fact, the worst part of his game I've noticed really is his backing up. He hasn't had that lesson. Perhaps he wasn't well or something like that, but he didn't go to the backing up lesson. He's just standing in his crease, and that's why he had to dive with Duckett in the last over or so. He had to dive to get in.
Here's Tongue again. That's down the leg side. Little flick and a miss from Akashdeep. You must have a few favourite night watchman stories. Did you have a favourite? Did you ever send anybody in as a captain who was utterly reluctant to do the job?
Oh yes, I'm sure.
No, I'm sorry.
But
pad up.
That's right. Certainly. But I wasn't that keen on night watchmen. I thought, you're capable. You're the batsman. You go out and do the job. That's your part of your job. Yes, it might be uncomfortable.
Here's Tongue again. Akashdeep times this rather nicely through the offside. Might come back for the second. Jaiswal wants a second. Akashdeep says no, quite rightly. It's fielded by Ollie Pope, running very quickly out in the offside, apart from extreme circumstances maybe. So, like severely a bad light, or I don't know, just...
Yeah, I mean, I can remember we were using one, I think, I wasn't the captain, Jeff was, and we...
Jeff Howarth,
yes.
Surrey boy.
Yes. And Stephen Bock, our left arm spinner, who was normally our number 11.
I thought he was a permanent fixture at number 11. Jaiswal turns it away behind square on the leg side. But he could be back, couldn't he?
He could defend, and
yeah.
he lasted out there. That's a over, by the way, the look of it at the moment. Yeah, he went out, I can't remember what day it was, but he went out and he survived the night. And then he batted and continued batting. I was batting with him. And he batted right through to lunch.
Defending?
Mainly, I think he might have got a 30 if we look that up, S.L. Bock. He loved going out because he had scraped the name of the bat off the back of his bat, and he had put in, because he was a grocer, and he came from Dunedin, and he wrote himself, Garden's New World, Dunedin.
Gus Atkinson continues pushing that out on the offside, Jaiswal. So he became his own sponsor.
Correct. And then he put S.L. Bock, top scorer, 8 not out. And that was on the back of the bat as well. So he got involved in the whole thing, really. It was hilarious to look at.
The ICC would fine him now.
Well, they would. Shouldn't really, for something that's a bit of comedy like that. But he got 30 odd in the end.
Here's Gus Atkinson, bowls Jaiswal again, turns it away out on the onside. And there's an easy single, but no second.
We actually had a few people. I mean, John Bracewell liked to go out too sometimes, and he could bat. Got a test 100 against England, Trent Bridge. And I remember he went out in Australia at Perth, and it was a very bouncy pitch. And there was a guy called Lenny Pascoe was bowling. He used to get in terrible arguments with himself about his bowling as he'd walk past. Walk past the umpire going back to the top of his mark, berating himself, but by the top of his mark, coming out of it quite well.
Gus Atkinson into Akashdeep, again pushing to mid-off, no run.
And he hit Braces. Braces just refused to use his bat. And he was bouncing him, and he was just taking it on his back and on his sides. And in the end, I think Lenny called him Cement Head.
Oh,
He
dear.
survived. He survived. He just had to go and climb into the fridge at the end of the day.
Did you have
All his
ice
bruises.
baths? Did you have ice baths?
No,
sir?
we didn't.
So it would have been a cold beer.
Yeah.
Atkinson into Akashdeep, turns it away, down to long leg. It's fielded by Jamie Overton. That was the solution to many a problem, wasn't it, back in the day? Let's have a cold one.
Cold beer.
That single has taken Akashdeep to 21. Yashasvi Jaiswal has 63, and India are going along rather nicely, untroubled. We've only had 2 balls beat the bat in the first half an hour. 105 for 2 gives them a lead of 82.
They scored 30 this morning.
Going along very nicely, haven't they? Run a minute. Most of them scored by the night watchman. Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Jaiswal drives very nicely up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I think the first time very, very early in my commentary career, I was commentating on a county match, and back in my early 20s, I used to think that every wicket was a matter of vital importance. You know, not quite life and death, but not far behind it. And I always thought that professional cricketers would be devastated at the loss of a wicket. And Tim Munton, who played a couple of test matches for England, was playing for Warwickshire. Here's Atkinson again. Jaiswal tries to guide this short ball down towards third man. He tried to steer it over the cordon, and it bounced a bit more than he expected, and he missed it and went through to Jamie Smith. Anyway, it was the end of a... Yeah, I mean, in those days, there were 30 championship matches a year, a season. So, you know, the price, the value of a wicket wasn't quite as high as when they only play 14 as they do now. Of course, before that, they used to play 40 championship games a season. Anyway, big Tim Munton was sent out with no more than 5 minutes of the day remaining, and he was facing Franklin Stevenson. And this first delivery removed, and one of those rare ones that removes 2 stumps, middle and off, both knocked out of the ground. I mean, it was flattened. Absolutely. Franklin Stevenson was an extremely fine cricketer. Anyway, he's made this slow trudge back to the changing room, and I promise you could hear the laughter around the crowd.
Standing.
Yes. Josh Tongue in again. That's short, and Akashdeep, I think, has just been gloved there. I think it's hit him on the hand. But it was so hilarious, and Tim's very big. He's a tall man, 6'3", 6'4", and for some reason he just always looked a bit ungainly with pads and a bat. The Warwickshire players just couldn't contain themselves. You could hear the laughter. There must have been a couple of hundred people in the ground. The roar of laughter when he walked back up the stairs, just priceless. Well, it must have been 35 years ago. I still remember it like it was last month. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. That's got to be close. Must be close. Was that missing leg? Was it? Oh, gosh, it looked very close from behind the bowler's arm, and they are going to review it. Did he hit it?
Well, I don't know. It's been reviewed obviously by England, so he hasn't been given out. The height looked okay, didn't it? And I thought it was round about off stump kind of line. Whether it's come in far enough, or has it held its line a little bit, still coming in, we can still see off stump. And I don't think he's hit that. That looks absolutely adjacent, doesn't it?
It does look stone dead.
I'm not sure how you can not give that out, actually.
Well, unless he...
There's no touch with the bat, and it's hit just below the knee roll. Is it leg stumpish? No.
Missing.
Yeah.
Going down leg side.
Wow.
Oh, no. Umpire's call.
Yeah.
It was hitting leg stump. So England don't lose the review. But
that's right.
Do you know what? I think that's a poor decision.
Wow.
I mean, umpire's call, but honestly, it just looked out, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It did. Certainly on the height, and it was hitting below the top of the stumps. we tend to forget, don't we? And we can't see exactly where he's delivering the ball from. He does lean over, I've got to say, Tongue, to the offside.
Edged! Another one's gone down. Zach Crawley and Harry Brook both going for it. Crawley got hands to it at third slip. Brook had it covered at second, but I think it's Crawley who's clanged it, and that is catch number 4 that England has spilled in this innings. It's the night watchman Akashdeep who survives.
Well. He's pushed out at that ball, angled back into him a little bit. It's a comfortable height. Again, falling to his left, not staying on the feet. It wasn't a catch you had to dive for. It was certainly, it was going between the two of them, but it was within certainly the compass of his arms. Those ones have got to be held.
That is very disappointing for England, as Tongue is in now, predictably. I think frustration bowls a bouncer, and it's left alone, ignored by Akashdeep. That is very disappointing. Really, England not helping themselves at all here. That's the 4th catch they've dropped, and a missed run-out opportunity as well yesterday by Ben Duckett. That's frustration for Josh Tongue, frustration for Zach Crawley, frustration for everybody, and the groan from the crowd expresses the frustration for them as well. As Tongue is in outside the off stump again. It's left alone by Akash. He's 21, Jaiswal 63. The lead is 82. Things can happen very quickly. A couple of wickets change the whole tenor of the match once again, but it's tense. Yesterday was just rivetingly exciting for most of the day. Game was moving. Now there's a tension rather than an electric buzz that there was in the crowd yesterday. Now there's a sort of a hum. Here's Akash playing again and missing Josh Tongue outside the off stump. It's taken behind by Jamie Smith. Well, there's some applause from the crowd immediately to our left. They are within touching distance. Applause for creating the chance, not for dropping it. Half an hour gone, just over half an hour gone. Jarrod Kimber is going to be on air for the next half an hour in the company of Jon Norman. Good morning, Jarrod.
Morning, gentlemen. Me and Jeremy have got a cord that runs from the box through to me across Jeremy, and it does both of us in emotionally because it twists up every day. That's where we're at. As this one is flicked away on the leg side by Jaiswal off Atkinson. They take a single. Jon Norman's here.
I've lost output as well. No, I'm back. Well, after half an hour sitting talking with Jarrod, and now I've got another half an hour sitting talking with Jarrod. And India 106 for 2. And we had an extraordinary day yesterday, which, if you haven't seen the following on video on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, go and check it out. It essentially features Neil Manthorp falling over. And that isn't even in the top 10 most interesting things that happened yesterday. A single from the bat of Akashdeep. He has done his job. He is 22 not out, eating up overs this morning. India have made it through the best part of 40 minutes here at the Oval on day 3. Extraordinary day too. And it's continued today with... You just passed my glasses.
It looked like binoculars. I was like, there's no binoculars here.
107 for 2 then as Atkinson is in, and this is left alone from Jaiswal, who is 64 not out, dropped twice yesterday, and England's calamitous fielding has continued today. Zach Crawley has put down 2 catches diving to his left. Jaiswal reprieved last night on 40, and Akashdeep on 21. Akashdeep, the ball before, it goes back to what you were saying yesterday about the investors in cricket that you know so well, betting on a wicket, the ball after a batter has survived a perilous moment. Atkinson again, this is left alone again by Jaiswal.
Yeah, I mean, there's all these little things that people are looking for an edge. It's certainly something you see a lot in T20 cricket. If someone gets hit in the head, is one of the best ones to go straight on their unders. But yeah, it literally knocks you around a little bit. And something I think cricket nets are wrong, the way that we actually play in cricket nets. Because essentially what you do is you bat over a long period of time, but you're never tired because you haven't done any running.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Jaiswal facing up as Atkinson is in, and he comes forward and defends back up to the bowler. England are going to have a problem as this day continues if their bowlers don't get success, because of course there's only 3 of them, 3 fast bowlers that is.
And the other one that I think is, when you get hit in the nets, that's generally the end of the session, or you get a break. So actually, you want the batter to go back in about a minute and a half after being hit, because that's more likely situation you're going to have in a game.
It's very interesting, because in football you have this situation where, I don't know if it's more often than not, but certainly it seems that way, as Atkinson is in and this is pushed to point, no run, where penalties decide the outcome of very, very important games of football, right? So essentially, one of the criticisms that used to be was that England don't practice penalties enough. England got knocked out of 4 or 5 tournaments in a row on penalties. It's scarred into the national psyche now. They've actually had better success recently. But how do you prepare for penalties?
Yeah, it's a weird one. Free throws and basketball's another really interesting one.
Yeah, I imagine that would be the same. How do you... Because
you can't just stand there and take penalties or shoot free throws, because that is not replicating what you need to replicate. So I always think in basketball, like, the thing that you should do before taking a free throw is actually sprint from one end to the other and then get hacked by someone.
Yeah.
I have seen it and I'm sure, I know this is starting to happen in cricket and in football as well.
3 slips gully, backward point for Josh Tongue, running away from us, and this is pushed out to cover, where it's fielded by one of the substitute fielders. Is Dawson on the pitch?
He was before, I thought.
Who's that down at fine leg? Well, actually, deep backwards square leg. Actually, there's 2 fielders. There is a fine leg as well, isn't there? But that looks like Overton at fine leg.
Yeah, deep backward square leg looks quite big as well. Oh, is this Jofra right in front of us? No.
No, it's definitely not Jofra.
Definitely not Jofra. Who's this in front of us? Who's this
one of the subs. I mean, I know Ollie Sykes is one of the substitute fielders, youngster coming through the ranks at Surrey. So I guess the guy at mid-on, this is going to travel down to the boundary. More freebies. I'm not saying that England have bowled poorly this morning. I don't think they have. But that was a loose delivery from Tongue, and it means the score moves on. 111 for 2 India, and that lead is now up to, as I desperately look up to the scoreboard, 88.
To be fair, I'm not sure Tongue's bowled brilliantly this morning, has he? He's kind of been a little bit more...
Did I say brilliantly?
No, sorry. I'm not sure he's bowled well. I think he...
Fair. I thought he bowled very well last night.
Fantastic.
He was.
Yeah, and he's just not quite got to that level so far today. It's early. He's a big man. He's been bowling fairly consistently over the last couple of days.
And he's not a robot, as Steve Harmison would say. Tongue is in. This is pitched up and driven just short of that substitute fielder at extra cover, who fields on the bounce.
That was absolutely brilliant there, because Akash smashed that, and then straight away he was frustrated that he didn't hit that before. Like, settle down, mate. You're a number 10. Be happy that you hit the ball that well.
Nathan Barwell is the substitute fielder, and he's in the game. It was a good stop. I think he collected on the full as well. So Akash Deep still on strike, didn't get a 4 or a single. Pitched up, driven, and that is also a good bit of fielding, this time by Josh Tongue. He's a big man, and he's just about got down and got fingertips to this drive from Deep, who does take a single. 112 for 2. Deep surviving a close LBW shout. Arsene Raza, who had turned down 2 plum LBWs, one for India and one for England. Jaiswal and Pope. I thought this one looked out at first viewing, but the ball just doing a touch too much. Not, well, it would have hit the stumps, would have hit leg stump, and not just nicked it either, would have clipped it, but not enough to overturn the on-field call. Very next ball dropped by Crawley. It's Jaiswal with just 2 slips in a gully, and tries to thread this through mid-wicket. Gets on the ball a touch too soon, inside edge onto the pads, and Nathan Barwell comes into field.
Yeah, I think I've seen Nathan Barwell play before. And I wonder if it was a game at Beckenham.
Probably.
I mean, if I saw him, it was probably a game
I'm
at
guessing
Beckenham.
it probably was
But
Beckenham.
he's played a lot of second 11 cricket. All the scorecards here say London, which is not the most useful thing in the world.
Oh, in terms of the ground?
Yeah.
I mean, Beckenham's pushing London, isn't it?
Well,
It doesn't feel very
London could be
London.
anything anyway.
Well, exactly. This is a touch short, outside off stump, and again, Jaiswal doesn't look totally in command of this shot. It's a forcing shot, but with 2 slips in a gully, relatively safe, and the ball isn't zipping through, so pushes it down and comes through for a single through backward point. 113 for 2.
He's left the field anyway, Barnwell. But yeah, I think he's a sort of a bustling medium pacer who hits the ball, maybe a number 7-8 type player.
You carry on talking for a second.
Okay, I will. Have we got bowling change here? Yeah, Overton is going to come on. Just having a look, are they going to change the field as well? There's a lot of conversations out there. Akashdeep has his arm around Ben Duckett, by the way, which is a beautiful moment. They did it again. Looked like they kissed and made up after yesterday. Akashdeep just loves Ben Duckett's height. He loves the fact he can put his arm around his shoulders.
Who wouldn't? Can rest a pint on his shoulders, maybe. Oh, just Scott, the producer, is just he's a bit tired. He's a bit emotional. He's some very long days for Scott, the producer. Oh, it's a play and a miss. It's that short wide ball again, Jarrod. Maybe you should write an article on that.
I need like a horn for every time it happens. It's so bizarre. I'm hoping to get in touch with someone and talk to them about it later. Probably after the series now. No one really wants to talk about it during the series.
Maybe Jaiswal will want to talk to you about it.
Well, that's who I'm trying to get through to. But there's also someone else who is involved in the camp who I've exchanged some messages with. So I just think it's got him a little bit rattled. But he's got the runs again this innings. He shouldn't be upset about it.
Overton in again, left alone this time by Jaiswal. Just
died a little, didn't it?
Well, we saw a bit of variable bounce yesterday. The ball that trapped Sidharth in front kept low. There has been a couple it hasn't been as pronounced as we saw at Old Trafford.
It's been quicker. So even the Sidharth one didn't keep that low, but when there was a little bit of variable bounce, it's been quick, so it can beat you. Mind you, that last ball was not quick. That was quite slow. That one really did die on the surface.
Yeah, and this again is this is going to, or could be, a problem for England as Overton comes in, and this is just guided by Jaiswal, who rocks back and is in complete control of this shot as he ramps the ball up and over vacant third and down to the boundary for 4. 117 for 2.
Now that is a much more authoritative shot. We saw him earlier sort of try and play a similar shot but not even commit to it and hit the ball through third slip and probably should have been caught. This time he saw it, he realised that Overton was going to do it because Overton's really bowled their short stuff outside off stump to him, and this time he was ready to do it and used the extra height of Overton and the bounce and just picked up a boundary. I
wonder whether the problem lies with Jaiswal as Overton comes in again. Is he going to go again? He does, and this is cut to the left of Duckett at gully, and Akash comes through quickly for a single. So that ball there was a touch straighter. It was essentially, that was it didn't force Jaiswal into a position where he had to choose 2 shots. There was only one real shot that he could play to that. It came onto him, he was swaying out the way, and then quite late he realised it was there just to dab up and over. It's almost like the problem is when it's just, I don't know, half a foot wider away from him. So essentially wider, push back to the bowler, which actually doesn't make sense.
It makes less sense.
Yeah.
No,
but
I
then
agree.
he's got a position where he's got a decision to make. Does he cut the ball? Does he ramp the ball? Or, like we saw at Lord's, does he pull the ball?
Yeah, and he got in a mess at that stage. Also, I've thrown the back foot sort of push as well. Sometimes he sort of plays that, so it's almost like he has too many options.
Exactly.
But I think it's just he's double thinking it.
Yeah. This is good ball from Overton, who's bowling over the wicket to Akashdeep. There is one other thing as well, which I'd just like to factor in. Bounce. Bounce. You know, is this a problem that he has more of in England than, say, in India or in wherever else he plays? Did he have this problem in Australia?
Yeah.
Did he have where it bounces?
Yeah, so I noticed it in Australia, but it's not just him. I noticed it with Mendes, Brook and Jaiswal, that there is something about the wider balls that causes them some issues, and I think it's because they've all grown up in this wobble ball era where everyone's bowling angling in at you, and they're very good at the balls angling in, and suddenly when you go back to the old-fashioned channel, or even wider in some cases, they're not quite there.
Do you know another one? Jamie Smith.
So that's a good point. I haven't factored him in. He might be another one.
Not quite as I don't know if it's necessarily as it's a good delivery from Tung, who's at the start of his 13th over, playing a miss from Jaiswal, and he has a little walk. It's that telltale walk towards square leg. So, but Smith is different because Smith loves to play in the V, and it's his greatest strength. But actually, if you look at his dismissals, I wonder how many of them are wide deliveries which he's trying to play in the V, and then he's nicking behind. Tung again on the pads and clipped away for a single. Jaiswal moves to 71, the score 119 for 2. India lead now. It's gone. Where's it gone? 96. I find the modern scoreboards quite difficult to read at times.
To be fair, the old-fashioned scoreboard at the Oval is one of the worst scoreboards I've ever seen. It's so messy.
I don't know, the Wacker? Remember the Wacker one?
No, but the Wacker one...
Was it the Wacker one or the Adelaide one?
No, they make some kind of sense.
Some kind of sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Oval one ever has. I don't think I've ever seen another one kind of like the Oval one. There's something quite bizarre about it. Yeah, so Jamie Smith, so India believe that he's a bit loose around the top of middle and leg stump. So they've been trying to angle the ball back in. But I think it would make sense from what you're saying. I haven't picked it up yet, because I think these guys struggle when the ball is wider, just because they don't have as much muscle memory with it, and also modern players don't leave.
Tung continuing, and this is dabbed in front of square on the offside by Akashdeep, and he comes back for 2. Now I know that he's had a let off, Akash, but while it will be incredibly frustrating, I don't know if you ever have we talk about muscle memory. Do you have the muscle memory, Jarrod, of being frustrated by this kind of innings from Akashdeep? Because you grew up with Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath. Can't remember too many times when a tail ender would come in and still be batting nearly an hour into the next session, just when you thought that, you know, you were going to get on top in a seesaw encounter. It was a bit too dominant for too many years. But whilst this is incredibly frustrating for England, the fact that Akashdeep is 29 not out, does that not suggest that possibly the conditions are starting to ease? It's still a lot of overheads.
Yeah, that's what I'd be saying out there.
Here is Tung, and forward comes deep. Wants a single, but he's sent back by Jaiswal, no run.
But also, if I was saying that, I'd be thinking in the back of my mind is
Shub
McGill comes in next.
Yeah,
not exactly how you want.
I know, but just from our perspective,
look, there's still a little bit in this surface. I mean, Jaiswal's been beaten a couple of times outside off stump, right? There's nothing in this surface, but at the moment, this looks like the best day for batting, and it might end up being an entire day of India's batting, right? So in your mind, this is where England's at their best, is chipping away on flat wickets.
So there's something else I want to throw your way. As Tung continues in, and he's beaten this time. Flat-footed drive, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and he's lucky not to get an outside edge there. 29 not out, 121 for 2. So all series, India have been batting a certain way, and there's been some criticism about it. But essentially, they've scored a lot of runs, yet, despite all that, they're 2-1 down with 1 to play, right? And they have not changed. I mean, Jaiswal looked like he changed a bit last night, but they haven't changed their approach. And here we are today, and you'd feel that actually that approach, as the pitch flattens out a touch, and Tung is in, and again he's beating Akashdeep. This is how he bowled last night. Too good for India's number 9, but he survives another over, and India are 121 for 2, a lead of 98. So you remember that story that you told about Rahul Dravid watching Ollie Pope reverse sweep his way to that century. They win in Hyderabad, and essentially they come away from the game and they're actually questioning the logic of their own approach, having seen England's, and then they have a look at the full shot percentage and all of that, and they think, no, what are we talking about? Just carry on doing what we're doing and we'll win the series. And they do, and they win it comfortably in the end. I just wonder whether, and I don't know the relationship between Gautam Gambhir and Rahul Dravid, but they did play a lot of cricket together, whether Rahul Dravid might have sent Gautam Gambhir a message along the way. Full ball, and this is sliced, driven, backward of point, and Jacob Bethel runs in to prevent more than a single. Jaiswal moves to 72, the score 122 for 2, and India's lead is now 99. I just had this kind of imaginary conversation in my head with Gautam Gambhir sending Dravid a message along the way, going, how are we 2-1 down in this series? This is ridiculous, I can't believe it, we've batted them out of the game, we've scored more runs than them, more hundreds, yada yada yada. And Rahul Dravid's just gone, Gautam, just keep on going, it will come good, just trust your process, this is how you win Test cricket. Single off the legs, maybe 2 actually. This is nicely done from Akashdeep, who's moved into the 30s. 31 not out, and that lead for India now past 100. 101 leads, and India still have 8 wickets in hand, and they've got Akashdeep at the crease, eating up overs. That's how Shubman Gill loves it. Comes in against a tiring attack. Maybe not a tiring attack, but certainly after seeing off the first 20-30 overs. I just wonder whether that came through. And actually, if India do win this match and draw a series 2-2, which, considering where they are, without Kohli, Sharma, Punt, Shami, Bumrah, Ashwin, I think that's a terrific result for them. Overton is in, and again he's drifting on the pads. This is pretty comfortable for even Akashdeep. He'll move to 32, the score 125 for 2.
I just don't think they have a theory in the same way that England have a theory. Right? I think it's very simple. All the top order players are supposed to play in the style that best suits them. So yeah. Jaiswal and Pant do have a little bit more license than everyone else because they are more attacking players, but you're not really expecting Jadeja or KR All to come out and play a shot of ball because they haven't done that for a long time in Test cricket, right? And Shubman Gill plays his way. So I just think England needed a theory to get the most out of what is still a times ropey batting order.
This is a touch pitched up, in on the pads, pushed out to cover, no run. You know,
Zach Crawley's got one of the lowest batting averages in the history of Test cricket, and Ollie Pope is mid-30s. Ben Stokes is 37, 38, I think, as well, or maybe even a little bit lower than that. Like, there's a lot of guys who don't make consistent runs. So for them to have this sort of all-round game makes sense. You don't want Shubman Gill batting like Jaiswal or vice versa. You want them to bat the way that they think. And these are much more talented batters than England, not as experienced, of course.
Overton again, left alone by Jaiswal. Bowler puts his hands up, almost like that hasn't gone too close or too far from off stump, but comfortably left.
How many, outside of Root, there really isn't a player who's going to average over 45 in first-class cricket in England?
No,
Duckett must be around that.
I was going to say Duckett, and when you consider the openers' average in world cricket over the last 5 years or so...
He's been fantastic.
Do you know what I mean? You don't have to average 45.
But some of these Indian players are coming in with averages of 55 and 60 at times, right? Like, it's a different world.
Overton again, and he's pulling this... is Jaiswal, but along the ground, fielded at deep square leg. One more run added to the score, 126 for 2 India. Different
conditions and everything else, but we know that when Bairstow would go back to first-class cricket or balance someone who made a lot of runs, it was still possible to make a lot of runs in first-class cricket for various teams at various times, right? You know, Ollie Pope has a very good first-class record as well, so it's not that no one from England has that, but most of these Indian players have been making double hundreds and triple hundreds from the age of 14, 15, 16. Right? Zach Crawley has never been that kind of player. So why would you tell the Indian players, you need to play in this style, you need to play in that style? There might be individual moments within the game or within the series where you want to change that, But yeah, I would definitely not have ever said that. I would have said, Jaiswal, you play like you, and you make your decisions, and you do the same, and everyone else just bat to your tempo.
Jaiswal it is then, 73 not out, and Josh Tongue bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's struck Jaiswal on the pad, but going down leg side. And so Tongue turns and starts walking back. How many overs is this spell from Josh Tongue? Seems like he's been bowling all morning, hasn't he? He's bowled the hour. So 6, is it, Scott? 6 over spell. We've seen a little spell from Atkinson, and Overton's 3 into his from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point, and down the leg side and off the pads, and Akash Deep runs the first one hard, but that's all it'll be. Actually, Sid's about to come in. Actually, Sid was on with me yesterday. He was saying Sidharth is actually, he breaks that mould, Jarrod, insofar that he isn't a batter with a ridiculously high, or not even a ridiculously high domestic average, but he's not one who comes in with 200s and 300s to his name. He's actually got an average under 40.
Yeah, he does. I think if you have a good look at his record, he's made a lot of big scores and a lot of small scores, but he hasn't gone on. But they've seen enough in him in every other format to know he's a good player. But yeah, he hasn't made the big runs.
Here is Tongue, angled in on the pads, and there's a little miscommunication between Akash Deep and Jaiswal as this ball is pushed firmly to mid-wicket actually. And there's no run there. 127 for 2 then. I mean, if India had a disastrous first hour yesterday, they've had a nigh on perfect one today. England have put down a catch. They've survived a marginal LBW. On another day, that goes the way of England. And they've seen off the first hour without losing a wicket. And we're going to be having drinks at the end of this. Can Josh Tongue, with 3 balls remaining, strike deep? Stepping forward and pushing at a delivery from Tongue, who's bowled well without reward. Sid, you're with us. So you're going to do 2. You're going to be with us for 2 balls more than the allotted half an hour. You know where to send the
time he did some work.
You know where to send the invoice.
Is he getting paid?
This is awkward. We're all doing it for the love, aren't we? We did talk about that, love. Right? Guys? Short delivery, Akash Deep ducks.
For the love of cricket.
For the love of cricket. There must be a book titled For the Love of... Have you written any books, Sid?
No.
Yes, he has. He wrote Ashwin's book.
I helped him write one.
Right. Hey, you wrote Ashwin's book.
I helped him write one.
You're down as the author.
Yeah, but that's not really my book.
No, but you did write the book.
Yeah, you wrote... Did Ashwin write the book?
Who pressed the buttons on the keyboard? Was it Ashwin?
That was Rev.
127 for 2 then. And Josh Tongue comes in again, and Akash Deep plays well within the line of the ball. That'll be drinks here at the Oval, the start of day 3. I walked to the ground thinking, you know what, it could be over today. Sid?
That was very optimistic.
No, it's not about optimism. I would rather it go on. I think I'm going to feel a little sad when this series is over.
Yeah, we all will, I think.
I think so. Do you know what? I sometimes feel a bit deflated towards the back end of a series. And if I'm being totally truthful, I think I feel a little bit deflated at times because sometimes the cricket hasn't actually been as I'd hoped. But I won't feel like that at the end of this series. A, I feel exhausted, but B, I feel like we've been very fortunate to have seen this Test series, and we've still got more excitement to come.
And yeah, the most immediate feeling, as you said, deflated, is the vacuum. Because you're spending the whole 2 months just thinking about cricket, about the stories, about analysing what's happening, and then suddenly, the day after, you have nothing to do.
You don't have kids, do you?
I always felt, and I talked to Kate Cross about this once, because she's obviously struggled with her mental health at times as a player as well. And I would say that when I came back from a big 2-month series, I would get like about a week's worth of funk where I couldn't get out of it. And probably it's a form of depression. I don't want to, talk it up that much, but I would really struggle. And like we had to work out as a family how to handle the fact that I couldn't just come back in and re-plug in. And you like this, Monga, but that cricket vote would always ask for one extra piece at the end of every big series. So I'll do my big final thing and, I'll throw everything into it. And then they'll be like, oh, if you could just give us one more. And I reckon about 7 different tours, I went, oh, my computer's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't do it.
That's the modern day, the audio corrupted.
Yeah, exactly. I just didn't have the emotional energy to do another piece after throwing everything into the last one.
There is none. On the day after, that's the most difficult day. So I've tried to stay on in the country for a while.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Oh.
It is the worst. I did that once. I had an extra 24 hours in the country.
And you just want to get out.
Oh, it was so bad. I can, up until the point I'm on the plane, I can keep working. The minute I'm on the plane, I'm done. I just, all gone.
Do you know, I first experienced that in 2010. I went to South Africa for the Football World Cup, and I came back I was there for 7 weeks, came back, and it's actually really important, in mental health matters with the Thorpe thing.
Yeah.
So I always tell the young producers, never ever make any career decisions the 2 weeks after a tour. Don't do it.
That's fair, yeah. That's a good advice.
And they look at me a bit like, okay, old dude, whatever. And they come back and they go, you know what, you're right, because you do hit this. And I've got quite a few theories about it. I think partly you're living, it's quite a selfish existence.
On tour?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, all you have to do is think about yourself, thinking about how, whether you're writing or broadcasting, about how you can be the very best version of yourself, how you can do things differently.
No
basically,
other commitments?
No. You're encamped, and also we're very fortunate. We're watching something that we love. And at the end of it, it's as you say, you mourn for it.
Well, I remember saying to my wife early on, it was 2012 World Cup, so I hadn't toured all that much at that point. And I said to her, look, I'm just going to go for a month, and I know it's not a good time. I think she was pregnant with my first son at the time. I said, but I'm just going to do everything I can for that month. And then when I come back, I'll be, we can go back to it. And it's like, and I've tried to do that ever since. But that, you don't realize how much that takes out of you when you come back to normal life. That 30 days or sometimes, I've been on tour for
2 months.
We did the one in Australia, which was 2015.
I'm out. Manners is in.
Do you remember we did that? It was 2 months of Australia, India, followed by the 2015 World Cup. Is John trying to choke you at the moment? Is this ball is flicked on the leg side by Jaiswal of Overton? Is coming around the wicket. I'll pick up one.
No, I was lucky I didn't stay back for the World Cup.
Oh, you didn't do both. So I did both. It was 4 months of just, it was full on. And I wrote a book in the middle of all that. I don't think he wanted you on that chair, Sid. I can see why you thought that. I've got something to ask Manners when he comes on here. I want to know if I could tweet out the little clip of him falling over.
Like Bumrah?
Have you seen him fall over yet?
No.
Oh, it's very good. But let's ask the great Neil Manthorp, because he may not want it. He may not want the whole world to see him fall over.
Thank you, Jarrod.
So is that a no?
Do you know that it's just the magnificent being outside? I absolutely love it. But you can't hear what your colleagues are saying. That was a bouncer from Jamie Overton, flies over the head of Akashdeep, whose career best 32 was 31 before this. Do you know this commentary protocol is if you can't sit in the same commentary box, you arrive, at least 5 minutes before your stint, so you can pick up the thread of. And I'm standing right next to all three of you, and I can't hear a word you're saying because of the crowd noise.
You couldn't hear me say, "Can I please share the video of you falling down on social media?"
I couldn't hear you say that, but you're very welcome to. It's in the public domain.
It is. It's brilliant. I'll put it up on Twitter for everyone.
Overton once again turned away by Akashdeep, up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
At least Manners does not have to stay off like Bumrah had to when he tripped over. Manners is there on time.
Have you ever fallen or stumbled and whatever, and then you see blood? You didn't feel any wound or anything, but you you're like suddenly aware that you've got a blood stain or there's blood on your book or something. Here is Overton again, pushed away defensively by Akashdeep, and he scampers through for a quick single. It's been a really accomplished innings. Anyway, I had and I suddenly saw blood everywhere. I didn't feel, I wasn't aware that it was just a graze, but.
Yeah, for those who can't see us, it's at the top of his left wrist, right under the watch band.
Anyway, I hope I was talking sense rather than performing circus tricks.
We can report he's all right.
Absolutely fine. And India are absolutely fine, more to the point. They've had an excellent first hour, really outstanding. Resuming at 75 for 2, now 129 for 2. Overton in again, bouncer. Once more to Yashasvi Jaiswal, and I think it shows enormous character and resilience and determination as well from Jaiswal. He just started the tour on such a high, didn't he? And he was, it looked like he was a senior. Well, he's a bit young to be a senior player, but I mean, he 100 in the first test at Headingley, a member of the slip cordon, and just things and. He made another 80 in the second test at Edgbaston, didn't he? Here's Overton once again, another bouncer. Jaiswal ignores it. There's a field set for the bouncer, but he's not tempted by all of them anyway. And then it just seemed to go a bit downhill. There was a great, I can't remember who it was, it may have been Ian Chappell, who said every great player needs a bad series in England. Virat Kohli had one, didn't he?
Yeah.
2014.
So he's not qualified yet, then.
No.
This is not a bad series.
It's not at all.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. But it was threatening to.
But he has seen
spiraled a bit,
yeah,
wasn't it?
He's seen the ups and downs on this one in these 2 months. He's lost his place in the slip squadron. He has had a bit of a slump. He has had a bit of. He's got a couple of sprays from the captain for not being very alert in the field. But I mean, it's a privilege to have five test series, and it's also hard work. So because it's a 5-test series, he's shown the resilience and the fitness to be able to make it a privilege.
Gus Atkinson's back into the attack. That's short and pulled away by Akashdeep. It's a lovely shot, really classic pull shot. It was a loosener, to be fair, from Gus Atkinson. It had no pace and it was too short, but it was dispatched with aplomb by Akashdeep. And I think for all of those reasons, the mental, emotional fitness as much as anything to play a 5-test series. For him to be on 74 now in such a critical moment, such a critical time. Yes, I know people will point out he's been dropped twice. I know. Here is Atkinson once again, and Akashdeep pushes it wide of Pope at mid-off, and they set off for a single. Really good batting this from Akashdeep as well, by the way. But Jaiswal has been outstanding. 134 for 2, India. Lead is up to 111.
Yeah, and he might have been dropped, but the process was right. He came out attacking. He knew that it was not just half an hour. It was 1 hour and 40 minutes, I think, last night that India had to play before stumps. And he knew, because yesterday the pitch was doing a lot. It might have or might not have started doing less than yesterday, but yesterday was a very difficult period to bat out, and he knew that if he just tried to hang around, if he just tried to bat it out, there was always going to be a ball with his name. He was attacking yesterday.
Here's Gus Atkinson to Jaiswal now. There are only 2 slips, and he guides it away past the second slip down to the boundary for 4. Quality from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Quality shot. Opened the face of the bat. He's got some trick shots. I like his uppercut, his slashing, and his ramp as well over the cordon. But he's got all the classic shots as well.
And we were on air when one of those catches went down, and I remember we said that this was the worst case scenario because he had thrown the kitchen sink at it. The worst case scenario would have been a special catch at second slip or wherever to get him out, and it didn't eventuate.
Here is Atkinson again from the less productive end, and it's cut away by Jaiswal down to third, the fielder on the third man boundary, and they go through for an easy single. Jaiswal up to 79. Akashdeep 38. His test best was 31, but has he got runs at domestic level?
Yeah,
to
he
speak of?
has a decent average at domestic level. He can hit the ball, as he showed in that 31 at Gabba to save a follow-on for India. He hit a massive 6 in that match. So he's got the ability.
Here is Gus Atkinson again, and it's pushed away by Akash up towards mid-on. There are no small sixes in Australia, are there?
Yeah.
I think
Maybe the square ones at the old Adelaide Oval, when the straight boundary was huge, but the square boundaries were slightly smaller. But yeah,
Hobart, Bell Reeve
yeah,
Oval might be a small six there if you're playing on one side of the square.
But yeah, yesterday, which is why it was surprising yesterday that Washington Sundar did not trust him to hang around, and he just went on a hitting spree.
Yeah, and he knew it was an error, didn't he? Here's Atkinson down the leg side, flick and a miss from Akash, taken by Jamie Smith down the leg side, 139 for 2. I've rarely seen a top order batsman take so long to come to terms with his dismissal. I mean, it took him 30 seconds. He was down on his haunches. He was in utter denial, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Complete disbelief.
I think that was more him trying to hit it to mid-wicket and ending up dragging it to square leg where the fielder was. The way I looked at his shot, the shape he ended up in, I thought he was trying to hit over mid-wicket where there was no sweeper. But he ended up edging it to deep square leg straight down his throat.
Right, field spread once again, all over the place. Boundary fielders all over as Jamie Overton is into Jaiswal, who climbs up onto his toes and drops this ball for a single, comfortable single, square of the wicket on the offside.
Yeah, that's one of the first victories for India, that England have been forced to go to the short pitch bowling plan on a pitch that is still seaming. There was a stat on Sky that the movement, at least in terms of degrees off the pitch, is the same as yesterday. So it's just that the bowling,
Smacks of desperation, doesn't
the
it?
bowling has been forced to not be accurate and threatening. Or maybe the pitch has slowed down a little bit. It's doing the same, but a little slowly.
Here is Overton again, another bouncer to Akashdeep, same sort of field for the right-hander. Men out, 2 men behind square on the offside, like a fly slip and a wide third man, and there's a man at deep square leg as well, also at long leg. So very much a leg side field for the short ball to Akashdeep.
You see the series coming a full circle for India. In the first test, India lost because they played the lower order played casual shots and did not add even the 20-30 runs that they're expected to add.
Here's Overton again, bowls, Akash. Oh, that one is kept low, and he defends it, and it starts to trickle back towards the stumps, and some deft footwork, he kicks the ball away.
Yeah,
That was
very
quick
alert.
reaction.
That was very alert of him. Even top order batters will be proud of such quick reactions.
Do you know what? That's probably bounced maybe 2/3 stump height.
Yeah, it has bounced about half of what you expected it to. Good enough to get the toe of the bat on it, otherwise it was dead LBW.
Overton in his 9th over, none for 35. No wicket for England so far. India resuming at 75 for 2. Overton in again, bowls a bouncer to Akashdeep, which takes off, and that one bounces more. Was that
Wide.
it's a wide, is it? Yeah. Well, Akash made it obvious that what he thought. He's turned to the square leg umpire, who's actually officiating at cover point for the right-hander, and has just held his arms out, going like, "What's that?" So Ahsan Raza duly made the signal to Kumar Damasina, who signalled wide. Here is Overton again, another short one, of course, and Akash plays it defensively, back up on the offside.
The other bit of symmetry in this test match for the series is that India also lost the first test because of dropped catches, and now they've got it even. They've had 4 dropped of them, and this dropped catches is something that are just a part of the game. And we are now 18 and 18 on dropped catches. Both sides have dropped 18 catches each. This is a
Always
series coming
open
for
to a
some-
little bit of subjective debate, that, isn't it? Like I'm thinking, did you know, which ones have been counted as drops and which ones are half chances? And that one is steered away behind square on the offside. And there was one that there was a thick bottom edge that Jamie Smith dropped, and there are some people saying like you can't.
I hope it's not counted as a drop.
So that's what I mean. So where does the 18
Okay, this
count
is
come from?
This is from Sky.
Cricketers?
This is from Sky.
Oh, I see.
I will before the next stint. I will have a look at our stats, our database, and we are more empathetic towards these kind of.
Is that
catches.
right?
Yeah.
Really?
No, we won't count that as a chance. That was a thick inside, a thick bottom edge. You can't expect a keeper to make such a big adjustment.
Here's Overton again to Jaiswal, steers it away to backward point, fielded by Ben Duckett. I mean, it's
Especially when they're standing up to the wicket.
Yeah. They are. That all statistics are interesting, but you know, some are open to more discussion and opinion and subjectivity than others, and drop catches are amongst those. I'm quite lenient. I make a note of catches that, you know, like diving forward at slip and you just sort of get your fingers kind of underneath the ball, just about.
Yeah, it's a Yorker. It's not a chance.
Right.
Especially if you have dived forward.
Yeah. I mean, they are caught from time to time, but when they're not caught, I don't think they deserve to be recorded.
Yeah, those are sensational catches. Right? One of the most difficult ones.
Here is Gus Atkinson, new over, and it's blocked again away by Akashdeep up towards mid-off. Akash began in the mode of a man who didn't appear to be backing himself to stay for a long time. I think he's changed his mind.
Yeah, and even when he was slogging, after slogging, he would rehearse proper forward defensive, which is what he started doing now.
So I think, he's changed his mind. He walked out there, it's like, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And now he's sort of reviewing that approach. Here is Atkinson again, but oh, hello, he's beaten outside the off stump now, and he's turned a little bit chest on. He's followed that one from Atkinson. 17-3, 17 wickets for or 17-4, is that right? From 17 from the pavilion end, 4 from the Vauxhall end. So England operating their strike bowler from the far less productive end.
But I was just looking at it. It might have possibly it had to do with too much movement from the Vauxhall end. There was more movement, absolutely more movement from Vauxhall end than pavilion end.
Here is Atkinson again. That's steered away to backward point, fielded by Overton, and there's no run. That's really interesting information, actually.
And on day one, the landing areas were also not very stable from here, and so Josh Tongue ended up spraying the ball around. Yesterday, he showed the real potential of high release, but also wide release, because he releases it from beyond the perpendicular. So KL Rahul, who's left the ball so well, was forced to play at that ball, which he would never have played if it was, say, Cars or Atkinson.
Short and wide and cut for 4 by Akashdeep. That's a poor delivery from Gus Atkinson. He's bowled very few like that, but it has been put away with some authority by Akashdeep, who now moves into the 40s and will inevitably, if he hasn't already been thinking about it for half an hour, be thinking, only 7 away from a Test 50.
Yeah, and coming in a series where the lower order has not contributed anything to India's cause. It's a great show of spirit. Even yesterday when he bowled 11 overs in a session with a bit of a niggle in his shoulder.
Here is Atkinson again, bowls, and Akash pushes it up towards mid-off, fielded by Pope. I think he's been outstanding. I mean, he was at Edgbaston as well.
He got only 1 wicket yesterday, but that session where he bowled 11 overs for just a touch under 3 and over allowed Prasidh Krishna and Siraj to get those wickets.
You'll be proud of me. I made a point of mentioning that in my review of the day's play.
As I expect from you.
I said the other guys got 4 each, but that 11 over spell in the middle exerted the control that allowed India to come back and fight back. There's an uppercut from Akashdeep. It's short and wide from Atkinson, and Akash has gone with it. Hit up, through, and over, backward point, and down to the boundary for 4. And now Akash is within 3 of a maiden Test 50. That is a really top cricket shot from Akashdeep, and it brings up the 150 for India. They've doubled the score.
Do we?
75 for 2 overnight.
Yeah. Do we start thinking of a day 5 now?
Yeah. Yeah, day 5, yeah. There's a lot of cricket to be played. We're catching up. The over's lost. We're going to have long afternoon and evening sessions today and tomorrow. But I must say that, the pace that the game moved yesterday, we've seen no signs of it today. And maybe the ball's old and soft. Maybe the pitch has changed in characteristics.
It's only 36 overs also. They had like a 20 over ball in the morning, so it should not have been soft. I just think it's the batting that has put them on the back foot. They are no longer able to maintain control and the kind of fields that you need to get Test wickets. Okay, now they have ditched that short ball plan to Jaiswal and back to conventional Test match bowling, 2 slips and a gully.
Quite right too.
He was running in and the floodlights came on, and I think that put him off, and he stopped midway.
Well, they are quite startling. Do you remember the days before LED lights? When
it took half an hour for the floodlights to take effect.
To warm up.
Those halogen lamps.
I can't believe who is in charge. Who decided to turn the floodlights on halfway through Jamie Overton's run-up? I mean, are they sitting in a small room somewhere, a cubicle, the back of the stand in an office? They can't watch the cricket. Here's Overton, bowls a full toss outside the off stump, which Jaiswal misses.
No window in their room to save the...
Exactly, you can
save
just
the
picture
window
them,
tax,
can't you?
save the daylight tax.
Just really bizarre that should happen. Anyway, the lights are on, and they're taking effect. So, I mean, the match, the on-field umpires actually are needed to issue that instruction to the third umpire via radio communication. Here's a short one again from Overton to Jaiswal, pushed out on the offside. So how come they ended up being turned on when they were? Anyway.
Perhaps they did between the overs, and if you remember, it was just the first ball of the over, so perhaps it just took a little bit of time for the chain of command to actually do it.
You see the match referee and the third umpire going, where's that switch again? Where's the...
I'm sure they're not in charge of the switch. They'll have to tell perhaps the groundsman. The groundsman tells the lights in charge.
They'll have to get it signed off by a committee.
I hope not. It's not.
2 slips, no gully. England at their most defensive right now as Overton is in, bangs it in short, clipped away by Jaiswal. Straight back to the bowler though, no run.
Yeah, I hope it's not in charge of the government, which requires a application in triplicate and signs and a stamp of approval. Reminds me of the bureaucracy on cricket tours in the 1990s, where you had to apply in India for internet
primarily.
lines.
Oh, goodness me!
Our dear friend Anand Vasu is a veteran of those.
Pushed away defensively by Jaiswal, and there's no run. Do you remember they had that what was that blue copy paper called?
Fax machine?
No. When they fill out a form by hand, but you had those carbon papers.
Oh, the carbon paper. So you had to do it in triplicate.
Triplicate.
That's where the word comes from. Like I think only in the old school newspapers would you have a triplicate. And then the carbon paper had been used so much you could never read the second or third copy. Here is Overton again, pushed away by Jaiswal out towards extra cover, and of course, I'm talking 1990s now. They went through this laborious process of filling out forms and applications and whatever, and those of us who hadn't toured India that much in those days were too naive to realise that
this long, laborious process could easily be bypassed with a couple of $100 rupees. We didn't know, and they were too polite to ask. We'd stand in queues for hours. Here's Overton again. Oh, that's full and wide. Jaiswal was twitchy there. He was just about to launch into a savage cover drive and then thought better of it at the very last possible moment. He's on 80, done brilliantly, as has Akashdeep, the night watchman, who's 47. England, can you... this is like... You talk about the series coming full circle. India winning more sessions, ahead of the game at Headingley, losing it. I don't think they were ever as far ahead as England appeared to be on day 2, and now they are seriously on the back foot.
Yeah, and it would be, I think if India do end up on the winning side in this test, it would be a fair result for this series, because both the sides have had periods where they have dominated, but there have been 3 tests where the difference on the first innings has been fewer than 25.
Here is Atkinson again, and well, Akashdeep has just got so much time. I know it's an optical illusion, but it actually looked like he was standing there waiting for that's how long he had to just defend that one. Blocked it away. I mean, he has not been rushed or hurried.
Not at all.
Hurried at all. He's looked so... I mean, the first over was obviously unexpected, the first over of the day, because it was bowled by Jacob Bethel, and he had a couple of swings at that. It was just to change Gus Atkinson's end. Akash again plays defensively out to Pope at mid-off, no run.
He's looking so much in control. This is almost a back foot punch. Yes, it was a defensive shot, but he was also looking for a run there. He was looking to place it wide off that short mid-off, was doubling up as extra cover.
You always know when England need a lift, because Simon Finch, the Barmy Army trumpeter, gets going. You might just be able to hear him in the background. Short, pulled away by Akashdeep for 4 to bring up his 50, and isn't he delighted? Transfers the bat to his left hand and double fist pumps the air, and now waves his bat around above his head. He's getting maybe a 20% standing ovation, just judging by the crowd around here, but my goodness me, you rarely see that much celebration from a top order batsman, never mind a night watchman. He is absolutely thrilled for himself, and so he should be.
Yeah, and the team was not 20%. The whole change room came out and applauded it, and now they're back into the season. They were not even sitting outside. They all came out.
Short from Atkinson. Akashdeep ducks underneath it. Well done him, really. I mean, you know, and as I said, I was saying a few minutes ago, he was swinging like a guy who was just be happy having done his job last night, maybe pick up a few cheerful boundaries and then he'd be dismissed. But how he's changed.
Michael Atherton on Sky made a very good point that sometimes how the lower order bats can be a gauge of the team spirit. If they are throwing their wickets away or being casual, it is not a great sign for team spirit. But when they fight,
little push at this one, beaten outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, when they fight as Akashdeep has done today, it just shows that they're more united for the cause. They're not likely to be casual. They're not likely to be complacent, which is a very good sign for the team.
I know that you're very good at picking up small details, and I just wanted to, before our commentary stint ends, I just wanted to know whether I spoke about this on air live as it happened, and I thought it was really, really interesting and indicative of a team very aware of itself and its achievements. Here's Atkinson again outside the off stump. When England were dismissed yesterday for 247, they were all beginning to walk off the field, and I don't know whether it was Gill or KL Rahul or Jadeja or who amongst the senior players, but they were someone said stop, wait, and they regathered, and they didn't form a tight huddle, but I saw Jadeja pointing to the scoreboard, and it looked like somebody was saying, remember this moment. Soak it in. How many times do we hear sportsmen say, oh, it's all a bit of a blur? But what they'd achieved, coming back, bowling England out, like to concede a deficit of just 23, and for what, about 30 seconds, they were saying, just remember this, remember what we've done here. Pushed away by Jaiswal for a single, very nicely done, batting quite conservatively now. And, and there were a couple of players who were heading towards the change room. They were called back, and like I said, it wasn't a huddle, but they were closely together. Couldn't see who was talking, but somebody was saying, take this in, remember this moment.
Yeah, and what was it, about 100 for 1 when it was lunch? During the lunchtime, the 3 fast bowlers, they got into a corner, they had a chat, they said what's done is done, we know what we need to do, we just need to be tight as a group, we need to keep reassuring ourselves, even if they hit a boundary of a good ball, we will be there telling each other we have done the right thing.
Overton in, bangs it in short, and it bounces like a ball of wool. It's absolutely hopeless. Pushed away by Akashdeep.
And if we are veering off our lens, we will be the ones telling each other that we need to get back on track. And Mohammad Siraj, he didn't start. If you remember, he didn't bowl at all in the first hour, but he always had an arm around Prasidh Krishna and Akashdeep from mid-off, telling them we are doing well. And it was a session that might have saved the series for India.
Overton in down the leg side, and flick and a miss from Akashdeep. Gee, these are bonus runs. Suddenly now you look at the Indian batting to come and you think,
Washington Sundar at 9 now.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Or take your pick. Could be Jadeja, could be Nair, could be Jurel.
There's a mountain for England to climb now. Absolute mountain. They needed, I thought they needed 2 wickets in the first hour.
Absolutely, because they're a bowler short.
Yeah, exactly. Here is Overton again, and pushed out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Where do you stand on the injury replacements? We would.
I don't want.
We spoke about it yesterday, didn't we? You haven't changed your mind.
No.
Yeah, too much of a grey area. Eh? As Michael Vaughan keeps saying, a clear and obvious injury. Well,
you've answered yourself.
What is that?
You can't have. There's no sport in the world that has injury replacements. They have substitutions, which allow you to replace injured players. That is the only option, because a fast bowler is injured every single day, a wicketkeeper is injured every single day, and a lot of batters are.
Little push and a miss here from Akashdeep. That was a loose shot, back of a length outside the off stump. So injury replacements is just a non sequitur, isn't it?
It is absolutely impossible, and I don't want anyone thinks it's a possibility. It just isn't. There isn't a way that we can do it. Plus, it would cost the ICC a fortune because they need independent health specialists out.
I was going to say, you have to appoint a surgeon for every.
And then you open yourself up to lawsuits and stuff, right? Like if the ICC go, actually he is fit enough to play, and he goes out and plays and he ruptures something because he wasn't fit enough to play, it's just absolutely a non-starter. I don't know why anyone thinks it's possible. It is not possible, Manners.
Here is
well said.
Overton again outside the off stump. Well, that's categorical from Jarrod Kimber, and you know what? I think you've succinctly summed it up in probably less than 30 seconds. But rarely hear you being so incisively decisive. And you're right; it makes sense. I mean, you can carry on with that if you like, and Jon Norman will take you through to lunch. You are on now, aren't you, with Jon?
I am on with
Yes.
Jon and with Jeremy. I've invited you to a collab on Instagram, Manners, so if you want to go on your Instagram account, there's a video that... He can't hear me, can he? Can he hear me? I can never tell. Kind of. Yeah, sometimes he just has cold black eyes, Neil Manthorp, and you're not sure if he's really following you or not. Atkinson volleying around the wicket. He's got 2 slips in place, 2 for Jaiswal, mid-on, mid-off. Covers in there as well. This one's pushed just to the right of cover. He's going to pick that up and throw that back. Who's that on the field? I spent half my time trying to work out who these players are. Actually, I thought that was a 12 man. It might not have been. Was that Crawley? That might have been Crawley, actually. I'm so used to him being in the slips, I wasn't even expecting him to be out there.
156 for 2 then. England still searching for their first wicket of the morning. We've only got 24 minutes, thanks to Manners there, and Sid Monga for an extended session, an extended stint rather, as Atkinson, with his back to us, is coming in, and Akashdeep is now playing. He believes he is a top 6 batter now. First over, a couple of slogs to Jacob Bethel, and there was a little bit of an inside edge pull which saw him reach 50, but now we are seeing a guy who's thinking, actually, I can do this. Maybe I can bat at 7. 51 not out. This is the stuff of nightmare for England cricket fans, who there is nothing worse than a lower order batter. Can't call him a tail ender now. He's got a 50 in Test cricket. Atkinson in now, and again, what a defensive shot this. Upright in stance, waiting for the ball to reach him. You can't get a straighter bat than that. And it's pushed out to Ollie Pope at short cover, no run. And Akashdeep is now thinking about possibly I don't know what they're going to have at lunch. Can he walk back? How different will that walk back be for Akashdeep than going into lunch at day 2, if he's still there? Atkinson in, and this is driven beautifully, front foot punch past Ollie Pope. Not quite the timing of a top 6 or 7 batter, so a little work to do for Akashdeep, who takes 2 and sends Jaiswal back. I want to face this guy, says Akash. I've got his number. I'm 53 not out.
I don't think that's what happened. I think he was desperate for 3, actually.
Oh, really?
And Jaiswal said there's not 3 there, and I think he's desperate for 3 for one very special reason. He's now on his equal highest score in professional cricket, which is 53.
8 less 6s though.
Yeah, so he played against Jharkhand in a quarter-final in a Ranji Trophy, Jeremy.
Akashdeep, 53 not out. Atkinson is in, left alone this time.
And his team made 773 for 7 in this game, and he came in quite low down, number 9, and he made 53 off 18 balls with 8 sixes. So that was his previous best.
And here he is now, 53 not out from 82 deliveries. He's getting worse.
Yeah. Sad to see, isn't it?
It is.
That's what happens when tail enders think they can bat. They try and get all serious.
He's definitely serious about his batting right now. 53 not out, 158 for 2, India. And this is left alone from Akashdeep. India then lead by 135. Still very dark cloud. It's quite high, but it seems to be passing us by without troubling us. What did trouble us was the floodlights. It was switched on as Jamie Overton was halfway through his run-up. But I bumped into Mark Church, who we all know, friend of cricket, Mr. Surrey. It's incredible. You cannot have a conversation with Mark Church in a public setting here at the Oval without the conversation being interrupted at least 6 times by people walking by and just wanting to say hello, or great to see you, Churchy, or whatever. Overton continuing. This is cut along the ground through vacant gully and down to the boundary for a single. 159 for 2.
A little bit different than the guys who bought Jeremy Coney a beer last night and then found out later who he was.
Who did they think you were?
I don't know what they thought. They certainly didn't know me, but that was kind of them to offer. Well, Manners actually was the go-between.
Was Manners trying to get a free drink out of them?
Well, he did. He already had one.
Well,
I'm absolutely shocked to hear that Neil Manthorp went to get something for free.
Well, shall I tell you something that happened the day before? Here is Overton, who's bowling over the wicket, and this is pushed to the leg side by Akashdeep, but there's no run there. We went down the steps to record following on. Check it out, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Yesterday, or rather the day before, Manners didn't fall over halfway through the show, but I'm suspicious because he said to me, somebody has just given me a pint, but I didn't see anyone near him. This is 2 nights ago, not last night. I think Manners just picked up a pint that had been left behind. Here is Overton in, left alone again by Akashdeep. Maybe it's a full pint.
It's quite an accusation for anyone else. But for Manners, it feels like an informed hypothesis.
Well, there are telltale signs, aren't they, when someone is maybe being a little economical with the truth. Lack of eye contact being one, a shiftiness, a little change in the, I don't know whether it's temperature or the pressure around. You just pick up on these things, especially when you spend as much time together as we have over the last 6 weeks. But something didn't feel right. Overton in again. This is an outside edge, and it's flown between third slip and gully and down to the boundary for 4 more. Akashdeep moves to 57. The score 163 for 2. India lead by 140. And there's overs in them legs as well for England.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, John. I mean, really, I don't know whether I'd really like to be Pope at the moment, to be honest. I mean, he's one bowler down. He's got his best all-rounder off the field. The seamers look tired, don't they? They will get very tired. They've got to get a spinner on soon.
They have to. This is keeping a little low, and Akashdeep manages to get the bat on the ball. It's the leading edge, which flies along the ground to point where it's fielded. No run. 163 for 2.
Haven't taken wickets this morning, obviously. You'd think if you're India, you know, the batsmen who are sitting up there watching this, they don't need to worry about runs particularly and going out and being overly aggressive. They just need to put overs into the legs of these 3 seamers, and the runs will come later. There's no doubt about that.
I heard a fascinating conversation on the way into the ground this morning.
Security guard in the bright yellow vest has walked right behind Overton. Like, I saw it happening, and I don't know if it was Akash or Jaiswal who picked it up, actually. It might have been Jaiswal who first said it. And he's just walked just as Overton was about to bowl.
Overton. He'll try that one again. He's in. This is down the leg side, and he's got his angles wrong. That's a tired delivery from Overton. 4 more byes, and the score moves on again. Boy, that scorecard, that scoreboard is quick. 167 for 2. Already.
Yeah, so, I mean, as I say, if you're Gill et al. Up there, I just think you're watching this and you're saying to yourself, look, we've just got a bat here, and we are going to be presented with some very tired seamers. You've got Atkinson, who hasn't played all that much. He's bowled 21 overs in the first innings. He then had to bowl, that was... you know, that's both days. Day 1 entirely, even though there were breaks, and then also the morning of yesterday. Then they only were in the shed for 50 overs, basically, weren't they, yesterday, while the side batted. Then they were out bowling again yesterday. Catches were going down. They're in the field again today. They've had several spells already, and the ball's just getting to a point now where it's old.
Happens to us all. On the pads, and it's clipped away. Fielder at fine leg, so it'll just be a single. 168 for 2. Going back to the Manners story, so the telltale signs, right? Something was just not right about his take on the fact that in the time it had taken for him to walk from the press room out the door, along the back here at the overspill, down the stairs to me, someone had bought him a pint, right? But the biggest sign of them all came after the recording of following on, because he's a professional, right? So he wasn't going to drink on air, and he didn't drink at all. Oh, edge and through the slip corner again. This was in the air. And did Duckett get a little finger on that?
Definitely. The way it went off, the way it slowed down, I don't think there's many people in the world who would have caught that, but maybe someone slightly taller would have got more of the hand on it. But it was an incredible effort by Ben Duckett. But yeah, I think it just flicked his fingers on the way through. So technically number 5, but 4.5.
Yeah.
That's a 100 partnership as well for these two. 100 partnership, the biggest the longest partnership of the match, and Akashdeep has got 61 of them. Incredible effort. What a turnaround from where we were yesterday, where on the stroke of lunch, India's series was in complete disarray. Tongue again, and uncomfortable defensive shot up on his toes by Akashdeep, picks up the ball and hands it to Ollie Pope, all smiles. 172 for 2. How has this game changed? It's changed so quickly from this time yesterday.
Yeah, well, even the way that Akashdeep played that delivery from Tongue, he was able to get up, and while I say earlier on he was jumping slightly to get up and over the ball, he didn't seem hurried in the stroke.
3 slips gully, backward point, and deep just, oh, that's a nice looking punch to mid-on, no run.
So I'm just suggesting that these guys are starting to look a little bit tired now at this stage.
I'm feeling that.
And I think at some point Pope is going to have to go to his part-time spinners. Probably Root. Would Root have the most test wickets on this field at the moment? It's only a thought.
I think he has the most catch. Well, I'll tell you.
Most wickets as a bowler.
Here is Tongue, short delivery, and Akashdeep takes it on. I'm not sure if that came off the glove or the toe end of the bat. He's caught up with the ball. It's gone very, very fine. It's ballooned up over Jamie Smith, who actually jumped up to try and stop it, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 more.
I thought it was gloves. Oh, actual. Still not
glove. Wrist.
It was certainly around there anyway. I can tell you this, someone put this up yesterday, Joe Root has the most catches, the most runs and the most wickets on the field.
Wow,
okay.
Great, love that. But not particularly useful right now to England. But it will be when England come out to bat, and maybe when he's asked to bowl. Tongue in, and this is driven, and a misfield as well at mid-off. Is there going to be a chance at a run out? Atkinson's already completed one of them. Almost deflects the ball off Ollie Pope's knee from mid-off to mid-on. Atkinson picks up the ball behind the wicket, but the batters would have been home even if he'd thrown down the stumps at either end, and he didn't anyway. 177 for 2.
This is the 18th 100 partnership in this series, the most in a Test series this century, surpassing the 17 in the Border Gavaskar Trophy.
Sorry, go back again.
This is the 18th 100 partnership in this series.
Okay, well,
the most in this millennium.
25 years.
The second most was 17 in the 03-04 Border Gavaskar Trophy.
Well, it's bound to be from one of those series, isn't it, where you got 5 tests,
Yeah.
I'd have to say.
I'm not sure 03-04 was 5 actually, but yeah, you are right.
Oh, this could be a wicket, and it is! And finally, England have struck, but have they? Yes, I think they have. The umpires are just going to go and check. It's a clean catch. I thought momentarily that Overton may have overstepped.
No, I think he's run his hands along the ground. And they just have to make sure, because my first theory was that he actually might have dragged this on the ground. So he takes it easily. No, he's fine.
No, he's fine. There's a leading edge from Akashdeep. It's been caught by the fielder running in a backward point. Jaiswal just shaking hands with his partner as he walks off the field. What an effort from Akashdeep, who didn't get the reward for that 10-over spell yesterday, which really was the bedrock of India's comeback in this Test match. He only picked up the 1 wicket to fall, and he's still got a mighty job to come, let's not forget. But he walks off the field with his Test best, 66, but he's been dismissed. And not for the first time in this series. India lose a wicket within 10 minutes of a break. And this has been a consistent thorn in their side. And England have got a 10-minute window to turn their own horror morning session back their way. Gill, can they get the India captain? They've got 10 minutes to throw absolutely everything at him. India's lead is already 154. England will know that they've got a testing run chase to come at some point today, tomorrow, maybe. Dare I say, even on Monday. Could this be another 5-day test? But they have struck. Akashdeep has been caught, and now with the floodlights on, in the gloom here at the Oval. England have got an opportunity, and India are going to take as much time as they can now to eat up as much time out of the clock. Can they get through to lunch? If they get through to lunch having just lost the tail ender or lower order batters, Overton is in, and this is pushed up to mid-on from the bat of Shubman Gill. Drama late in the session. It's been drama pretty much throughout this 5th test. India looking like they were out of the game at lunch on day 2. And the camera picking up Akashdeep receiving celebration and congratulations from his Indian teammate. 66, a partnership of 100 with Jaiswal, but it's Shubman Gill facing up, and he comes forward and defends.
Just checking my notes, they showed Gautam Gambhir smiling, which is the 3rd time this series.
That's a record too.
Yeah,
you're coming up with lots of records.
Never
today,
happened
Joe.
before.
How do you differentiate between smiling and someone who
And the
maybe
sneer.
has wind? Maybe suffering a little wind?
Oh, look, it's like control percentages. You can't get it exactly right, but over a period of time you can work it out, hopefully. But
Well, I can confirm he
17 smirks.
He wasn't smiling at lunch yesterday. Here is Overton in again, and this is left alone by Shubman Gill. 177 for 3, and there's a little hush here at the Oval. Whole tier just to the right of us. I reckon that is A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I reckon that's stand at 7 has been taken over by the Bharat Army. Should have the Barmy Army next to them. That would be good. That'd be good fun. 3 slips and a gully then, and a leg slip for Shubman Gill as Jamie Overton running in, and this is cut away through vacant backward point and away to the boundary for 4. Easy as you like. India moved to 181 for 3, and Shubman Gill's off the mark with the boundary.
He is. Interesting shot coming up to that lunch, because he just kind of threw his hands at that, and very easy to get an edge and be called at 3rd slip there. He's played it beautifully, but I don't know, if he'd gone out, I think he would have had some words with himself.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting one, isn't it, that? No one at backward point, of course, at that time, and now there's one been posted. But it just shows you the potential for later on. These two batting together, both scored differently in different areas, of course, one left and one right-handed, but both score at some considerable rate. So this is a danger time for England. I mean, I'm thinking of Gill lasts, or these two last till after lunch.
Overton, last ball of the over, and it's on the pads this time, straighter, and placed back to the bowler, who collects, continues up to the India captain and gives him a spray. And India are thinking, you ain't seen nothing yet, because when England come out tomorrow, today or tomorrow, and it's going to be all on in terms of the verbals, isn't it? I mean, it is going to be incredible listening or watching. Everything is going to be out there. Nothing is going to be left behind.
No, both teams striving, one for a 3-1 win I don't think a draw, because there's just going to be too much time left at the moment. But, you know, right now, this is the chance for India to put the foot hard down and not give England a chance.
Round the wicket is tongue to Jaiswal, who's been at the other end for the last over. Seen Akashdeep depart, and he just turns and strides towards square leg. He gets square leg umpire, he gets halfway there, and then he starts to slowly make his way back to the wicket. India want this to be the final over of the session. George Tongue almost bowls like he's bowling wrong foot, off the wrong foot. Do you know what I mean with that?
Yeah, he does. It does give that slight impression.
It does, doesn't it? Here is Tongue again, and this is pushed back to the bowler, and Jaiswal again takes a few steps towards the square leg umpire, deep in thought. A little look to the left. He's not going to turn back until he has to. He's still looking at the bowler. Now he turns, starts pacing solemnly back. 4 balls. Can he make this over? Last out to 1 o'clock. What are we? 4 minutes to go. He's going to do well. Now he's ready. 2 slips and a gully in place, deep backward point, and this is a shorter back of a length delivery, which is fenced away to the leg side, and I think possibly England might have given that single. They want to have a little go at Shubman Gill, but what that means is a change in the field from left hand to right, and so that's going to take a little bit more time out the clock. 12:57 now. Surely England have got another over in before the lunch break.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? But I think he feels more comfortable, actually, Tung, that I've been watching. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handers and bowling round. He tends to lean over, and he just to the left-handers. He leans, and he can't find that sort of keeping it outside off stump. It gets too straight, too much at leg stump, just outside leg stump. And that's what happened there to Jaiswal, and he was able to get something on it.
Both batters wasting a bit of time there with a bit of gardening, and Tung now is in, and this is driven crisply, and look at that stance from Shubman Gill. It's like he's walked into a Wild West saloon. Couple of paces down the track. He's the sheriff.
He's more Alan Ladd than Jack Palance for you old Western fans out there, but that one I'm happy with. The shot in the last over I wasn't as happy with, because I just thought there was a lot of risk. There wasn't a lot of risk with that, because it was a bit of a throwdown from Tung. It was over-pitched and a little bit wide, and got his foot to it and played it perfectly. I think there's absolutely no issue with that, but beautiful shot.
Shubman Gill, Jaiswal is standing in the way of the bowler. He needs to be on the other side of the wicket. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's just taken another 10-20 seconds out of the match. 12:58 now. It's basically averaging 1 ball a minute. Pitched up and driven through mid-wicket. Timing isn't quite there this time. It'll just be 2, but that also takes time out the game. 12:59 now. 1 minute left.
Josh Tung's running
Josh Tung
back.
now running to the top of his mark.
Every Indian batter is in the middle of the pitch, gardening.
I'm surprised another Indian batter hasn't appeared down the steps to run out and join them to just...
Great work from Hassan Ali again, though.
Yeah.
Absolutely not taking this at all. And now
Jaiswal's
pretending his hamstring is injured in the middle of the wicket. Get
Oh,
to the other end, he said. I don't care. Get to the other end.
he's stretching it out now. He's going the full whack. He's just indicating, I might need the physio. And Hassan Raza is just telling him, sort it out. This is absolutely ridiculous.
He's having nothing of it.
It's still 12:59 on the clock.
They should just have another over anyway, shouldn't they?
They should.
They
I've seen
shouldn't
umpires
allow
do
this.
that before.
Absolutely, and say, no, we're not allowing that.
Well, it's now 1 o'clock. And India have made sure that it's taken 5 minutes to bowl 5 deliveries. And it's going to be very interesting what the umpires do here, because technically they should go off the field for lunch, but India have wasted time. And Josh Tung is in, and this is down the leg side, clipped it down to fine leg.
Jaiswal pretending he's injured,
And
running down.
Jaiswal is, what are we going to do? What are the umpires going to do? I think it's worked. I think India have managed to do it. That's... Try explaining that to the American that turns up at cricket games every time something strange happens.
Where's Zach Crawley getting hit in the glove now?
Yeah, it's very poor, isn't it? It's a bad look. It's a bad look.
Duckett's over there. Crawley's over there. Crawley say, remember me, guys? Remember me from the verbal volley I got at Lord's? Oh, and there's an arm around the shoulder of volley Pope.
There's a lot of touching. I just think these things should stop touching each other.
Oh, there's a finger jab now.
Yeah.
A little bit of a finger jab from Jaiswal back to Ben Duckett, who's still going. Jaiswal's still going. Touch of glove. Shubman Gill's actually pushing him away from the England fielders. India have done what they needed to do. Let's not forget, that has been perfect for India. That has been as good for India this morning as it was bad yesterday. 189 for 3, 75 for 2 overnight. So they've added 114 runs. They've lost just 1 wicket, and that was Akashdeep, but not before he'd hit his test best, 66, sharing in a century partnership with Jaiswal, who is unbeaten at lunch, 85 not out, and Shub McGill's alongside him with 11. The lead, as I turn to a scoreboard which decides not to show me the lead, is 166, I think. Awesome. And that was India's session, guys.
Well, it certainly was, wasn't it? I mean, we thought generally what you see with the night watchman is him being dismissed within the first 4 or 5 overs. But that wasn't the case today. Akashdeep showed that he was a little bit better than that. He began by doing the majority of the facing, which is good. He also played aggressively against Bethel in the little over used to turn the fast bowlers around. And then he just kept on going. And then he started to think, well, if I can just keep going like as I am. He started to play drives, he started to play tucks on the leg side, he got some punches through on the back foot. So he looked kind of like a batsman, really, for a lot of that session. So well done him. He scored the majority of runs in the 100-odd partnership he had with Jaiswal. So he certainly did more than his job. At the other end, Jaiswal just had to watch. Really, he didn't play overly aggressively. There was a chance, of course, put down by England at third slip, and you know, Crawley should have held that catch again. It was generally quite a nice height just to his left, and that should have been held. And the England fast medium bowlers have looked increasingly tired. That's what you'd have to say. And it's going to pay at some point in this afternoon's game.
Well, you'd think, wouldn't you, Jeremy? But of course, India have their own problems insofar that they also only have 3 pace bowlers. And if you're going to take any positive from that session, from an English perspective, you'd say, well, if Akashdeep can hit 66, and he's never hit 66 in his entire first-class career, then maybe this pitch is doing what everyone said it would do, and that is flatten out.
Well, there's only one thing I don't know whether you saw in the first over, where Bethel bowled it from the pavilion end, and he got one to bounce and to turn, and it beat the bat of Akashdeep playing forward. Now, and it went past the shoulder of the bat. And so if it's an unusual delivery, fine. But if it's not, then India will come more into the game.
What usually happens here on the fourth innings of first-class games when you're here, Jeremy? Does it start to spin and bounce?
No, not much. But I'm just interested in because of the wetness of the surface in the first day and a half. I think this pitch has got divots slightly where the ball has landed on the surface of the pitch.
Yeah, it has.
You get scalloping. Even if you put the heavy roll on it, it might dampen it for a while, but they remain a scallop. And you do get, whether you hit the bottom, the first part of the scallop, or the second part as it goes up, then you get variation of bounce, basically damage for the rest of the match. You can't help but do that. And so I think that's what we've got out there at the moment.
Do you like scallops, Jarrod?
I do, and from now on I will
There'll be more than a dozen though out there, I'll tell you.
I'm only ever going to refer to it as scalloping from here on in.
We'll be back scalloping from 1:40 UK. Lunch here at day 3 at the Oval. India 189 for 3, a lead of 166. The huddle's back, and so are we. Start of the afternoon session here at the Oval, day 3. We're approaching the halfway stage of the game. India 189 for 3. They lost just the 1 wicket this morning. Akashdeep caught at backward point by the fielder running in from backward point. Gus Atkinson it was. Overton with was that his first wicket? No, did he get one in the first innings? If only I had quick info open. I do have quick info open, and I've also got my little notebook. Yes, his first wicket of the match, and England needed it, and they need plenty more. We saw 6 wickets falling in an extended session yesterday. 6 English wickets falling, and England needs something similar. The main difference between the 2 sessions is that India came out after lunch with a ball that was just 16 overs old, and England come out after lunch on day 3 with a ball that is 44 overs old. And between them, Gus Atkinson, well, not even between them, over the course of over 2 days, Gus Atkinson has bowled 36 overs. Josh Tongue has bowled 32 overs, and Jamie Overton has bowled 29 overs. And India have at the crease their skipper Shubman Gill, who is coming into this innings needing 68 runs to score the most runs by a captain in a series ever, and he's knocked off 11 of those, and he's facing now, and he's beaten, is he? Trapped in front, the finger's gone up. First ball after the lunch break, and Gus Atkinson has pinned the Indian skipper in front of the stumps. Umpire Dharmasena has raised his finger, and the reaction of the bowler is that he thinks this is absolute stone dead, and Shubman Gill has taken an age to review, which suggests he's not sure that he's going to survive this moment. It's the start to the session that England desperately needed, if the third umpire agrees, and I think Jeremy Coney, the third umpire, will be agreeing, unless there's a little edge on the ball, and I don't think there is.
No, I think it's beaten the inside edge and gone into the pad. He's come from outside the line of the ball. He's misread where it's coming from, and it really hasn't seemed back, I'd have to say. It just sort of carried on with the initial line of the ball from Atkinson, and it's hit him just on the low part of the knee roll, so I don't think it's going to be going over. And the fact that he hasn't got anything on that, I think that that's going to be dead.
Yep, I think England might have struck here. And
what a start.
India might have lost a review. Well, this test match has been like this, hasn't it?
Yeah, it just continues to surprise, doesn't it? The fact that when England came out yesterday, they went away at such a blistering speed at about 8 or 9 runs and over for about 10 or 12 overs, didn't they? And then once you thought that England were away and going to really crush India in the rest of the day, India came back. It keeps on surprising us, this game.
When are we going to stop being surprised, eh? We're going to see ultra edge, flat line as ball goes past bat. So now it's up to point of impact. We can see off stump. I don't think that's going to come in India's favour. Hitting
out.
in impact is in line, going on to hit the stumps, and Shubman Gill has been dismissed for 11, and he takes a review with him. The absolute perfect start to a session. England simply have to dominate, and Gus Atkinson has struck yet again his 7th wicket in the match, and India now 4 down, 189 for 4. They lead by 166.
What a blow that is. Gill goes for 11 from 9 deliveries, and before he can get started on what should have been, or what should be, a comfortable session for India. They've worked hard in the first session and only losing 1 wicket the night watch, and then to lose the captain, the man who scored so many runs, he's not going to get that 60 odd you were talking about a moment ago, John. And that brings Karen Nair out to the crease now. It just shows you the smallest mistake sometimes very early on. You've got to be switched on. He was looking to play that, if anything, into the leg side. He felt it was coming back in. He felt it should have gone to the leg side, but he's missed it. And palpably LBW. What a good wicket for England.
Well, that put a bit of juice back in the tired legs of these England bowlers. And it brings Karen Nair to the crease, who top scored in first innings with
a 50 odd, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, where was it? Was it 57? He was the first of how many wickets to fall yesterday? 9, 10, 15. First of 15 wickets to fall yesterday inside the first couple of overs of play. Here he is now, striding out just after the lunch break. 1 ball into the session. India 189 for 4. And it's Atkinson. Oh, that's a short, well, a shortish delivery. Nair takes his eyes off the ball, puts his hands up in front of his face, more in hope than expectation, and he's dealt a painful blow on the gloves. And Harry Brook has just walked up from his position at second slip just to ask the batter whether he's okay.
Well, the verbals are going, aren't they? Look, the 2 umpires, Dharmasena and Raza, have come in to just stop that happening. It looked to me as if Nair initially, when he saw the length of the ball, he tried to duck, didn't he? And then he realised it wasn't getting so big on him, and then he could actually play it, and he ended up playing with his glove, I think, and with his hand, and he looks as if he's damaged that hand out. We're getting a bit of a chap coming out to have a look at that already. We've got an umpire, Raza, who's there just making sure things are okay. Dharmasena has retired now and gone back to his end as the standing umpire. And Duckett, I think is it Duckett in there who's gone in?
Yeah, Duckett's in there.
Hovering around.
Just having a chat with Jaiswal. Ollie Pope's hovering around, and Karen Nair still got his glove off, you know. He's flexing his hand. I think he's going to be okay. But you never know. He's not like ringing it. It's not stinging him. He's not looking concerned that he might have done something untoward. I think he's just maybe using a bit of experience here, Jeremy, just to take a bit of time out of the game.
Well, he may as well just take that time if he has it. And we've seen a number of instances in this series where players have taken time out of the game when they shouldn't, and umpires then have got to stand in. We found also, haven't we, really, John, that the players don't take any notice of the umpires. They basically ignore them. If they go and stand by them saying, come on, that's not time for a drink, we're only 5 minutes after lunch, why are you having another drink, batsman? You don't need that. And the batsmen take no notice whatsoever. They've got to have more authority than that, the umpires.
Well, to have authority, you need power.
You need to act.
And you need power, don't you? Do they have any power?
Well, I think you can certainly get rid of people running onto the field. They can certainly do that.
I'll take that over. So one thing that I think that the umpires should have the power to do is to have played another over before lunch.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Totally fair.
But if they don't have the power, then they can be forceful and they can be strict. But at the end of the day, they can't back it up with any punitive action. Then the batters are just going to pretend they've got cramp.
Well, then what you're doing then sometimes, if you keep undermining that power, and that, not power, it's just the authority, isn't it, that umpires have, then players end up running the game, which is kind of what we've seen. That's one of the factors why we haven't had over rates being attended to. I don't mind if there's a few overs short and that, if the game is entertaining. We don't have to bowl till it's so dark to get to the finish of things, or take up lunch hour through not bowling enough overs. And that was a suggestion, wasn't it? You've got to get through your 30 overs before you get your lunch. You've got to get through the next 30 before you get tea. I don't think we need to get quite like that, but we certainly need umpires to have authority, or someone's got to take charge in these matters. 2
slips and a gully, that's it, behind the stumps, as Atkinson continuing running in from the pavilion end where he looks much more comfortable, and Karunaya, 1 ball after getting smashed on the gloves, gets in line and pushes this up to Zach Crawley, who's at short mid wicket and who fields. So here we are again, 166 the lead. I mean, you'd rather be in India's position than England's. I think that would be fair to say, Jeremy.
Yeah, 166 for 4 is a reasonable base. You've just lost your captain though, isn't it? It's just changed quite dramatically with that one delivery, because Gill has the potential to score quite quickly and a lot.
Here is Atkinson again, and Karunaya tries to play this delivery on the pads to leg and gets a bit of a leading edge, gets into a bit of a tangle, and it's just pushed up back towards the bowler, and Zach Crawley comes across the field from that shortish mid wicket. 189 for 4.
He looks a bit spooked, doesn't he?
He does.
I saw the back foot come out to the leg side there, as if he wanted to move away from the ball. You want to get into it if you can, have your weight going towards the ball.
Atkinson again, and this is misdirected, and there'll be a run here. I don't think it came off the bat. It'll be a leg by, down to fine leg. So the score moves on, 189 for 4, 190 for 4. CricViz has the draw at 1%, India at 64%, and England at 35%. I wonder what it was before Shubman Gill was dismissed. I reckon that might have dropped it by 7% or so.
Well, it would have dropped it, that's for sure. Jaiswal's still there, 85 at this stage. It was a relatively quiet session for him last session.
And he is facing, as Atkinson is in and he's driving. And the crowd have gone up thinking that this has gone straight to Harry Brook at short cover, but it did, but on the bounce. End of a good over for England. They need another 4 or 5 of those this session, you feel. India's still batting by T, and you'd expect them to be batting by T, or at T. They've probably added 100 runs. It's a longer session. It's an older ball, which may not ping to the boundary quite as quickly, but then equally might not give as much assistance to the bowlers, and we're going to see some spin at some stage.
Quite decent pace, wasn't there? 85 to 87 miles an hour for Atkinson. He's fresh from after probably getting a rub down, maybe a bit of a shower, he's been attended to, put it that way. And so he's fresh and ready to go for a few more overs here, but it won't take long before I think that pace will just start to drop if wickets don't occur. Wickets, of course, promote that feeling of things are going well, and you can just extend those periods a bit more as a bowler.
It's Karunaya facing up with 2 slips in the gully as Josh Tongue is in. Oh, he's pushing at a ball which he needs to leave alone, and he knows it. This has been a nervous start to his innings from Karunaya, who's yet to get off the mark, and he's got the weight of 1.6 billion Indian cricket fans on his shoulders.
Kind of where Jaiswal has to do something here. He's the incumbent. He's been there right from the start of the second innings for the Indian side, and so he's got to be the one to just manage this period of uncertainty that we're seeing.
Tongue again, 3 slips in place, and again he beats Naya, who this time plays with a straight bat, doesn't go pushing, and just covers up off stump. 190 for 4. India's lead 167. It's gloomy. It does feel darker right now than at any stage today. These floodlights are on. They have been on for the majority of the day, but it does feel darker. There's a big bank of dark cloud above us. I don't think there's any hint of rain, but you never know. As Tongue In again, this is, well, it's clipped away to Nathan Barnwell down at fine leg. It was in the air for quite some time, but drops well short of the fielder. And I think that's what India needed, to get Karunaya off the mark and off strike. 191 for 4 here at the Oval. It feels like the game's back in the balance.
Yeah, Tongue has started relatively well from the Vauxhall end. In the first innings he tried to swing the ball, and that's why he got in difficulty with his line quite a lot, and there was a lot of extras and no chance for the wicketkeeper Smith to get across and stop them. And in this innings so far, he's forgotten the swinging delivery, and he's looking for the wobble ball a lot more.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, who's cut away down to the boundary. It will be fielded by the man at third. Is that Dawson? And it's another run to the score. 192 for 4. India, they lead by 169. Jaiswal's 86 not out, and looking as confident as we've seen him in this series. He himself has seemed a touch frenetic at times, but boy oh boy, 86 not out. Dropped twice yesterday, of course, on 20 by Harry Brook in the slips, and then by Dawson at deep fine leg. As Josh Tongue is in, short ball, and this time Naya sees it all the way and just ducks. Does take his hand off the bat again. Leaves his bat down by the ground. It's not like he's leaving it in the air, but again, a touch more comfortable than the first ball, but still not quite right.
I quite agree. It's an improvement, because he watched the ball most of the way. He just didn't read it quite quickly enough, and so he went quite late when he got underneath it. He's a smaller man, diminutive.
Tongue again, who looks much more comfortable when bowling over the wicket to right-handed batters. This is a touch wide and left alone by Karunaya. Gets through the over, as do India. 192 for 4 then, lead of 169. Scott, the producer, is still trying to get through that dessert. A bit too rich for him. Struggling, Jeremy. Struggling big time.
Well, Scott, of course, his body is a temple, and he doesn't like things that are too, fatty or too rich.
Church, I reckon. More of a church than a temple.
Okay, all right, okay. Slightly larger.
Just less grandiose.
Okay.
Bit more modest. Well, if you've got a temple on the high street, conjures up an image slightly differently from just having a church on the high street. No disrespect. Is that Jaiswal facing first ball? This is what I think India need. They need Jaiswal to see Atkinson. Although saying that, Tongue hasn't looked as threatening against the left-handers. So, Old Trafford felt like India had too many left-handers when Archer and Dawson were in the attack. But here, of course, neither are playing. And so now it feels, certainly against Josh Tongue, a little less so against Atkinson, who's had good success bowling to both right and left-handers from the pavilion end, where he runs in again, comes in, there's a play and a miss, flat-footed drive. That was a poor shot from Jaiswal, because the length wasn't there to drive, and in the end it was, I'm not sure where he was trying to play that. I think he was trying to play that square, rather than down the ground.
Yep, it was.
That could have been his undoing.
It was. He was looking to sort of almost semi-flat bat that, as the foot went down towards the stumps at the other end, but then the bat and the hands went out towards it because it was just a little wider.
Nerves. There's nerves out there. Atkinson is in. He's targeting the base of the stumps there. Jaiswal swings the bat down and blocks it out. There's a lot of chat going on in the outfield. England know this is their moment to strike.
Well, it is. Well, particularly Atkinson, if he can get, 6 overs out of himself, then, that's going to be a dangerous period. He's picked up a wicket, and an important one. Now he's attacking the next man, who's obviously been there a long time. If he can get his wicket as well, he's gone a long way to helping its team.
Bowling round the wicket, and short delivery, and Jaiswal, we've seen him uppercut or ramp successfully on a couple of occasions, and he's done so really really well, but in this case the ball wasn't quite there. It was actually homing in towards, yeah, it was a little bit too close to him, and I think he might have been beaten by pace a touch there.
A bit harder for him when the bowler right arm is coming around the wicket, isn't it? All the angles always closing and getting closer to you to run that ball over the top of the slips.
This is a good battle list, driven this time but sliced off the outside portion of the bat, and again Chasewell isn't getting forward quite enough, and runs along the ground to Overton, who's at third. Another run added to the score, and India move on. Lead of 170 here at the Oval. They're 193 for 4, with Chasewell 13 away from a century. Karun Nair new to the crease. He's one not out after the dismissal of Shubman Gill. LBW first ball after lunch. Atkinson with his second wicket of the innings, his 7th in total. 62 wickets in 13 matches as Atkinson is in. This is down the leg side and fielded by Jamie Smith behind the stumps, one-handed. End of the over then, and it means Chasewell's going to face the first delivery of Josh Tongue's next over. Both batters just having a chat halfway down the track. Full house, I believe, on all 5 days. I think the Oval have sold all the tickets to day 5 at a reduced rate. At lunch I was feeling like this game may well go to day 5. It's just gone back the other way again. There is something in this pitch still. And the overheads as well. There's Tongue round the wicket, and this is cut away by Chasewell. There's a chase on for Overton, who is going to do well to slide across from third to deep backward point, and restrict Chasewell to 2. He moves to 89. 195 for 4.
It's going to be interesting just what the surface does too. I mean, I've mentioned, I think we were having a chat just prior to lunch, John, about the damage that sometimes a damp pitch can create for the rest of the match. You end up getting divots in the surface because it is damp on that first day. 2
slips in place as Tongue is in, and he is struck. Chasewell on the pads, but there's no real appeal. He's either been hit well outside the line or an inside edge. Can't quite see from here, but the fielders and the bowlers went up momentarily, but immediately.
Yeah, full ball. He's trying to get the ball, you know, behind square or square on the onside. So you're not using your whole width of your bat because it's turning as you want to try and angle it away there, and you can end up missing that, is what happened.
8 LBWs in this test match so far. Tongue again. This is short, wide, cut away, and Overton's not going to chase this down. That's powerfully hit to deep backward point. Chasewell moves into the 90s, 93 not out. India 199 for 4, a lead of 176, and you can just feel just tiniest little bit of pressure being released from that shot there.
Yeah, one of his favourite areas of the ground, isn't it? And a favourite shot, that sort of square on the offside, backward of point to right in front of point as well. He hits it very powerfully.
Here is Tongue again, and this is down the leg side, a diving catch from Jamie Smith.
That's where he loses the action, isn't it?
Yeah.
That he wants, because he has a natural lean, when he comes around the wicket, John, he actually is leaning towards the centre of the wicket, isn't he? And he can't get that ball away to go away from the left-hander, and he ends up just pushing it down the leg side a bit.
Yeah. Chasewell is in and tucks this to square leg for a comfortable single, and the 200 is up for India. Chasewell moves to 94, and Karun Nair still looking a little edgy and fidgety at the crease. Just has one delivery to face. This is exactly what you're talking about. Chasewell needs to take control of this situation, because he knows that Nair is struggling a little at the other end.
It's one of those things, sorry John, it was one of these things that you think cricket is very much an individual game, because we see batsmen out there by themselves, we see a bowler running in by himself.
And this is pushed, forcing punch up to Ollie Pope at mid-off. Final ball of the over then. India 200 for 4, a lead of 177.
But there's nothing really wrong, I don't think, in the game when one batsman can go up to the other and he says, look, I'm having a bit of trouble picking up this bowler at the moment. Could you just happen to look after him for the next couple of overs while I get my eye in, get accustomed to the light and the pitch, and we'll work together that way, and I'll help you if we get into this situation as well. I don't see that as a problem. I think that's part of the team game that goes on between two batsmen at any time. And this is one of those times when an early wicket has fallen, new batsman looks a bit uncertain, the guy who's been there has to look after the rest just for a while.
Atkinson then, and he's striking Jaiswal on the pad, but outside the line and bouncing over as well. So 200 for 4. We saw a very similar situation. So you get that a lot when there's a tail ender at one end, or a lower order bat, and a recognised batter, and farm the strike, and in reverse, with an over 2 to go at the back end of a day, then the tail ender will be taking as much of the strike as possible. We had a situation at Old Trafford where bowling from the far end to a right-hander, there was variable bounce, which was causing problems to a right-handed bat, but not a left-hander. It's short, and Jaiswal with a half-hearted ramp, and he's just spotted. He didn't realise that Jamie Overton had moved to a fly-slip position.
He didn't realise at all.
And he's saying to Karun Nair, why did you not tell me he was there?
Absolutely, and it's a very fair call as well. I mean, I guess you could say to Jaiswal, why you've got to notice those things before you face up.
But that's the teamwork, though.
Absolutely, it's the teamwork.
That's exactly the point.
It's the same as if you're at the non-striker's end, you see the keeper creeping up closer to the stumps.
And Jaiswal's just saying that now Overton's gone to third.
Yep.
And he's saying to Nair, look, you tell me if he's moving to fly slip.
Fair.
Atkinson in, and this is driven on the move and fielded by mid-off. Scampered single. Jaiswal moves to 95. 201 for 4. So yeah, when the bowler was bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end, variable bounce. You might have seen the wicket of KL Rahul to one that nipped back, kept low, and trapped him LBW, right? But then at the other end, essentially, was more problematic for a left-handed bat. Archer was bowling, right? So Archer's bowling at one end to a left-hander with his terrific record against left-handers, and at the other end the ball's keeping low to the right-hander. Two top-order batters. Atkinson is in, and this is going to be elbowed fine down to the boundary for 4. Dawson can't stop the ball from reaching the boundary, and that'll be given as runs. And there's still a little bit of a chatter going on. Oh, that came off the glove, actually. The glove down onto the midriff, and then it did roll very, very slowly to the boundary. 205 for 4 then, a lead of 182.
So what were you going to say about those two situations?
So they wised up, and they realised, let's just take
the swap.
They did.
Yes.
They did. Atkinson in, always keeps a bit low, I think, and Nair is forward. Still probing away there. 8 LBWs, the record is 14 between these two sides in 2007, which is the last time India won a series here.
Nair has to be careful though of this LBW. He was LBW in the first innings here, and missing it quite comfortably. The bat outside the line of the ball. And also I think he was LBW at Lords in the second innings as well on the fourth night.
He was, shouldering arms.
That's right.
Had a brain fade, Sunil Gavaskar described it. This time he does get bat on ball. And Gus Atkinson is actually getting quite a lot of purchase, even with a 49 over ball. That beat the inside edge of Nair's bat by half a... Well, I don't know, 8 or 9 inches. A big distance. It's up on the big screen here.
Yeah,
Oof. He's hit him high up on the pad, but he's beaten him by quite some distance.
but I do think if the damage on this surface is there, and it is going to get slightly variable, that's what happens wherever it pitches and hits one of those little divots, or a scallop I call it. If it's hitting that first bit, going down, it stays down.
95 not out. Jaiswal facing up. It's Josh Tongue, and he's cutting again. Chase on for Overton. Does get rounds, but not before Jaiswal comes back for a second run. He moves to 97.
Good stroke.
He's had an incredible record in first innings as Yashasvi Jaiswal. 101 at Leeds, 87 in Birmingham. Rare low score at Lords, but then 58 at Old Trafford. Didn't score many here in first innings, but 97 not out. And it's Josh Tongue bowling round the wicket. Oh, it goes again with that little ramp. But this one was the worst of the lot, because he's falling away. He's not swaying. He's dropping to his knees essentially, and then thrusting the bat at the ball rather than trying to guide it up and over the slips. That's not a good shot, and it's not even near the bottom of the bat. It's near the badge. Pressure, still pressure. 97 not out. Oof, this is a back of a length delivery, and he's almost like swatting a wasp away from his face. And Zach Crawley dashes in from mid-wicket. Momentarily, Jaiswal doesn't know where the ball is, and he actually sets off for a run, which is crazy. And sent back by Naya, and now Zach Crawley is being pushed into the slips. Oh no, he's not. He's going down to fly slip.
Yeah, to cover that ramp, the ramp shot, to allow Tongue to actually bowl that short ball.
I wouldn't do that. He's nearly got out twice playing that without a fly slip. Oh, he's played at one, flat batted, almost just trying to steer this. It would have only gone for a single, but he's again struggling with that short and wide delivery, and he's furious with himself as he walks towards square leg umpire.
He needs to do that. He needs to really focus. He's going through a very bad little patch in this last over. That's gone under the bat, that one, under the under edge. He just hung the bat at it there. He wasn't even trying to do anything. He's been attacking that up until now, and his last few runs have come behind square.
Here is Tongue again. It's short, very, very short. Jamie Smith has done exceptionally well to prevent that from reaching the boundary. He's had to dive in the air. He's had to dive like he's a goalkeeper, essentially, just pushing one over the crossbar. Gets a glove to it. A wide is called, and the batter's cross. 209 for 4. You look at that scorecard, and one of the batters to go is Akash Deep, by the way. And you think India should be pretty cruisy. A ball that is 50 overs old, with a batter approaching 100, a lead approaching 200, and yet England seem to be squeezing. It's Naya now, and this is pushed out to point where it's fielded, and it's no run.
Now England have come out and they've really upped the ante here, haven't they? Variety of length of deliveries, and then short deliveries as well, aimed at the body. It's the Indian batsmen who you would think would be more comfortable. They look more frenetic at the moment and uncertain about their shot making and about watching the ball.
Naya, and this is dropped down by the batter, gets behind the line of the ball. How many see, in and amongst all this is one of the beauties, is how many can these two bowlers bowl? They've still got a few yet, but Josh Tongue 5 over spell either side of the lunch break, and Gus Atkinson 3 overs in, but that was Josh Tongue's 19th over, and Atkinson's bowled 17. And there's a few more to come. The run rate is decent for India. It's over 4 and over. It wasn't 4 and over on day one, was it, when they were just trying to hang on for much of the day. Overton down at third. 2 slips in place. Yes. Yashasvi Jaiswal facing Gus Atkinson, who's driving. It's square of the wicket. There's a chase on. Overton's going to run round from third, but is Jaiswal going to come back for the third himself? Oh, he was sent back by Nair, and I think that was the right decision. It wasn't the greatest throw in the world, but Overton just needed to release the ball as quickly as possible, because at the other end, Nair, who was running to the danger end, didn't know the direction of the ball, so he sent Jaiswal back, who's now 99. I don't think Jaiswal's that happy about it.
He is not at all. He is remonstrating with his partner at the other end, who then started to make a move towards Jaiswal to say, well, let's have a little think about that. I couldn't get back for that third. They're going to throw it there. And he just waved him away and wouldn't talk to him.
99 not out. Jaiswal facing up, and he's pushed this out towards the offside. Nair does run through, and Jaiswal scampers past the stumps of the non-strikers. He does a David Warner-esque jump in the air. He takes his gloves off, holds the bat and the badge up to the dressing room, and then turns back to Nair, Karu Nair. The two punch gloves, hug. The 6th Test century for Jaiswal, the 2nd in the series. He's still waving up to the balcony, punching the air, blowing kisses to all that watch down and applaud. An innings of real intent. Fortune favoured the brave yesterday, dropped twice before he'd reached 50, but this morning, despite a period of play in the nervous 90s as he approached the milestone, it's been Jaiswal all the way. A return to form. He's bookended the series. Century in the first Test, century in the 5th. And now this Atkinson, who's in and beaten Karu Nair with a ball that just bounces a touch more than he was expecting through to the keeper. Floodlights are still on, Jeremy. It's still gloomy. It's still dark. The ball's still doing plenty. India's lead is 189. But there is a terrific battle going on between bat and ball right now. And we've just witnessed another mini chapter in what we all expect to be a long and glorious career for India's left-handed opener. Yashasvi Jaiswal down the leg side and fielded by Jamie Smith. 212 for 4 then, a lead of 189.
Well, it's been an innings where he's concentrated on anything short. The strokes that I think about when I'll remember this innings is really the cut and the ramp, that sort of area of the field, played very aggressively, and the occasional drive through the covers. Those are the 2 shots I'll remember particularly that he's relied upon. One a short ball and one a fuller ball.
2 slips in a gully, full Karu Nair, short ball from Atkinson, and Nair ducks out the way.
I was interested in the sort of the size of the expanse of his celebration. Really, it kind of, there was a lot of relief in that, I've got to say. I've got there at last, and I've just looked at his scores: 28, 13, 0, 58, 0. I think he got 2 in the first innings here, so it's tailed off a bit. So he was obviously feeling just a bit of pressure from that since the Birmingham Test, where he scored 28 in the 2nd innings.
Atkinson again over the wicket, and this is edged fine down to the boundary for 4. 216 for 4 then. Karu Nair moves to 9. Jaiswal's 100 not out. India's lead now up to 193. If there is one sliding door moment in this entire series, where every ball is a sliding door moment for more than one reason, it's this here, Jeremy.
Yes, the short ball from Archer.
Yeah.
At the 2nd innings at Lord's,
yeah,
where he tried to, well, it was a laboured sort of attempt to pull a ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was in the wrong area. It was way outside off stump, and he just hit it straight in the air. And Smith took it in front of the cordon, didn't he? In the end, just went straight in the air. Extraordinary.
That's my one sliding door moment. If that shot doesn't take place, I wonder what the score is right now. And part of the reason for that is it set the tempo for the innings. It's a low score they needed to chase. Archer didn't bowl a particularly good spell in that opening, and it stopped India getting off to the kind of start they got off to in this test match. That test, he's out. This test, he's dropped twice. But who knows? He could have been out the next ball. Jarrod, is your mic on? It is now.
Look at this man, he can commentate and produce at the same time. Not
Yeah,
at maximum
as
capacity,
as it's
about
always been.
75% for both.
Oh, I'm off. I'm enjoying myself so much. Also, I did steal an over from Manners earlier today, so I do owe him one back.
He can't hear you. He can't hear if you're more than about a metre from him. The crowd noise
look at that
gets to
face.
Manners,
Just what is he thinking about?
He's thinking about the pint later in the day.
We're all
The
thinking
first or the
about the
second
pint. We're all thinking about the
are.
pint later in the day. Josh, what are they talking about? You'll find out when you come on air, Manners. It's Overton who's replaced Josh Tongue. We did wonder how many he had. We know the answer now. It's going to be 19. Oh, he's not been caught behind.
What happened on that delivery?
It was a length delivery which bounced a touch more than Jaiswal was expecting, and I think it seemed away. He's pushed at it, and it's shaped away after going past the bat, caught behind, but it didn't actually touch the bat. Oof.
Yeah. And then it was a good catch by Smith, which made it look like he'd edged it, because Smith had to suddenly dive to his left, didn't he? That might be the one that gets Jaiswal away, because quite often you go out just after your 100, and he hasn't nicked that.
No, he's out for 101 in the first innings, wasn't he, when he managed to get that?
Whoa, that's
Well,
way short. And Overton immediately looks back at the footmarks. We've gone back to the first session of the first day.
They've been bowling short wide to him for 4 test matches, and he's like, must have been the footmarks on that one. Sorry.
I mean, that was short and wide, right? Really short and wide, but it was nowhere near as short and wide as Josh Tongue was bowling on day one.
Exactly. Could have been the footmarks again, though. Shouldn't
Yeah.
be damp again, unless the wells of moisture that Jeremy Coney's talked about have come up. Maybe it's an underground well of moisture.
What are you looking for, Jeremy? You looking for a stat?
I was looking for just how
My
many
little
times
book,
he's
my
gone
big
past
book.
100 twice, but he hasn't gone for a big total, has he?
This is on the pads and tucked away, down to the boundary. And it's 4 more runs as well, I think. He got a
He's
bat
held
on
his
it.
bat up at umpire at Raza,
Raza.
and he's managed to fall in there, I think.
Yeah, I didn't think he
I
hit
think
that
it went
either.
quite slowly away from
Let's
the.
have a look.
Oh no,
Maybe he got an edge
onto
onto his pad, yeah.
certainly holding-
maybe.
Either way, I would have claimed it.
Oh yeah, well he did.
He certainly did.
John, I was with our friend Stuart Meeker and Jeremy. Jeremy's commentated with Meeks before as well during the
that's
break.
good. Overton in, driving. No direction or timing. Fielded by Atkinson at mid-on. What was that? Oh, is he here? Is he Meeks?
He's running like the corporate suite just up in the on our level actually, the Pakistan room.
Oh, sweet. He's a good guy. Stuart Meeker,
They had-
fine fast bowler for Surrey and played a couple of times for England. Against India in ODIs.
I think he's the only person to get Virat Kohli out twice in consecutive games or something. He tells me this stat all the time and I forget it. He might have made this stat up, of course, Meeks.
It's quite a difficult one to forget. Overton, short wide, left alone by Jaiswal.
They had Gladstone Small was the host, and they had Surf Ganguly. They had David Gower and Sano Gavaskar. I'm trying to think. I was just there. They did give me a soft drink. It feels like they put bourbon in it, and I did not.
I was wondering where you got that from. Stuart Meeker drove a camper van to Ukraine to drop off medical supplies, didn't he?
Yeah.
When the war started a few years back. It was just after he'd retired from playing in international cricket, domestic cricket, professional cricket. Overton again, left alone by Jaiswal. 221 for 4. Manners is coming in after a word from Jeremy and Jarrod.
Yeah, just 2 little points before I depart, Jarrod. One, I've forgotten the first point, and so that's quite quick. Let's just keep our eye on Jaiswal, see if he can actually restart again after getting to a level that he's been working towards. He's achieved that. Quite often you find players will just dive away from it, and they end up getting 103 that sort of thing. See if he can keep going and driving himself along. His team needs him to. Second point is, if this is a damaged surface and it starts to get variable, then I wonder whether the bowlers will start bowling straight at the stumps, and we'll have 4-5 fields a little bit more in the game.
No, that makes sense. Atkinson comes in here. This is straight, and it's popped up by Karan Nair off his pad. I think it hit close to the middle of the bat, but seemed to then hit the top of the knee roll and just bounce and just spoon up in the air. And I think Zach Crawley in at short mid wicket wasn't quite short enough. Even a short leg might have struggled because it went a little bit too straight there. And no, it was an edge. It was a genuine edge back onto the knee roll and flew up in the air and could have gone to the bowler or the short mid wicket. And in fact, Zach Crawley's come in about 4 metres, I think, after that, to a shorter mid-wicket, Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, Jarrod Kimber, as that's chipped up in the air once again. Gus Atkinson in full and wide outside the off stump, and Nair drives it just wide of mid-off. If you were... place yourself in Karan Nair's shoes for a moment, Jarrod. Just
well,
pretend...
I can do that easily because I quite often scoop the ball up when I come across.
Okay, I just want to see. Okay, so you're Karan Nair. I'm, I don't know, team manager or some higher authority, and I come to you and I go, Karan.
Your role play games are not as much fun as others are.
Okay, so I want to see if you're offended. Okay. We'll go back to that in a moment. Here's Atkinson once again up to the crease now. Bowls defended by Nair, pushes it out on the onside. So, Karan, well, I would like to have a word. Can we have a chat? Listen, I want to know, when was the last time you had your eyes checked?
So,
are you offended?
This happened with the Australian team, I believe, where I think someone did suggest that there was a problem and the player didn't want to get them tested in case there was an issue.
Right.
So,
admission of a problem. Here's Atkinson again. That takes off and bounces. It's left alone by Karan Nair.
But it also famously happened with Lawrence Rowe. Do you remember? He was out with, I want to say, Jerry Alexander, who's the former captain of the West Indies. He was the team manager. So exactly what you said. They were having dinner together, and Lawrence Rowe picked up the menu and went right with the menu right in front of his face. And Jerry Alexander went, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm just reading the menu." And he's like, "Well, no one reads a menu like that." And they got it checked, and he had a pterygium.
Oh.
I think it was a pterygium. I could be wrong.
Here's Atkinson again. Bowls. Nair turns it away through square leg, and they go through for a single. But you know, and just in case some of our listeners don't know what I'm referring to, he does seem to have a problem picking the ball up in all 3 tests.
I can see what you mean there. Yeah, he's when it gets dark, he doesn't pick the ball up as well, because that was the end of the Lord's Test. When it's been light, he's had no issue.
Right.
And that's what happened to Ross Taylor, and he also had a pterygium. And I think Ross Taylor might have said to someone when he came off the field, "I can't see the ball properly."
It's like a growth, right?
Yeah, it's like a rugby-shaped growth in the corner of your eyes. And what I didn't realise is that it's a lot harder to see at night time. So when there's lots of light, he didn't have any issue.
Okay, here's around the wicket now. Comes Atkinson. Jaiswal pushes to cover. Crawley fields. 224 for 4.
And so with Ross Taylor, they gave him some drops. I don't think he had the operation yet. He had the operation later, but they gave him some drops. And that was, he was playing at the Gabba. And you know what happens at the Gabba? About 4:30 in the afternoon, the low clouds come in every single night.
Some proper thunder showers as well.
And so it got dark, and the minute the clouds came in, he couldn't see the ball properly, right? So he puts these drops in his eyes. The next test is at the Wacker, where there are no clouds, as we also know. And he makes 290 something, John will remember. Batted forever, Ross Taylor, in that other one. And what he was saying to me was he wasn't sure if it was anything to do with the eye drops or just the fact that there was bright sunshine at one and not at the other. So I went through Ross Taylor's stats on day-night cricket, and I can tell you it was the sunshine that was his issue. And once he got his eyes fixed, he played much better in night cricket.
Jamie Overton runs away from us from the Vauxhall end, turned away by Karan Nair out towards square leg, and there's no run. Just the very first ball he faced today, he didn't see it.
No, you're right. I think I was walking around to see Meeks at that stage, and I sort of stopped going, why has he not picked this up? So you're right. I do think there is a bit of an issue there. I'm pretty sure I could pass a message through to him as well, through some friends, and just say,
just quietly, go for a checkup.
See, this is the thing. So I remember years ago writing an article about eyesight before I knew any of the science of it.
Here is Jamie Overton again, up to the crease now. Bowls. Naya leaves alone. Lead is 201.
This is before Cricinfo, when I was, working. When I was running my own blog back in those days, and the Australian team, someone from the Australian team got in touch about the person I was writing about, and said, generally, it's like no one likes to tell the player to go and get their eyesight, right? But it's sort of a thing that once you get over the age of 32, 33. It's a bit like, when men get older and certain things get tested automatically, that some more professional players will get tested once every year at 18 months.
Overton in once again, down the leg side. Not a good delivery, flicked at and missed by Naya, also missed by Jamie Smith, but he does manage to palm it down.
So in Ross Taylor's case, he had the eye drops, and then eventually he got the growth removed, and it was fine. But in Lawrence Rowe's case, I think that was before they could really fix anything, and he ended up having more trouble after finding out because he kept trying to fix it. He tried to bat in glasses briefly, that didn't work very well for him, and he tried to do contact lenses, but they were the early contact lenses. And also, you know that Lawrence Rowe was allergic to grass. Have you ever heard this?
No, grass, not glass. Here's that's edge dropped again. Another one goes down. I don't know who got hands to it first, Brook or Crawley, but it's the same duo. I really need to think about putting Bethel in the slips in the moment. Just give those guys a breather. It was Brook, I think, I'm afraid. Brook shells another one. Low and not especially easy. That was my initial impression. Well, the replays often make them look a little bit easier, but it's Crawley's put Brook off, hasn't he? Crawley's dived in front of him from third slip. It was a second slip catch. Brook seemed to have it covered. Do you think Crawley got fingertips to that? Did he deflect it?
I don't think he did. I just think he just obscured the ball from Brook, didn't he? It would have been a tough catch for Brook, but I think he takes it without Crawley there.
Dear, oh dear, another one goes down for England. Here is Overton again, bowls. Jaiswal beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah, so just to get back to the Lawrence Rowe situation. So Lawrence Rowe, because he was also allergic to grass, not glass, as you said, it meant that when he had the contact lenses in, his eyes would get watery, so the contact lenses didn't work. He couldn't bat in glasses. I can't remember why, but there was a reason the glasses didn't work, and it was before they could fix it. So Lawrence Rowe had a major knee injury that was misdiagnosed and ruined his bat path. He was allergic to grass, and he had a rugby-shaped thing on the corner of his eye. He went from being one of the best batters in the world to being very ordinary.
Here's Overton again. Jaiswal defends, pushing square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run.
He was up there with Barry Richards as thought to be the most talented batter in the early 1970s. Everyone thought he was going to be the next great player, and he was going to take over from Sobers, and sadly it just never happened. He never made runs in first-class cricket after that, let alone Test cricket. Beautiful. Have you ever seen him bat, Lawrence Rowe?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Languid.
I was just thinking of Barry Richards, because every time...
He once told me he made 300 with his eyes shut. Is that true?
Yeah. Every time people say, why did you retire so early? You could have carried on. Why didn't you play on a bit longer? And he just says, straight up, says, my eyes went, I knew it. And I asked him, did you ever have them tested? He said, I didn't need to. They were gone. They were gone. That surprises you, doesn't it? Here's Atkinson once more, and it's punched away by Naya. He's seen that one all right. That's a lovely shot behind square on the offside. It's a tall man's shot, played by a short man. And he got right on top of the bounce there and has just punched it. The straight bat, actually, mostly. Maybe about 45 degrees behind square on the offside. It was a lovely shot. Actually, it was straight.
Very straight, yeah. No, you picked that perfectly. It's just a beautiful shot. I love the idea that only Barry Richards could think that he knows more than an optologist or optometrist or any eye specialist.
Didn't need to. They were going, I knew it. Here comes Atkinson again, bowls, and forward comes Naya, pushing it out on the offside. And I did say to him, well, you know, it might just have been a condition. It might not have been natural deterioration. He was like 34.
Yeah, he was quite young. I remember looking that up because he didn't get 100 hundreds, did he?
No.
Yeah, and he's definitely quite clearly should have. Well, the Ross Taylor one is interesting because he was a bit older. He would have been in his early 30s. And after he had the operation, he did some throwdowns. And he went, I could see the seam. So for 2 or 3 years in international cricket, he wasn't picking up the seam.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. That is edged and is gone. Jamie Smith takes a catch in front of first slip. Karen Nair has been undone by Atkinson's away movement and bounce from the pavilion end. And it's a straightforward dismissal. I think England are just going to have to hope that anybody edges it to the man with the gloves on, because everyone else is dropping it at the moment. And Nair is gone. India are 229 for 5. Their lead is 206. So suddenly, at 206 for 5, the game feels like it is once more into the melting pot. But we've got Jadeja to come and score 80 now.
Yeah, well, we've got Jadeja, who I think you'll like this stat. I think he averages 120 between overs 40 and 80 in the last 3 years of Test cricket. I thought you'd like that stat. Viewers who cannot, we don't have the video camera here, cannot see Neil Manthorp's face sort of crumple into amusement at that stat. They still got Washington Sunday, might be their best
admiration. I mean, I do find it quite amusing, but also admiration. Yes, Washington Sundays to come as well. Well, I tell you what, this India would be in a spot of bother without Yashasvi Jaiswal. And he's had, I was talking about how his tour had threatened to become derailed a little bit earlier, and I should just correct that. I mean, I did say he scored 100 in the first Test match at Headingley, and then he made 87 in the second Test match at Edgbaston, which of course India won famously, and he made 58 at Old Trafford. So it's not, it's hardly a disaster, and but he's got it right back on track. He did make 2 noughts, which is at Lord's in the second innings and Old Trafford in the second innings. But
do you want to know what Indian cricket Twitter has been saying about Jaiswal?
Yeah.
Flat track bowling. Only makes runs when no one else does.
Can they retract that?
I don't think they can. I don't think they will. I don't think they have an official spokesman.
Indian cricket Twitter?
Yeah. ICT, that's what it's called.
Well, it's obviously just nonsense. Here's Atkinson again to Jadeja, and he hits it in the air, not very far from Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket, diving to his right, his wrong side, and I don't think it carried, don't think it was a chance, pretty sure it wasn't actually, but it was a dodgy start from Ravi Jadeja.
He's actually a couple of times in this series, because I'm so used to watching Jadeja on Indian wickets just come in and just be like, I'm going to block for an hour and a half and then I'll play my first shot. This series, he's quite often come in with some verve, some attacking instincts, which is a little bit different for him.
Jaiswal on strike as Atkinson is in again. Ball. Oh, that's driven through extra cover for 4. That was on the up. That was Caribbean. That was Brian Lara. What a shot. Not a half volley by any means. It's driven on the up, almost off the back foot. Absolutely spectacular from Jaiswal. It wasn't quite off the back foot. It looked like it, but his weight certainly wasn't going into the ball. There's certainly more than an element of Caribbean flair about that. Absolutely magnificent shot from Jaiswal, and he enjoyed it too. Well, why not? Atkinson into him once again. He defends straight back to the bowler, and the over comes to an end with India 234 for 5. Jaiswal going beautifully. 108.
Did he enjoy it, or was that him clutching at his hamstring?
I thought there was a celebratory jig.
So I thought he clutched at his hamstring straight after he hits it. Here we go, Manners. Yeah, I think he's just a very, very mild strain. He seems to be walking fine.
Cramp, maybe?
It could have been cramp, I suppose. But
Do you know, I actually thought it was a little kind of skip of
No,
celebration.
it was only because I saw his face on the close-up and I went, oh, maybe he's not dancing. Otherwise, I was all in on the dance. Has Jadeja been out in the second innings yet in this series?
I can answer that question. I was just going through his. Not sure he has actually. Has he? Not sure he has been.
I don't think he has. I can't. John put his notes in front of me a minute ago and then expected me to be able to read them.
Here's Jamie Overton, and that one bounces and nips back at Jadeja. I think hits him on the glove. I was looking at his numbers. I mean, he's had a phenomenal tour with the bat. Not so much with the ball, but he hasn't bowled nearly as many overs as he would have expected to in a 5-test series, and he's had almost no helpful conditions whatsoever. But what he's not done with the ball, he's more than made up for with the bat. He's been phenomenal.
Stats man Jon Norman has said no, he's not been out in the second innings.
A couple of unbeaten half centuries and an unbeaten century at Old Trafford, of course. Overton in, outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Jaiswal. Jadeja's come to the crease in a sleeveless sweater and a long sleeve shirt. India 235 for 5, leading by 212. 212 for 5. Washington Sundar to come. Dhruv Jurel to come. I think he's as good a player as Washington Sundar. What I've seen, he made that magnificent 90 in the 5th Test match against England last year. Short and wide and cut by Jaiswal down towards wide third. They go through for another single. 236 for 5.
You are a big Dhruv Jurel person. I think you bought more shares in Dhruv Jurel than most of us.
Am I overrating him?
No, I don't. I mean, we'll find that out in the next 7 years. But I just, you know, everyone has a player that they invest in early. Obviously, I've been on Washington since he's been about 16. But you were Dhruv Jurel. I've noticed it. There's a.
But he can do it all. I mean, he played that.
He's a very professional-looking player, and is that what you like? It's very straight lines. He's well-dressed,
clean,
well-groomed.
Yeah, clean, straight, clean cut. Pushed away by Jadeja, defended into the offside. I'm not, you know, I do the IPL more because I have to than out of a love or a passion. But he's played a couple of amazing innings. You know,
he struggled last year, but was it the year before? I think he did
really
well.
There was a game that had to be won. Can't even remember his team now. Titan.
No, he was Rajasthan, wasn't he?
This year?
Yeah, he was one of the Rajasthan, because Rajasthan had the all-Indian batting lineup, didn't they?
And he's made like 80 off 35 balls, and he's not a big player, and he's strong physically. That's driven through extra cover. Firm push by Jadeja, rather than a full-blooded drive. Ollie Pope is tearing after it and slides alongside the ball, giving himself a grass stain on his left knee, but does save 1 run. 3 more to Jadeja, moves on to 5.
Pope and Bethel ran after that, and Bethel's probably one of the best fielders in the world. And Pope, I don't think Pope's got some great instincts, especially when it comes to catching, but I don't think we would think of him as that level of fielder. Bethel didn't really catch up to Pope then, did he? It was like in a straight sprint, there wasn't as much between them as I would have thought there would be.
You just said Jacob Bethel's one of the best fielders in the world.
Yes.
Here comes Overton, outside the off stump, and Jaiswal was all poised, cut, and ready to cut. He was all set and suddenly decided against it. I wouldn't have thought you'd seen enough of him fielding to make that. It's a huge.
He's an incredible outfielder. Have you not seen him? You don't need.
I have seen him do incredible things, but not enough to call him a great fielder.
He reminds me of. This is a very random cricketer, but Fabian Allen, another cricketer who grew up in the Caribbean. Just the ability, the pace that he catches up to balls and gets himself into position. Hayden Walsh Jr. Remember Hayden Walsh Jr. as well? There's a couple of just incredible athletes. Young Steve Smith was another one who was like that. I remember when we all used to say Steve Smith might be the best fielder in the world, but we didn't know why he was playing for Australia. That quite quickly changed.
Yeah, he doesn't bowl much, does he? It's the reason he got into the Australian team. 2 slips and a gully as Gus Atkinson continues from the pavilion end, and I'm not sure whether Jadeja was beaten there or left it alone, taken by Jamie Smith. What's the name of the substitute fielder down at long leg again?
Nathan Barnwell, isn't it?
Nathan Barnwell. Is he? He's a Surrey staff member.
Yeah, I've seen him play a little bit, like kind of like a bustling medium pacer, and wax him a little bit. Can bat. Maybe number 7, 8, that kind of player.
Do you know? I tell you earlier, you might not have heard Sid Monga talking about Akash. Here's Gus Atkinson again, turned away nicely off his pads by Jadeja for a single down to long leg. And I asked Sid, because Akash previous test best was 31 in a follow-on saving innings at the Gabba in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and today he's increased that, doubled it, actually more than doubled it, made 66 as night watchman. And I asked Sid about his prowess as a batsman in domestic cricket, in first-class cricket in India, and he said no, he can bat properly, and yeah, he said he's got 50s, and plays quite orthodox, but he's a decent hitter as well. It is fielded by Nathan Barnwell now, the substitute down at long leg. So I thought I'd just check on that, and his previous highest first-class score was in fact 53 from 18 balls
With 8 sixes.
with 8 sixes.
Did you check the actual entire scorecard of what they made in that one?
No,
I think it was something like
I didn't.
773 for 7.
It was Bengal against Jarrod.
Yeah. Flat pitch.
Yeah.
Everyone past 50, including him off 18 balls.
Here's Atkinson again to Jadeja, pushes it to mid-wicket, no run.
I think there's a bit of a hope that he becomes a good number 9 for them in the future. Having chatted to some people around, who know his development and everything else. If you go through, I went through all of his professional innings, so I think he's batted about 87 times. Does a no ball as well. He's batted around 87 times in professional cricket, or maybe, yeah, I think that's right. And there's quite a few good knocks in there, some where he's hit the ball, and somewhere he's just batted normally. So I could see something there. Probably not ever higher than a number 9, but just getting a good number 9 is a huge advantage there.
Atkinson into Jadeja, stabs forward at this one, pushing it out to extra cover. It's fielded by Zach Crawley. 242 for 5.
Because you look at their bowlers, and Bumrah is never going to be much better. I know he's worked really hard on his batting. Sidharth has worked really hard on his batting. They're both basically number 11s, aren't they? I think those two. Prashid is definitely a number 11. I'm missing another one. Kuldeep has worked on his batting.
Yeah,
I don't know if he'll ever be a number 8, but he won't be like a English number 8 from the 90s.
Well, that's a good ball from Atkinson. Beats the outside edge as Jadeja pushed forward defensively. No run. Jadeja 619 to Yashasvi Jaiswal.
I think Kuldeep could be a handy number 8, maybe, without ever being anyone that is threatening you. But he's hard to get out when he decides to play in that kind of way. But if you can't fit Kuldeep into the side, you do end up in a situation, Manners, where more often than not, you want to pick your best 3 or 4 seamers. Arshdeep can't really bat either. Mayank Yadav, if we're looking at the next generation, also doesn't appear to have a lot of batting talent. It is a problem because Australia keeps finding bowlers who can bat a little bit.
Here comes Atkinson again, bowls down the leg side. I think it's hit Jadeja on the pad. It's going to run away. 4 byes is the call from umpire Kumar Dharmasena. India will take them whatever way they come. Doesn't matter what they taste of. The runs are runs. It's 246 for 5. Yashasvi Jaiswal 19. Ravi Jadeja has 6. And the lead now 223 for India. Effectively 223 for 5. And drinks are being taken here at the Oval. A burning question for me, Jarrod. And you're exactly the right person. Do you know, I actually saved this for on air because I'll listen more. I'll pay more attention to your answer.
That's because you're in the fishbowl you're in that weird fishbowl corner in the press box on your own, and there was no one else to ask.
No. Is there any legitimate excuse for people being hopeless with the bat these days. Because I loved your answer about why aren't there any batsmen who bowl these days, because I just think it's unacceptable. And unless you're Chandrasekhar and you've got a withered arm, I mean, is there any reason? Is there like a metaphysical reason? Is there, or eyesight maybe? You know, that would be legitimate. There's a couple of fast bowlers with poor eyes, and I get that. But I mean, you know, like the Indian 10 and 11, and sometimes 9, 10 and 11 in this series, I just think have been unforgivably poor. Why is that?
Yeah, look, I agree. I wonder if there is, and Sid might be a really good one to answer this as well, specifically with Asian fast bowlers, a lot of them are picked because of what they do in softball cricket, right? And so they don't grow up facing hard balls, and then they're in first class cricket and they're facing guys bowling at 85 miles an hour at them, and that's probably not the best way to develop. Whereas if you're growing up in Australia or South Africa, you're facing people at 55, 60, 65, and you suddenly going up. And so when you get to test level, yeah, it's a little bit quicker, but you understand. So I wonder if there's a small element of that plays a part when we're talking about that. But I always go back to a South African player on this, which is Imran Tahir. When I first saw Imran Tahir bat and field, I thought he might be one of the worst bats I've ever seen in my life, and he was the worst fielder I could see. He looked like he was allergic to the ball. He didn't know which direction to run, and I honestly thought he was going to get hurt out there. Imran Tahir is now 68 years old and still playing in these T20 leagues, and he's not a terrible fielder anymore. He's not a good fielder. He's never going to be a positive fielder. So I do think you can work your way up, but I don't think you can ever get. You're not going to turn someone who, as you said, doesn't have the eye, maybe doesn't have the hand-eye coordination, two things that bowlers don't always have. You're not going to make them into, you know, Mitchell Starc, right? But you can make them into late career Glenn McGrath, right? Where they get a little bit better and they can hang around and they understand things. And I think
that's all you want.
And I think Imran Tahir is the perfect example of a player who has managed to do that.
He was born in Pakistan and grew up in Pakistan. He moved to South Africa at around 18, 19 years of age. So
how old?
18, 19 years of age.
Imran Tahir? No, he was about 30 when he got to Pakistan. When he got to South Africa.
Yeah. Not 30. No, he's mid 20s.
Well, between us, we got there.
So, I mean, if there's anything to your theory, it just adds to it that he grew up in Pakistan.
Well, also,
he didn't grow up playing with a softball, because you can't leg spin softball.
No, but what I would say about him is, and I've never had the chance to sit down and chat to him about this, but I think when he got to South Africa, they said it's not acceptable for you to be the worst fielder in the world. And they worked on it, and then his batting was the other thing that they made him work on. Whereas I think in Pakistan culture at that point, I don't think that was at the top end of everyone's thoughts, right? So I do think there's an element of that. But yes, I think we all three of us watched Glenn McGrath from a young age to an older age. He was definitely a handy number 11 by the end of his career, and at the start of his career, he looked like he'd never seen a bat before.
And the other factor these days is the net session have become more and more streamlined, where there's a lot of workload management. So your test bowlers hardly bowl in the nets. Your batting part-timers hardly bowl at you. So you are mostly...
You're going to face a good net bowler rather than facing Virender Sehwag, right? Bowling some off-spin at you.
Or you're going to face, if you're Siraj, you're not going to face Bumrah at all. Because Bumrah is going to give you only a certain number of overs in the nets, and he's only going to bowl at the specialist batters.
But you should still be facing guys who are, professional cricketers bowling at you, whereas probably back before there were net bowlers, you would face more batters bowling part-time. So it does go both ways.
Overton's first delivery down the leg side again.
I got completely put off because they just dropped a beer right behind your head, and there's a...
Is that your first Guinness of the day?
Where did you get a pint of Coke?
It's Coke Zero, and our friend Shul Mika gave it to me because I went over to his corporate hospitality.
Can I tell you a funny story about Imran Tahir just quickly? You know what a terrible, like you just said, he was such a terrible fielder. And they tried to hide him in the outfield, and that was even worse. He put him down at third man, and that's flicked away behind square on the onside. And I'll never forget, and so people would try and work with him, and Jonty Rhodes was brought in to try and teach him how to...
Very similar kind of athletes, the two of them.
And anyway, I'll never forget what Imran Tahir said, having been embarrassed on the boundary again, and it was after this statement by Imran Tahir that everyone just gave up and said, well, there's absolutely no hope for him. But he said in a team meeting, but how do you know which way the ball is going to swerve?
Yeah, as I said.
Here's Jamie Overton continuing. It's been a heroic effort from the three seamers, just as it was from India's three seamers. And do you know, it's like, well, there was just a stunned silence, and everyone's eyes glazed over, and it's like, well, if you can't explain that. Like, if someone just doesn't get
And that's
how
kind of
the
what I'm
ball is
saying.
going to swerve on the outfield because of the shot.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what I'm saying with the batting as well. Like, there are going to be people like that, but we saw I just think Glenn McGrath's a great case study, because it was about, what, 16 years. We saw him at least get to a base level.
Flicked away down the leg side. It's a leg slip in place, and he got a hand to it. I don't know if it carried. We'll have to have a look at the replay. I don't think it did. Didn't look like a chance, but Jamie Overton is, well, he's wearing a corset.
He's been wearing. He's had the untucked shirt with the corset quite a bit. That was a chance, I think, and it was dropped.
Was it really a chance? Did it carry? Is it Ollie Pope at leg slip? No.
It's Ben Duckett, and he's still down on the ground, which I think tells you that he got his hand to that. Yeah, I think he just got his hand to it.
We'll have a look at a close-up. I didn't think it carried initially.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
Are you making a note of that?
7?
Does that one count?
Yeah.
Sid's quite generous and quite forgiving. That's pushed away for a single by Jaiswal off the toe end of the bat, confirmed by inspecting the toe end of it now.
I'm afraid it will go down as a drop.
Manners, just under your watch. Is that where you hurt yourself last night?
Yeah.
It's a nice little scar you've given yourself there. Have you seen it yet, Sid? Where
Quite a lump.
Yeah.
Manners fell on the gate.
The gate opened underneath me. I didn't fall on the gate.
You sat on a gate and a gate opened. That's kind of how gates work.
It was on a latch.
Not after you sat on it.
253 for 5. The lead is 230. Again, India edge back in front. That's a low full toss from Jamie Overton. It's driven up to Pope at mid-off. He picked it up very quickly, had a shy at the stumps, and the oohs and ahs of the fielders would suggest that that would have been very close had his throw hit.
I think he was struggling, and he didn't even dive. Wow, we'll watch the replay while Neil and John exchange this.
You tell it. Do you reckon he was in? Yeah, Jon Norman will take you through till tea.
Firstly, it was a drop chance that we are being shown. Just got glove on it, and it did carry to Duckett. And another day he would have fancied himself to take this, but today nothing is sticking. There's been one catch taken. Welcome, John.
You'll have to say that again, Sid, because I didn't hear any of it. I heard one catch taken.
Yeah, I was just saying that Ben Duckett would have fancied himself to take this every other day of the week, but not in this innings. None of the catches are sticking in this innings for them.
Niels. Overton has seen Nair dropped, Jaiswal dropped, and Sidharth dropped from his bowling.
What else can you do?
Bowl at the stumps. Catch it yourself. In again, down the leg side. Ooh, it's Josh Tongue bowling from the pavilion end.
I think it's seeming...
Start of his 20th over. So Ollie Pope is just doing everything. He just doesn't want to bowl Jacob Bethel, basically. I think you might get a bowl before Bethel.
I've got a feeling that it's just seeming too much. Harry Brook did get a ball.
Fine. But, you know, Josh Tongue has bowled 19 overs and bowled 16 overs in the first innings. But the ball's still moving around. It makes sense. I'll do the same. I'm not being critical. But at some point, we are going to have to see some spin. Tongue again on the pads. And this is down the leg side. 254 for 5 then with Jaiswal 115. Boy, he celebrated that century. And Jadeja is 8 not out, a lead of 231. And we've got an extended session here at the Oval to make up for the play that was missed on day one. How's your luck, eh? Well, what day shall I go to the cricket? Day one when there's 64 overs, or day three when there's going to be about 98? Tongue again, and this just bounces a touch more. Jadeja plays this defensive forward press touch uncomfortably, but no danger. 2-5-4 for 5.
Surely we won't get 98 overs.
No, we won't get 98 overs in. I'm just saying.
Well,
But one thing they're going to have a think about is, of course, you want to be bowling your pacemen, but we're 20 overs away from the second new ball, Sid.
I think Harry Brook would be a good bet to bowl a couple of overs.
Yeah.
there.
Round the wicket comes Josh Tongue. Oh, inside edge, back past the stumps. And Jadeja moves to 9. Floodlights still on. It's not as dark as it was. It was really, really gloomy for a period after the lunch break and just before. But that real dark, heavy cloud seems to have gone. There's 2 aeroplanes in the sky.
Hope they can see each other.
They're quite far apart. One seems to be
And
moving
different,
upwards, taking off, I believe it's called.
completely different directions.
Yeah, one is heading towards... Actually, I have no idea. Maybe one's heading towards Heathrow. The other might have just taken off from Gatwick. Tongue is in again. This is left alone by Jaiswal, who looked very nervy, didn't he? 97. Did you see that? Him and Nair. He was really unhappy with Nair.
On two occasions.
Yeah.
First, when he didn't inform him that the deep third had moved fine. Second, when he wanted the 3 to get to the 100, and Nair quite rightly turned it down, turned the third run down.
Nair was in the wrong for the fly slip and in the right for the third run.
But it's a very emotional innings for Jaiswal. It was, you could see his emotions were overflowing.
Tongue again, left alone again by Jaiswal, and I think part of the reason that the emotions are is there is some back and forth out there.
And the series has been such a topsy-turvy one for him. He started with a century in the first innings, a belligerent, dominating century, but then he dropped catches. He was taken out of the slip cordon. Those catches proved to be costly. They cost India the match. Then he was, I think he got out. He got a very good ball in the 80s. No, he was out on the square cut on the 80s at Edgbaston, and after that hit a trough to 2 ducks. I think 3 or 4 single-figure scores, and I just think he came here and he said, okay, now till now I tried to be patient. I tried to be disciplined. I've tried to keep emotions at bay. Let me just play an emotional innings. Let me see what luck brings to me. And it has brought him 2 drop catches. Life has come full circle. Started with 100, ending with 100. Starting with drop catches that might have cost India the game. Ending up being beneficiary of drop catches that could cost England the game and end the series 2-all.
Yeah, and then he might drop a couple more in England's second innings, and England do go on to win the game.
Never beat too sure.
No. Oh, that's a good shot, from Jadeja. It's banged in by Overton, and Jadeja, he's just thrown everything at it. It's actually a similar... There's only one slip in place. I've just realised. There's one slip in place.
That's what happens when you're 230 behind.
Shall I just explain the rest of that shot before I start deviating off? Because we saw in first ball at Old Trafford, and he's edging to Joe Root. Similar shot. He's thrown everything at a short wide ball. And this one is sailed over first slip and down to the boundary for 4. But if you're Overton and you're bowling short and wide outside off stump, I don't understand why you've got 2 mid-wicket fielders and a man down on the boundary and just 1 slip, pushed out to cover, no run.
This is definitely not bowling to a plan. He does not have the feel for this bowling. He's actually got 6 men on the leg side and 3 on the offside.
There's not even somebody out at the backward point.
Yeah. The deepest fielder on the offside is standing next to the point umpire now, because he's not switching. Oh, he should be switching because they're both left-handers. Anyway, there's only one fielder square on the offside, so it was a safe shot that Jadeja played on the first ball of the over.
He actually got it a bit closer to first slip than possibly he needed to as well. Short and ducked by Jadeja. Yeah, so this is the situation for England. They need to... Actually, no, yeah, going back to the Jaiswal point, it is really interesting in his reaction at reaching 100. And the other thing is, remember where India were at lunch yesterday compared to where they are now.
Yeah, and
that's why we love this game, by the way, because we can watch it for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years and still be surprised by how the game goes.
Yeah, that one big effort that India put in the middle session yesterday gave them the chance to be in this position.
Round the wicket comes Overton. I am absolutely gobsmacked by this from England. I do not get it. He is bowling outside off stump, like he's bowling wide outside off stump. The ball didn't keep up that low this time, with one slip in place. And Jaiswal has just gone, thanks, Jadeja, sorry, has just gone, thanks, I'll just steer that down to the vacant third boundary. Is there a fielder? Is there a fielder down at third?
Now one has moved there.
So where's he come from? Is that Dawson?
From the leg side, yeah.
He's been moved out. So there's a, I see, yeah, because there was a square leg and there was a mid-wicket and mid-on. Now, still got a deep square leg, and we have a mid-wicket, a fine leg and a leg gully, but still one slip, third, and cover point mid-off.
That last boundary was like one of those free kulfi ice creams they were offering yesterday at Alex Stewart Gates.
Oh, that's a better delivery. He's coming forward and beating past the outside edge, but once again, I'm still not sure he's bowling to his field.
Yeah, and you cannot afford to do that when you're 240 behind, 5 wickets still to be taken. And 5 wickets still to be taken, and mind you, Washington Sundar or Dhruv Jurel is going to bat at number 9. And on this pitch where we still feel the ball is doing too much to take the edge.
I'm baffled. I am baffled.
This has been a especially poor over, and now he's getting what he wants. Now he can bowl what he's been bowling because the mid-wicket has moved to second slip, and now it makes sense to bowl short of a length just outside off stump.
On the pads it is then. Here is Overton, and it's left alone by Jadeja, who's yet to be dismissed in second innings of this series. He hasn't even got an average. How rubbish must Jadeja be? Hasn't even got a batting average in second innings in this series.
But first I must say it was outside off and left alone, and not on the pads and left alone. Yeah, I think India are tiring the bowlers into the ground.
Well, this is it, right? 20 overs now to the second new ball, and Ollie Pope needs to keep. Well, this is the point where surely we're going to get some spin. Maybe he's got a couple more for. Let's have a look. Josh Tongue, but Overton and Atkinson, you feel, are now going to be rested for 20 overs.
But I can totally understand the problem Ollie Pope has, that if India are still batting at 80 overs, that's going to be another 100 runs. That's a lead of 340.
How many do you think England can chase? There's Jaiswal facing, and it's Josh Tongue bowling in from the pavilion end, and Ben Duckett running across from gully and preventing a single from being taken. I'll change the question. At the start of play today, a lead of 52. What do you think the minimum is India would have settled for? I know that's a bit of a vague question, but I mean, what is a match? What would you have thought would a match-winning innings be at that stage?
I was actually influenced a lot by everybody who's been telling me day 3 and day 4 become really flat, and I came with a very open mind today.
Yeah, I agree. Tongue is in, defended. It was a just wait and watch kind of morning, because if the ball's moving around everywhere and there's edges flying,
then India would have taken this 240.
Then you're like 250.
Yeah, India would have taken this 240.
But then what actually happens is, as we thought I don't think any of us expected Akashdeep to hit 66. Dropped along the way, by the way. He was dropped on 21, and he also survived a close LBW shout. Another day that is given out on field and the batter isn't overturning it. But essentially, he hit 66 and was playing some proper cricket shots as well. This is tucked away for a single by Jaiswal, who moves to 116. The score 264 for 5, a lead for India now 242.
But having said that, I don't think the movement has died down. It's still doing a lot. Perhaps, I don't know if it's not doing it as quickly as it was on the first 2 days.
No, it isn't. But maybe that's a little bit to do with the bowlers as well. But yeah, I agree, the pitch.
Bowlers,
But there's less moisture in the track as well. There'd been so much rain.
I must commend John here. He's struggling with a cramp just like Jaiswal, but he has not yet missed a beat.
Here is Josh Tongue, defended by Ravindra Jadeja. Pushed back to the bowler. 264 for 5.
Come on, you can leave it to me and stretch for a while.
No, I'm good. As long as I can keep my legs straight, I'm fine. That's where I get in trouble.
Yeah, these are London press boxes, by the way. In Manchester, we were very comfortable.
Oh, it was quite cosy. They really squeak as well, these chairs here at the Oval. Horrible sound. Tongue again, and it will be 4 down the leg side.
It has again done too much. That's bias. He's left it alone, but it has seemed so much that it has beaten even the keeper down the leg side. And starting from outside off.
I think 350. Wow, that has done a lot, hasn't it? 61 over ball.
Yeah. Joe Root is loosening up.
There we go. There we go. I think Joe Root is going to come and have a bowl.
Scott, our producer, made a seam-up gesture.
Down the leg side again from Josh Tongue. And this time it's fielded by Jamie Smith. It's going to... So there is another element to all this, because of course this England team don't do draws. Joe Root is going to bowl. They do not do draws.
I don't see a draw in this unless it rains and rains and rains and takes a day out of this game.
I think there might... No, I think the forecast for tomorrow is better now. Let's say there's no rain. So we've got 2 days and a session and a bit.
Whatever it is, England have to go for it. England cannot bat for a draw on this pitch. At Old Trafford you can. On this pitch you really cannot bat for a draw, because as we have seen with Jaiswal, the only way to survive here is to keep scoring, staying close.
And also there's no way I can see that India are going to either be in a position to declare, or they're going to score so many runs that England are going to be out of it. You know, the only way is they have 4 sessions to bat, and India add another 300 to their score.
Yeah, before 500, there's not even a...
Yeah.
They won't even entertain a thought of a draw, forget.
So it's not a draw,
yeah.
right? It's not a draw.
No.
So England are going to be set. You feel minimum 325. Joe Root on to bowl, and he's bowling round the wicket to Jaiswal, who's 116 not out. That's his top score of the series, his second 100. India's lead is 245. 5 wickets in hand, but one of the wickets to fall is that of Akash Deep. So Jarrod and Washington Sundar still to come. This is over pitch, or a fuller ball from Root, driven back to the bowler, and he fields right-handed, but Ollie Pope I think would have collected the ball anyway. It's quite far back at mid-off, but halfway back to the boundary, as this time Jaiswal props forward and pushes it out to the cover, where Ben Duckett comes in and fields. No run.
It's brightening up a little more, and the mid-off is actually quite deep. There's a single every day of the week.
Again, defended by Jaiswal. Defensively played by
or defensive.
Jaiswal. Defensive. You get the point. 268 for 5 then. Lead 245. And this is a position India down the track, and driving is Jaiswal, fielded at mid-off. This right now is a position India would have dreamt to have been in. 20 overs until the second new ball. Centurion at the crease, a lead in excess of 200, pushing 250, and Joe Root bowling. Clipped away, but fielded by Ollie Pope. I get Ollie Pope and Jacob Bethel confused all the time in the field. It was Bethel at mid-off and Pope at mid-on. I basically attributed every single bit of fielding to those 2 players throughout this test match to Ollie Pope. Good and bad.
Has any of them dropped a catch?
No, that's why I have been able to get through this far, because I would have realised by now otherwise.
Has any of them taken any?
No. There have been a lot of catches dropped, though. I mean, talk about those drop chances at Headingley. You know, England have more than matched India's efforts, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they're now leading on the series tally by 19 to 18 or 20 to 18.
In your face, India, winners. Yeah, we might have drawn the series. Defended by Jadeja. Tongue continuing from the pavilion end.
Yeah, you might draw the series, but nobody beats us on drop catches.
Absolutely. Although I suppose India do still have another
India,
innings to go, so they could edge back ahead, draw the series, which kind of means they win the series, and winning the drop catches. You know, the little competition within the competition.
The most fair result would be India level on drop catches, level on matches won.
Wow.
And
that's how we remember
honours
this
intact,
series.
honours shared.
Tongue again. This is back of a length and pushed out to the covers where it's fielded by Crawley, where he tries to field it. Another run to the score, 269 for 5.
Honours shared, dishonours shared.
But who wins on boundary countback? Hey?
That's a calculation.
Gary Morgan. Well, Gary's going to be furiously trying to work that one out. Winning a World Cup on boundary countback was mad on the day. 6 years later, it's astonishing that was allowed to happen.
But that was the rule for 4 years. Nobody objected to it.
That's because it was never going to be a tie at the end of a super over to win a World Cup. Shaw always fenced at this as Jaiswal, and it's gone through to Jamie Smith. No
you
run.
say that after the experience you have in cricket?
Yeah. Oh, here's one for you. I can't believe it's never happened though. Have you seen that, Jarrod?
What?
I asked Gary Morgan the question, how many times have the scores increased across all 4 innings of a test match?
Never.
Well, for England to win, that's going to have to happen. Tongue in again. This is a touch fuller and defended by Jaiswal. No run. 269 for 5. Hang on a second. How can that never have happened before? In 2,650 odd test matches.
I could have only imagined that happening in timeless tests, because otherwise you will run out of time. Usually, if the pitches just keep improving, that means it started off as flat. So you will run out of time. There will be a draw.
Tongue again. Silence isn't good for radio. I've been stunned into silence. It has never happened before. Jarrod, just nod or shake your head. Are you surprised? Can you hear me? Are you surprised by the fact that in the history of Test cricket, we have never had a Test match where the innings scores have increased across all 4 innings?
Yeah, he is surprised. He's astonished. He's taken aback.
Wow. I'm absolutely... This is cut through point. Chase on for third. And there's a dive in there. And Jamie Overton's done well to get the ball. But I think they might have a little look at this because his legs did seem to slide round towards the boundary before he threw the ball back in. 2 runs definitely added to the score. And the reaction from everyone on the field is that they all have absolutely no doubt that was 2 runs. So I probably saw that one wrong. Here we go. It's just gone up there. It's gone up there. Yeah, he's just about done okay. 2 runs it is.
I think we are at a point where they don't care. What's 2 runs? When it's
What's 2
2
runs? Were you not at Edgbaston in 2005? Were you not at Wellington in 2023?
At 248 for 5, I would say what's 2 runs? On this pitch.
Well, we'll see. Make a note, producer Scott.
Yeah.
When Sid said that. Only the 3rd tied test in the history of Test cricket.
That would be something. We would have seen some cricket if that happens.
Push back to the bowler, Jarrod. 271 for 5 then, the score pushing 250. I mean, one thing we know is that whatever the target, Duckett and Crawley are going to come out and they're going to go Carizzi. This is clipped to mid-wicket, no run.
I don't think there's another manner to this, because if you let the new bowlers settle down into a rhythm, there will be a ball with your name on it. They have to do what they did in the first innings.
Yeah, they do, and they will. Of that I have very little doubt. Root in, and this is pushed back to the bowler, no run. How did things go at Edgbaston? I forget. I didn't actually cover.
Edgbaston was a huge lead for...
I didn't because I
you
got
mean
out
the-
of town after day 3, so it's not in my muscle memory. Root again. This is tossed up and just comfortably pushed up to mid-on, or through mid-on up to mid-on, long on for a single. 272 for 5. 118 to Jaiswal, his 6th Test century. So that means he's scored more Test centuries overseas than he has at home.
Yeah. 4 away, yeah.
He scored a century on debut, didn't he? This is cracked to short cover, and Duckett gets across well to block and stop. 4 runs otherwise.
1 in the West Indies, 1 in Australia, 2 here.
On debut as well, that West Indies knock. And more often than not, as he's pushing out to cover, when he goes past 100, he goes big.
Hundreds in his first Tests in the West Indies, in Australia and in England.
Wow, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
Australia was second innings though, but still it counts. Especially when the first innings were almost cancelled out. At Perth.
At Perth, KL Rahul batted
Yeah.
well in that second innings, didn't
yeah.
he? That's his 4th Test century against England then.
Yeah, loves playing England.
Who doesn't?
He scored a gazillion runs at home.
Quite a high number. Not against New Zealand, he didn't.
No.
That was a fascinating Test match, wasn't it? 46 all out. New Zealand hit 400 odd. And for a while it looked like India might even win. Pushed out to point by Jadeja. They put on, 350 odd for the 3rd wicket. Sarfraz Khan with 100. Jaiswal, was it with 100? No, it wasn't Jaiswal. Who else? Sarfraz Khan and
Rishabh Pant.
Rishabh Pant with hundreds.
So that match reminded me a lot of Edgbaston. Not the 46 all out, but how New Zealand just got the second new ball and took and wiped off the tail after a big 300 run partnership in the middle.
Here is Tongue continuing round the wicket, and this is skied and caught! Jamie Overton running in from 3rd. We're talking about Jaiswal going big. Well, he's just departed, going for a big shot. The fielder has been placed there for exactly that, and Jaiswal couldn't have picked him out better.
That's a series, but what a series, what a roller coaster he has. Started with 100 in the first innings, dropped catches, was put out of the cordon, was not always present on the field. He's had a couple of praise from the captain, hit a run of single-digit scores, but now comes back and in a tricky position, puts India in a commanding position with a century. His 6th in all, 4th away from home, 2nd in this series. A series that has come full circle for him. Now all he needs to do is to be alert in the field and take his catches.
And I hope that the batter, in the disappointment of probably feeling like he's just got himself out, just realises that as he's walked off this field, the crowd have all got to their feet, English supporters, India supporters, and applauded the batter off the field. Brilliant knock, but England will still just about believe. A lead of 250 for India. 4 wickets now before England will have to bat again. Jarrod coming to the crease.
Which means Washington Sundar, who scored a century in the last Test, will be batting at 9. And just a bit of technical/tactical intervention, spurred on by Jarrod sitting next to me. He's out on the square cut again. Short and wide, there was a fielder in place, and he played that shot.
Yeah, he did. His false shot percentage to those deliveries
is quite high.
Is very high.
And this is the 2nd time he's out on the square cut this series. Once on 87 or 89 against Ben Stokes, and now off Josh Tongue after having scored his 100.
It was Josh Tongue's 2nd wicket. He's bowled 22 overs in the innings. It's gone for 83. And now he's got a right-hander to bowl at in Jarrod. And the tongue is in and targeting the pads. And Jarrod comes forward and blocks this out to mid-on. So, once again in this series, every time India look like they're just pushing ahead, England's persistence pays off. What time is it, T?
350.
3:50.
3:55, I think. So we've got half an
3:55.
hour to tea.
So the game could change again. England will hope so. Short delivery and Jarrod ducks under it. Boundary count back time.
No, I just had a thought.
Go on.
England lose their 9 wickets, 10 runs shy of the target. Does Chris Woakes come out to bat?
Yeah. Well, actually, nobody knows, right?
No.
Nobody knows.
I can't imagine he won't. I cannot envisage a scenario where he doesn't. Even if he's in a sling.
Yeah, I think he probably does. Might be his last act as an England player as well. Where it all started here at the Oval in 2015, pushed back to the bowler by Jarrod. 273 for 6. I think you're right. I think he does come out. It'd be it'd be very painful to see. Boundaries this series. India will win on boundary countback. 411 fours to England's 334.
Sixes?
41 as opposed to England's 30.
Wow, and who's best bowling then?
Rishabh Pant. Left alone by Jarrod, ball on good length. And that's the end of the over. Another successful one for England, 189 for 3 at lunch. India lost just 1 wicket this morning, that of Akash Deep, but they've lost 3 wickets in the afternoon session. Shubman Gill trapped at leg before wicket, first ball after lunch. Karun Nair, a flighty innings. He was caught by Jamie Smith for 17, and Jaiswal just a few moments ago. Uppercut, square cut, fencing, steering, however you want to describe it, down to Jamie Overton coming in from the 3rd boundary. He would have wished he was at fly slip.
It's another short wide one, was it, John?
Yeah, we've already said it. I mean, it's you know.
But here's the thing: is it worth it when he goes out for 85 and 100? Like, they give him a lot of runs before they get him out that way, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, he's walked off with 118, hasn't he?
It's like a rope-a-dope. It's like Muhammad Ali versus George Foreman, but instead of getting him to punch you in the body, you're getting him to punch you in the head.
Oh, it's like a spinner, isn't it? Tossing one up to a tail ender.
Yeah,
And
he keeps hitting you for 6.
Yeah.
He'll eventually get sick
It's
and tired
Shoaib
of this.
Bashir, basically.
Shoaib Bashir. The Shoaib Bashir of strategies.
Yeah. And with that wicket, by the way, Ollie Pope has called back Gus Atkinson. I do understand it. It's very much cricket in the now, rather than cricket in the 15 overs time from now. Second new ball due, but you know, if India is still batting by then the lead has gone past 300, possibly. It's Jadeja though, first ball from Atkinson, who's bowling from the Vauxhall end, and this is pushed through vacant backward point for a single. 275 for 6. Jeremy's back for a little mini stint. Oh, his man is back as well. Okay. I'm losing all track of time.
You never really had a lot of track of time, though, did you?
No, I've
or
always
direction?
been direction. No, time. Yeah, no, I'm usually all right with time. Time is my friend. My wife, on the other hand, less so. No, you
She's supposed to be your friend as well.
I've got to say, the microphone is a broadcaster's best friend.
Doesn't answer back, is that what you're saying?
Moving on. And yes, of course, she is my friend. Cricket gets in the way sometimes, though. Gets between us. Pushed out to mid-off. No run. Jarrod?
You did say, though, just so everyone's aware, you did say the microphone is your best friend, and then you said Fee is a friend. So, Fee, if you're listening, and I know you're not.
I'm saying that Jeremy's microphone is his best friend, not my wife. But if you met her, you'd like her. Well, 2 Kiwis.
I'm sure.
Wrong island, though, isn't she?
She's the wrong island, yeah. Ooh, a little outside edge. Oh, and there could be a runner here, shy of the stumps, and looks like, is it Ollie Pope has missed? No, it's Ben Duckett at backward point, and I have a feeling that Jarrod would have been run out. He was sent back by Jadeja, and I'm not sure Jarrod would have got back in time. Throw the stumps at the striker's end, and Duckett's missed.
Is that the third run out Duckett's missed in this innings? I know it's definitely his second. Oh no, it's not. He would have been back in that time, so that's fair.
Yeah, he took a while to turn. He ran off the pitch, didn't he? He ran on the greener grass. That it takes you a while to turn, as it did Gill as well.
And I think he would have just been home, just as we're all two slips and a gully with Atkinson in. Jarrod's off the mark with a confident clip through mid-wicket, square of the wicket for a single. 2-7. See the scoreboard can be quick. 275 for 6. Oh yeah, they've given the single to Jarrod. So the lead now 252. Is that me done, Scott? Producer Scott? Oh no, is this over still going? It's not me done. Still got 2 balls to go. Scott's dreaming of a much needed week or 2 off, I think. I've got a feeling he might be playing some golf. Back to the driving range. What's going on down here?
I don't see. They're pointing at someone not far in front of us. Let's have a look. I can't see anyone down there that they're pointing at. The security guard hasn't moved. Oh, there's a couple of people in hats. I can't see them actually. It is whoever it is has not realised it's him. That's the problem. So Ollie Pope keeps pointing at the same group of people, and they keep looking around, going, "It can't be us."
We've been sitting here all morning. An afternoon.
It is someone in a wheelchair with a red top on.
Ah, that's what it is.
Who is on the wrong angle, I think, when the ball is coming around the wicket. But again, might have been sitting there all day, but they've moved. He's rolled himself about 3 metres to the right.
It's Jadeja, and he's pushing this to the left of Gus Atkinson. No, not Gus Atkinson, he's bowling. He's pushed it to the left of the mid-on fielder, who looks like he might have just injured himself slightly, sliding and picking the ball up and throwing it to Overton.
Just a finger though, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a big, strong lad from the country. Just bite it off, move on with it.
He's a South Island boy, isn't he?
And nothing North Island about him.
He's never been to the North Island. He'd swim there.
He, like Maui, he'd fish it up, wouldn't he?
Yes. Here is Atkinson, and it's Jarrod. Remember, India have come in with an additional batter in this Test match. And that is the end of the over. That's well, I'll just think about that to myself in the next half an hour. Jeremy's going to continue talking. Jarrod might too. With or without microphone, you'll be able to hear him. And Manners is coming in.
Well, 3 wickets this session so far. A lead of 253. Don't think it's quite enough yet from what we've seen, Jarrod.
No, I do think though, when the clouds came back in, it hasn't been easy to score. It's not that the ball's been moving around. Just, I don't think, in fact, I've got something for Manners here. I don't think the Indians picked the ball up perfectly well after lunch. I think when it was a little bit dark and the clouds were in and the lights were there, I think, again, just one of those periods where they're maybe not picking the ball up very well.
New over begins from Josh Tongue, and it's driven by Jadeja away through extra cover. Chase on for Liam Dawson is back on the field now, and well, Jadeja wanted to come back for a third, but he was denied the opportunity by Dhruv Jurel.
So you said that you thought Karan Nair wasn't picking the ball up very well, and we talked about
to everybody now, does it?
We talked about Ross Taylor, and I was thinking, well, Karan Nair's been in pretty good form the last couple of years. His eyes must be doing pretty well. He's averaging about 300 at one stage in this day cricket. So I looked up how often he's batted in darker conditions.
How do you do that? What filter is that?
I've got some secret filters in my back pocket.
You've got a dark filter on your laptop. Here's Tongue again outside the off stump. Jadeja leaves alone.
Basically, in T20 cricket, you play day games, you play day-night games, and you play night games, right? So obviously day games, we're going to assume the sun was out, it's India. Day-night games, if he bats in the first innings, he's batting under the sun. If he bats in the second innings, he's under the lights. And obviously for night games, you're playing under the lights. In the times when he batted under the natural light of the sun, that magical star that we look up at in awe every day, Jeremy.
Here is Tongue again around the wicket. Jadeja once more happy to leave that one alone.
Yes, thank you, Jarrod.
Just give you a little bit of colour with it. He averages 46 in T20 games under the sun.
46.
Then at night we have to put lights on, floodlights of varying qualities around the world. Some of them are too low, some of them are too bright. They radiate the ground, but are they as easy for him to see the ball? He averages 23 when the lights are on. So 46 in the daytime and 23 when the lights are on.
Both T20 matches.
That's about 10 games in the sun and about 10 games under lights.
Tongue in to Jadeja once more. There's no run. Jarrod 1, Jadeja 24. Jadeja with 2 unbeaten half centuries and 3 actually, and an unbeaten 100 in the second innings in this series. So
same pitches.
So
Same.
it's not
same
everything's exactly
conditions,
the same.
Same teams.
I prefer same team for quite a bit of it, and in his good form run, which is the most important thing.
here is Tongue again outside the off stump. That one is a tired delivery, doesn't bounce, bounces twice actually before it reaches keeper Jamie Smith.
If you go back before that 3-year period, there's no difference between what he was like under lights and with the sun. So his whole career he never had this problem, and in the last 3 years, when the sun's been out, he's been absolutely brilliant, and when the lights have been on, he's really struggled. So I am going to pass the message on to his camp and say, might just be worth seeing if there's any issues with getting light into his eyes.
Here's Tongue, slower ball, big appeal for leg before wicket, hits him on the pad, up goes the finger. Had a good long hard think about it, did Kumar Dharmasena, but maybe my eyes are going, but I think he's bowled a slower ball there, and maybe just very tired, but it was a little floater, and it's hit the batsman right in front of middle by the looks of it. And are they going to review? Have they reviewed?
Yes,
They have reviewed. What did you think? A, did you think it was a slower ball, and B, did it look dead in front to you?
Well, I thought because he fell over, it was hard to tell, and so I didn't get a great look. I didn't think it was a slower ball though. It looks like it was just fast and straight. It's outside off stump. It's well outside off stump, in fact. So Jeremy picked that. I thought because he fell over, it might have been the second step that was outside off stump, but Jeremy got this 100%. This is not going to be out.
Well, it's hit him on the toe. It's hit him full on the toe, so it's going to hurt. But impact outside the line of off stump. To the rapturous celebratory cheers, the Indian supporters in the crowd. And Kumar Dharmasena had a really good long hard think about that, and it might just have been one of those few occasions where the ferocity and unrelenting nature of the appeal may have persuaded him. He might have been thinking, oh, is that outside off stump? Was that? But Josh Tongue didn't even turn around, did he? He just carried on running and celebrating.
So something's going on here. Ollie Pope talked to Hassan Raza, and Hassan Raza is dealing with the fact that Jadeja's foot has to be reattached after that Yorker, and he sent him off to Kumar Dharmasena, and I think they are just checking whether a shot was played. A shot is played. So I don't really
He's looking to drive it. That's why he's got the foot outside the off stump for a start, and he's certainly playing a shot at the ball.
Sorry, they might be looking for the inside edge because it was caught at slip. That's what it was.
Right.
I knew there was something else.
Okay.
Because both umpires were chatting to Ollie Pope. They're just checking. I don't think he hit that.
I don't think he's hit it either.
No.
Hit him straight on the toe.
Yeah.
And it's hurt. I knew that immediately.
Got his shoe off.
One thing was absolutely for certain is that it's sore.
He's just had a tablet, I can tell you that.
Like, that's going to help.
Yep. And they are now putting
45 minutes time.
They're now putting sticky tape on the foot. That helps when you've broken a bone.
Hassan Raza is overseeing proceedings,
Yeah.
just making sure that they get on with things.
He definitely doesn't hit it beforehand. No, he doesn't hit it.
Doesn't hit it as it comes out the back either.
It's fair enough from England to have a look at that. That's
Absolutely.
good work by Pope, actually, or whoever it was who noticed that, because I hadn't picked up it was caught at slip.
Well, Jadeja's down and he's receiving treatment. We couldn't possibly have another serious foot injury, can we? With after Rishabh Pant's broken metatarsal, he's at home now. I believe, I am told, Rishabh Pant has flown home. But Jadeja's receiving some lengthy treatment from the physiotherapist. Is it possible to make batting boots more protective? I mean, you know, you can have a reinforced toe cap, because it did seem to hit him on the toe, but I mean, would that make it difficult to run? Have you ever batted in old cricket boots?
Old cricket boot?
Yeah, old style.
With the metal. Like no, I haven't. No, I haven't. I wasn't quick enough for the drag for that sort of thing. But
because it's always a source of curiosity.
I batted him. It felt like you had on steel cap boots and it was really hard to run. That's how I. So
there's nothing you can do to. How about some of that sort of reinforced padding that they make hockey goalkeeping pads out of?
Yeah, I suppose there's something else you could do. Yeah, maybe like a flap that comes down.
Because I mean, he's just got runners or jogging, running shoes, really.
Most of the bowlers used to have batting boots, so they weren't going to bat in their bowlers, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, they
less
made the choice.
Yeah,
well, less protected ones. You're right.
Oh well, Jadeja's up on his feet now. He's taken a tablet. So that'll help with the swelling and the pain in about 45 minutes' time, if he can survive that long. What a series he's had. Dhruv Jurel, though, will be on strike now as Gus Atkinson prepares for another, what he hopes will be final push. Maybe this will be his last spell. There's still Washington Sundar to come. That's defended away out on the offside towards extra cover. Liam Dawson fields. I presume, Jarrod, you've spoken about the fact that it's never happened that in a test match that Gary Morgan says that the scores have gone up progressively from first to fourth innings.
Yeah, I thought it had, but
I thought it had.
I thought there was a test match. What about South Africa's first win? What were the scores in that test match? You were there.
In Barbados?
No, their first ever win.
Oh, short, wide and cut for 4 by Jurel. Lovely shot. It was a tired delivery from Gus Atkinson. See, I fell into that new Cricket South Africa trap of going first win in 1991.
And you should have known I was making a joke about you being there in 1906.
I don't remember the scores there. I don't remember seeing the scores, whether they went up progressively. But I thought it had happened. But evidently not. I mean, it's not unprecedented by any means to have the highest score of a match in the fourth innings. That happens from time to time.
No, it didn't happen in that match. It was England made 184, South Africa bowled out for 91, then England made 190, and South Africa chased 287 in the last innings.
Where was that?
That was in Wanderers. I think, was it the Old Wanderers?
Old Wanderers. Matting wicket. Here's Atkinson in again, chipped out towards Crawley at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it would have been a matting wicket, which is also different again, isn't it? Anyway, so...
I think it got better in the fourth innings.
Well, but I mean, a matting wicket isn't going to fall apart by the end of the game.
It depends on the tension, doesn't it?
He's right. That was what Pakistan...
And the umpires used to sit down and look at the tension and that sort of thing.
Pakistan
I don't know whether they had anything
that,
to measure it. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Here's Gus Atkinson. Running away from us, from the Vauxhall end, up to the crease now, bowls. Jurel struck on the pad outside the line of off stump. The arms went up initially, but there was no appeal.
Of course, they stopped using matting wickets in Pakistan because of Dwight Eisenhower.
Yeah. No, I know the story. He was there.
No, it's more Jeremy's face of, okay.
He went to he was taken to, wasn't he, to watch a day of Test cricket. It broke all sorts of records for being the dullest of all time.
Wasn't it something like 130 runs scored for 7 wickets or something in a day?
And he was. So, what did you think, Mr. President? It's not for me. Here is Atkinson again. Jurel plays defensively out on the onside, and India remain 282 for 6.
Yeah, he said something along the lines, didn't he, of I thought they played this game on grass. But also, as you said, wasn't particularly big. The story that Sadly now, I don't know if we've ever got the full details, but it sounds like the Australians were egging on because they met Eisenhower before he met the Pakistani dignitaries. Sounds like the Australians behind the scenes were egging him on. Usually we would play this test match on grass, but this one's on matting for some reason. Anyway, it's the last test match ever played on matting in men's or women's cricket, I believe.
Here is Atkinson again running away from a 2-slips gully and a short mid-wicket, and it's the short mid-wicket, Zach Crawley, who does the fielding. He's dropped a couple in the slip cordon as Crawley. A life for Karen Nair on 12. That wasn't too costly. He was out for 17, but he also dropped Sai Sidharth on 7, and he made 11. So his 2 drops weren't the costly ones. Unlike Yashasvi Jaiswal, who was dropped on 20 and 41 and made 118. The culprits on that occasion. 20 was Harry Brook and 41 Liam Dawson. A couple of minutes away from tea now. 10 minutes, no, 12 minutes, probably maybe 3 overs away from the tea break, and India's lead is 259. Dhruv Jurel 5, Ravi Jadeja 24. I'm going to ask you, Jeremy, whether England might have used a bit more of the part-time spin of Jacob Bethel outside the off stump. It's Josh Tongue. Maybe if there was another test match in 3 days' time or 5 days' time, they might have considered it, but it's the last game of the season. They can all put their feet up, bowl themselves into the ground, and that's what Ollie Pope, the captain, is asking them to do at some point. I was just thinking, you know, with tea approaching, Jacob Bethel bowled the first over of the morning in order to change ends for Gus Atkinson, but he got one to turn and bounce. Here's Tongue again, and it's driven by Jadeja up towards mid-on, fielded by Jamie Overton, no run. Some spin?
Well, I think it would be worth a go. It's just a question of how many overs. They gave it to Root for a while, didn't they? They gave him a couple. I didn't like the field. They gave him basically long on back, and so it was very much you just keep the scoring rate down so you can give it the bowlers, the ones we really would like to use, you give them a rest.
Here's Josh Tongue in again, bowls. Jadeja leaves alone outside the off stump.
It looks like Overton stretching, so I don't think we're about to see spin.
No. I do hope that the Indians take a different view. I'm sure they'd like another 80 or 90 runs if they can somehow eke those out. Jadeja, I've got the impression just watching, he's actually playing quite nicely, particularly the drive he's got. He's getting a good stride in.
Here is Tongue bowling to Jadeja. Oh, and he tries, I think, to leave it alone. He's chopped it down into the ground, and it runs through to Jamie Smith. But I think he was either trying to leave it at the last minute, or he was, wasn't he? He was trying to leave it. His scores in the 4th innings in this series so far, Jadeja: 25 not out, 69 not out, 61 not out, and 107 not out.
Likes the 2nd innings, doesn't he? Doesn't mind a red inker.
Well, weirdly, his 4th innings record's always been really poor, and in this series, you can't get him out.
Tongue in again, down the leg side, a little too full and much too inaccurate, and it's flicked away down to the long leg fielder. And they go through for a single. Total moves to 283, the lead to 260. How many more did you say they wanted? Well, obviously as many as they can get.
Well, absolutely. I would have thought, what are they now, 280?
260 ahead.
260, so another 70 or 80. Yeah.
350?
Why not?
They're not bowled out. I mean, we're not... They're not thinking of a declaration.
Well, they're only a couple of balls away from that tail again, aren't they?
Yeah, well, it's Washington Sundar to come. He's been hard to remove. That's clipped away very nicely. Straight back. Dhruv Jurel was again a tiring Josh Tongue, bowls 2 straight in at the pads. So there's no doubt that the Indian supporters in the crowd are the chippier at them, or chirpier, I should say, of the 2 sets of supporters. They believe their team is very much on top now, if not they're certainly not in an unbeatable position, but I think they'd rather be in their position than England's. And England would be saying, how does it go again? We can chase anything.
Well, yes, if they do say that, you're right. And it depends how long. I mean, if the openers take the same view as they did in the first innings, how long and how successful they are, that certainly sets the platform if they can, as they did actually in the first Test match, didn't they, at Leeds, although they played less aggressively than they did here. 11 overs to the new ball, folks. That's something for those three seamers to look forward to.
Well, at least they made it. They made Overton stretch, and now Root's bowling. So that is a plus, isn't it?
Yep, Root in back into the attack. His 2 overs so far cost just 1 run. He's got a slip and a leg slip, and it's short and wide and cut away powerfully by Jarrod towards the backward point boundary, and it beats the chasing Zach Crawley into the fence for 4. Very, very tired delivery from Joe Root.
Joe Root does bowl some very good deliveries in Test cricket, but I think people do skip those sorts of balls. He quite often bowls full tosses or just half trackers. The ball doesn't always come out of his fingers exactly as he intended.
Ball's a good bouncer for an off spinner.
Better than most.
Slip and a leg slip, as I said, as Root is into the crease once more, and Jarrod turns it out towards cover. Duckett enthusiastically has a shy at the stumps, but they're through for a single.
Jarrell's asking quite a lot of Jadeja, isn't he, after he's just been hit on the foot. Very tight single, that one, really, as Duckett moved quite quickly and to his right, which is he's a right-hand thrower, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, so that was tight, I thought.
Joe Root furiously polishing the ball, trying to get some shine on it as he's in once again. Forward comes Jadeja, playing defensively out towards mid-wicket. No run. Ollie Pope does the fielding. Root's got a man sweeping on the cover boundary, man at deep square leg as well. Jadeja digs one out, half digs it out, half drives it down to Jamie Overton.
See, I'd be happy to have that guy up, even for the one, stop the one too, and not just up 3/4 and encourage the big hit to have a crack. And if he doesn't, and if you defeat him, then you might get a catch. I'm talking about saving a 1, and I think the reason basically is that you don't want to be giving the Indians a run like that. I don't think at this stage. They're all got to be got.
Flicked away down towards deep square leg. It's Gus Atkinson who does the fielding. It's just a little bit too easy. I mean, India are happy to go along at 2 or 3 and over.
It says you are giving. You're bowling this over because I can't afford to have a medium pace of bowling. That's what it's saying, really. And I'm going to control the run rate for that reason as well.
Well,
until we can get the more preferred bowlers on.
With the new ball, I suppose. Outside the off stump now, Root, and Jadeja leaves it alone. Taken, gathered by Jamie Smith, helmeted. The over comes to an end. Jarrell has 12, a couple of boundaries. Ravi Jadeja has 26. And India's lead now is 268.
I would have thought you'd understand that, Manners, being South African. We're going to bowl you because we can't get any of the seamers on at the moment. That's the only reason, as a spinner, you're allowed to bowl. Very South African and New Zealand way of doing cricket.
Well, talking of that, Joe Root was very, very effective for the Pile Royals, wasn't he? In the SA20.
Yeah, I reckon I might have been okay on that wicket.
Slow turning pitch.
Jeremy wouldn't have seen it, but the Pile Royals played on a pitch that it was probably a 1 out of 10, that wicket, and it didn't matter who bowled spin on it, you weren't hitting it.
Driven down the ground, lovely shot from Jarrell, lovely shot, 4 runs. Stover pitched from Josh Tongue, and I told you, Jarrod is saying that I was overpraising and overhyping Dhruv Jarrell.
No, I didn't.
I think he's quality.
I said you had invested early in him more than other people had.
he was aggressive in the first innings, and he's looking like he wants to play a few shots here. He got himself out, if you remember, looking to punch a ball quite square, and was caught by Brook, wasn't he, at second slip? Quite a good catch.
Back when England was still catching the balls at second slips.
That was about a day or two ago.
Here's Josh Tongue again. Another short one, another pull shot, another 4.
This is looking tired, isn't it?
Yeah,
Nels?
very tired.
This is sore legs bowling.
Sore hips, sore knees. Talking of which, I see you ditched the crutch.
I beg your pardon?
You've ditched the
I've
crutch.
ditched my crutch.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I have.
That hip replacement, was that 10 weeks now?
It was when was it? In June.
Did you ditch it, or did you just leave it in a bar?
No, I've got it back at home.
It's like an umbrella.
My temporary home.
It's like an umbrella. If you're not used to, like, what's the longest anyone's ever owned an umbrella? That one is short and cut by Jarrod, down into the ground and fielded by Jacob Bethel at backward
Don't
point.
mention umbrellas, because Jeremy might have lost a friend of his umbrella.
Well,
no names?
I didn't lose.
No names?
I've got a feeling that one of the production staff might have claimed that. But as long as it's helping him, that's good.
You think Scott stole your umbrella?
You're wanting too much information.
Scott is one of the 2 production staff.
Yes, that's right.
Scott, producer Scott, the umbrella thief. I just leave mine in.
I came down and found.
Tongue in, bowls, Jarrod, thick outside edge. The ball runs away down towards third man. Harry Brooks chasing it, accompanied by Ollie Pope. It's Brook who gets there first, gets the throw in. They've come back for 2, and 300 is on the board for India. Highest score of the match so far. And the lead is 270. That's 301 for 6. The lead is 278. Times are getting a bit desperate for England now. They've got a specialist batsman to come still. They're 6 down. That innings of 66 from night watchman Akashdeep's really hurting now, as Tongue is in again, tucked away by Jarrod up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Very tired bodies. Even the usually hyperactive Harry Brook has been very subdued. There's been no cartwheels or handstands today, and he seems very quiet, very subdued. Just been the most amazing comeback from India, really. An hour into day 2, and I don't know, they'd taken at least 2 8 counts. It looked really under desperate pressure. His Tongue is in again. He's exhausted. He's bowling tired deliveries now. This is full and straight. It's clipped away off his pads again by Jarrod. They'll come back for 3. Jamie Overton does the fielding out there in the deep on the leg side. He's batting very well, Jarrod. I mean, he had the benefit of coming in at the most favourable time. Coming in at number 8 in the 65th over. 3 seamers, all exhausted, old ball, and it just perfect scoring environment and conditions for Jarrod. But he's done exactly what he's had to do, and he's raced up to 25. Jadeja has 26, and India were just wobbling a bit at 229 for 5. Actually, they were properly wobbling at 229 for 5. 5 wickets down, lead of 206 at that stage. But Yashasvi Jaiswal carried them to 273 before he was dismissed. Caught in the deep backward point boundary, slashing a short ball from Josh Tongue. And at 273, the lead was 250. 6 down. That's the importance of this partnership between Jarrod and Jadeja, 25 and 26 respectively, and they've taken India up to 304 for 6 at tea. Lead is 281. That's they're within touching distance, you would think, of the kind of score that they believe will give them a very good chance. Quick word from you, Jerry, and then we'll go and find a cup of tea, shall we?
Absolutely. 115 for 3 in that second session. India had to overcome the loss immediately of their captain, LBW, palpably LBW to Atkinson, and he was off on the way, and so then Nair and Jaiswal had to do some resurrection, really. Nair was the next man to go after batting, starting to look a little bit more comfortable before he was caught by the keeper from Atkinson, just pushing at a ball that bounced a little bit more outside off stump. It was 229 for 5, and then we saw a partnership between Jaiswal and Jadeja, both batting well. Jaiswal got to his 100. What's that? The second one, I think, for him in the series, and carried on from there to 118 before Tung encouraged a cut shot, which has been one of his strengths, and he managed to pick Overton out at deep backward point, nice and low, took a decent two-handed catch, and Jaiswal was gone for 118. And since then, Jarrod and Jadeja have continued to a tiring attack, you'd have to say, from England, and they're now currently 304 for 6 with that lead that I can't remember. You just told us what it was, 281. Yeah. So there's an opportunity for them to restart again. There's a new ball just round the corner. That's going to be an interesting moment in the day's play. Lights have been on right throughout this session. There's been a bit of heavy cloud around. So it's a battling innings, isn't it? And it's one where the Indians have never quite got away. The England bowlers have worked hard, very hard, particularly the three seamers. So Atkinson now 23 overs. He's got 3 wickets for 90 odd. And then the Tung, of course, 26 overs for him. He's got his 100. He's got 2 wickets, though, however. And then Overton, who's done quite a lot of the work as well, quite long spells. 18 overs, 1 for 74. So they're the main contributors today for England. And they're going to have to continue through this next session as well, I'm afraid. So poised, slightly India's way because the runs are on the board. Can they get up to a total in excess of 340? And then from then on, it'll start to be quite a difficult assignment. But plenty of time for England if they want to use it.
Tea time. We're going to go and find some refreshment, and we'll be back with more ball by ball commentary in just under 15 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Oval. We're about to resume play on the third session of the third day of the fifth and final test between England and India, and it's the tourists who are ahead as Jacob Bethel bowls the first over after the tea break with his left arm spin from our commentary end, the Vauxhall end, and its first delivery is too short and angled at the pads and flicked away for a single to deep square leg by the right-hander Dhruv Jurel, who draws level with Jadeja now on 26 runs apiece. And, the lead for India now 282. It's already, well, I won't say daunting or intimidating, because this is the New England. They're not daunted or intimidated by anything. They reckon they can or will chase anything. I said earlier that they can chase anything. I think that more the refrain is that we will chase anything. That's short and pulled by Jadeja to Zach Crawley. He's fielding on the deep square leg boundary. Needs to keep it tidy, Jacob Bethel, and the way he's swinging his arms around and limbering up between deliveries, you would think that he's only just been told that he's going to be bowling the first over. The seamers all very, very overworked in the absence of Chris Wokes. Bethel in again, that's down the leg side, that's not tidy by any means. 23 overs for Gus Atkinson, 26 for Josh Tongue, 18 for Jamie Overton. Hello, Jarrod Kimber.
That is. It's just with Stuart Meeker again. I don't know why I spent all day with Stuart Meeker. How many wickets would he have taken here? A couple of hundred at the Oval, I would have thought?
Yeah, all formats, definitely. Gosh, that's pushed away defensively by Dhruv Jurel out towards mid-wicket. He's in good form?
Yeah, he is. It's funny because he's a salesman now, right? So, you know, he's...
For what? What's he sell?
All these corporate events, that's what he does. He doesn't just do cricket. Yeah, he does lots of events. I never get invites to the other ones.
Punched off the back foot by Jurel. Nice straight bat past Ollie Pope at cover. And it'll be Zach Crawley who comes in and sends a powerful throw into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So he's in the corporate entertainment business.
Yeah, I suppose that's the best way. They sell corporate packages. So they've got a room just down here, the Pakistan room. So there's the Ashes room. I saw Butch and the Ashes. I saw a lot of Surrey players on my 15-minute break. They were everywhere. Can't get rid of them.
Do you go see Steve Harmison in the green room?
I saw him yesterday. No, I saw him on day one in the green room, and he was
entertaining.
It was interesting.
Because I went to see him at the end of close of play on day one and day two, and he was gone. I mean, like gone, as in carried away, pushed away by the left-handed Jadeja. I mean, he's paid to entertain. He's paid to have drinks with corporate guests who pay a lot of money, and he's very good at doing it.
Yeah, I remember Mark Butcher telling me once, actually, weirdly enough, that he said it's a hard thing to pace yourself on, especially if you're in the one box with the one group of people all day, because they keep us, oh, come on, have a drink with me. But if you start to drink, it's very hard to stay professional and go to, do your speeches and go from room to room and all the different things that you need to do. It's a very interesting, everyone else is kind of drunk and happy and sloshy around you, and you've got to stay professional, which on day one it sounds like Harmy didn't do.
Well, he made me promise to go and have a drink with him at the end of play each day, and the first
do that on a normal test when you're working with him.
He said, so I went up to the green room, and they said no, they carried him away 2 hours ago. It's pushed away defensively on the onside by Dhruv Jurel. A new over begins from Jamie Overton.
12 of them.
Pallbearers. Yeah, and I think he was not in pristine condition for day two. So I think he is very entertaining, and he's corporate guests thoroughly enjoy his company. He's very good company. He's a terrific storyteller, and I can't think of too many people better suited to provide a little bit of insight to corporate guests who pay lots of money. Here's Overton again, pushed out to Gus Atkinson at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's my family was up at the end of the last test. Of course, you'd already gone to bed by the time they came out, because even though we had a 5-year-old, you were still in bed before her. But it's funny, he is really good in that situation here, talking to the kids, and he's such a natural, you know, and a very, very honest, nice person. I'm glad he's not here to hear any of this.
It's Overton in again, and it's over-pitched, and it's clipped away by Jarrod out towards mid-wicket. And Zach Crawley does feel, and he comes scampering back for 2. I was laughing before tea about Dhruv Jarrod. It's like, right, okay, let's come up with the perfect scenario for you to come to the crease. Got opposition are a seamer down. We've had 65 overs. It's 273 for 6. The opposition are shattered. They've got nothing left. The ball is old and soft. And there you go. Off you go. See what you make of that. Well, he's made 29 off 31. As Overton is in again. There's more for him now as Overton bowls in at the pads. Clipped away to Crawley again at deep square leg. Jarrod up to 30. India 310 for 6. If he makes 50 in this innings, by the way, I won't hold it up as a pristine example of how good a player he is. I think this needs to be weighted, doesn't it, in measurement terms of how good an innings. You know what?
I think. Well, they weren't in trouble when he came in, but I mean, Jadeja hasn't been free flowing, and Karan Nair wasn't, and Shubman Gill wasn't. I still think outside of Jaiswal, Jarrod's probably looked the best on this wicket. You know, of certainly of recent times. Harry Brook would be another one. There haven't been that many players who've looked comfortable here. I don't think that's, you know, I don't think you can invest any more in him though. I think you're overexposed if there is a market crash on Dhruv Jarrod. So I think you've got the right amount of and I think you bought at a good time.
Early. Very early. Yeah. Now then, what's going on? The umpire's in conversation with both batsmen here. You're very good at analysing these situations. There's something afoot. There's something amiss, perhaps even, as Kumar Dharmasena now. Jadeja is on strike. He's walked all the way to the umpire's end.
I think there's something.
It's not controversy, is it?
No. I thought it was something that they needed to change behind the bowler's arm, but they haven't changed anything. But he's definitely on the microphone.
Here's Jamie Overton, bowls to Jadeja, up onto his toes, playing defensively. Overton tries to pick the ball up and then realises he's too sore, too stiff, and so he just leaves it.
He put his hand on his hip, which is generally when the umpires are turning on the microphone to talk to someone upstairs.
Yeah.
Actually, it's still going on. Have a look. There's something that's not 100% right, but I think Jadeja said, look, I can face it, but I would like it fixed. I don't know if it's a camera in the wrong spot or if the sheet has moved. Now we've got someone walking directly behind Jamie Overton who is staring at this guy. Oh.
He's not a steward, is it?
Oh, now he's
walking back.
Now another. Oh.
I think he might be a steward. I think he might be an official.
Whoops.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think he was trying to fix the original problem and he's made it work.
By being the problem.
Yeah.
Here's Overton. Once again, up to the crease now. Bowls. Jadeja defends. Stoically out to Zach Crawley.
In fact, it was so obvious that one that wasn't Jadeja pulling away because someone was behind the bowler's arm. It was Overton walking back to his mark, looking up and going, oh, come on, mate.
Must do better. It's a modest sight screen, isn't it, for a test venue?
Yes.
People sit in front of it, which is unusual.
It looks like, well, I say it looks like from here. Someone's wearing red.
I can see that person.
Can you see them?
Yeah.
That's red, isn't it? We saw the poor person in the wheelchair down here who was sitting on the wrong side, sitting in the right area, but just on the wrong side, who had to move because they had a red top on. You shouldn't be allowed to wear red in that part of the ground, should you? Should be a condition, I would have thought, of buying a ticket in that area.
Jacob Bethel bowls another of left arm spin. He's bowling some pies at the moment. Really, it's another long hop, and Jarrod just punches it with a straight bat straight up to Joe Root at mid-on. He could have hit that anywhere.
Yeah, he looks like someone who hasn't bowled a lot recently.
Don't need the recently, I don't think. Here's Bethel once again, and that's better. That's better, much better. Good length. Jarrod has to come forward and defend it.
I know what it is. I think it is the person in red. I've just seen them go over and talk to him. He's got his arms crossed defiantly.
He is. That's a very defensive posture, isn't it?
And he was, I think they were trying to ask him to move, and he said no.
And he's shaking his head, going, no, I've paid money for this seat. Forward comes Jarrod defensively again, and there's no run. And do you know what? I'm right with him.
Yeah, but put a jumper on. They should just give him a free jumper or a top to put over the top. He doesn't have to move, does he?
Well, he's paid 140 quid for that ticket.
Maybe more from that ticket.
Bethel once again pushes out to extra cover. Pope Fields.
No, I'm on his side. But what I'm saying is, give him a free Surrey shirt or something.
That's so obvious that.
There you go. There's your PR win as well, isn't it?
Yeah, give him a free Surrey shirt. Exactly right. Don't make him wear a jumper. It's a bit muggy.
Yeah.
Short and wide, cut out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's Zach Crawley. But the television cameras just caught him at that perfect moment where he was just arms folded defensively across his chest, shaking his head a little more vigorously than was necessary to convey his refusal to move.
We're now seeing conversations between pitchside managers and all sorts of things going on at the moment. So, well, something's about to change. India's
lead is 289. Jarrod in again to Bethel. He's defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. India 312 for 6. The television cameras have got picked up that
there's another person in red in front of him as well.
A young lad wearing another red shirt. You know, really, but if that's...
Here we go. I think they are. They've just thrown him a shirt. Oh, look at that.
Oh, well done.
That's proper cricket. Hey?
It's a bit precious of Jadeja.
What's he wearing? I want to see what he's got. It's a Surrey shirt. Good on him. Well, he forgot to take his hat off, Manners. Has he got glasses on? Oh, God, he's almost...
That's very good.
Listen to the crowd, everyone.
That's exactly what they've done.
Just giving him a thumbs up as well. I love it. It was a very bright red shirt in the wrong position, wasn't it?
He was right behind the bowler's arm. Here is Overton again, short and pulled by Jadeja down towards long leg. It's a very, very good, brave diving stop. Is that Liam Dawson down there? He's back on the field. And I thought for a second that it was one of the players who's been toiling and bowling, but he's a foot shorter than Josh Tongue. But good work from Liam Dawson. And the gentleman, I would have taken the red shirt off. But then he probably didn't want the cameras to show.
Well, he's not going to do it in the middle of the ground when he's been on this big screen 3 times, is he?
No, and he's not Charles Atlas. No,
Faf
du Plessis. Short hook shot again, top edge, one bounce, 4, right in front of our commentary area. Jadeja's taking it on, and they haven't said that about him very much. But Overton's gone short, and Jadeja, probably encouraged by the lack of pace in all 3 of England's seamers, now has decided that within striking distance of a 300-run lead, he's going to take it on. He did get a top edge, but 1 bounce for 4 is the result, and India moved to 314 for 6. Lead into the 290s now, 291 in fact. It's getting close to point of no return for England, I fancy. That's a good ball. That's an effort delivery. What a response from Jamie Overton. That has got to be a yard quicker than the previous delivery, and it bounced and it's beaten the outside edge. Really good response from Jamie Overton. You ever thought about going into sports administration, Jarrod? You've got a natural affinity for it. You were ahead of the game there. It was like you were predicting the future, and the guys ended up with a free Surrey shirt. It'd be funny if they ask him for it back at the end of play. Short and pulled by Jadeja for a single break. Can we have the shirt back now, thanks?
Do you remember in the first time we ever commentated together was 13-14 in South Africa, and it was in Centurion. And I walked into the press box, and something had gone wrong with my press accreditation, and I hadn't been given it, and no one was answering for Cricket South Africa to tell me where to go. So somehow I managed to get all the way into the press box with no press accreditation. And there was a doctor who used to run South African cricket at that time.
Mohammed Musiji,
Yeah, I think what was his job?
team manager. Proteas team manager.
Maybe it wasn't him.
It
then.
wasn't Dr. Ali Bakr, that's for sure.
No.
There's Overton is in once again, and Jarrod plays defensively.
I'm actually not sure it was either of them, but whoever.
Ghulam Raja? No.
I'd have to think back. But I remember walking in, and you've got to remember that I was not the most popular person in cricket administration at that point because my film was very close to coming out, and it was seen as quite controversial. And when I turned up, I've never seen anyone look more at pain. And he went, Jarrod Kimber. And I'd never met this person before. He went, Jarrod Kimber, what are you doing here? And I went, here to cover the test match. He goes, oh, you're not doing anything on administration or anything?
Here's Jamie Overton again, short and a little short-arm jab from Jarrod down to Ben Duckett, who comes in from long leg to do the fielding. Got sunshine and floodlights on at the moment. I'm actually surprised that there was anybody in South African Cricket Administration aware enough of what was happening to...
I think there'd just been an ICC meeting that I might have been hanging out at in the lobby or something. I can't remember anyway. But yeah, and it shocked me a little bit because I wasn't expecting that kind of a reaction either. And I did think that day, it's probably unlikely that I ever worked in cricket administration from that. I think I had a bit of a reputation that still exists. I was the general manager of St Lucia though, so I suppose I have done my... I love doing that actually. Some of the stuff that you could do and work with schools and local TV companies and, you know, guerrilla marketing campaigns and stuff. I really liked that side of it, but I also had to spend a lot of time dealing with officials and officious people, which I think we both know is probably not my biggest strength.
Yes, saying politically correct things for the sake of expediency and maybe not on your top 10. Here's Bethel with his left arm spin continuing. It's nudged away out on the onside, but companies do hire troubleshooters, don't they, in order to improve their productivity. That one is punched off the back foot. So another, but
I've
not
done that a little bit for some cricket boards.
Where they come in and say, like,
Consultant.
okay, tell us everything that's wrong.
Yeah.
You know, don't have to play devil's advocate, really, do you? You can just actually just have a look around, look with a fresh pair of eyes. Okay, well, this you could do better than this. There's an impression that you are this and that. And his Bethel is in again, pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. And you just need to say sometimes to an administrator, have you ever come through your turnstiles on a match day? Have you ever done that? Very often the answer is no. Bethel is in again. That one is driven out towards extra cover. Crawley fields on the boundary and they go through for another single. Just sometimes, Jarrod, the people who run sporting organisations would benefit so much from experiencing the fan experience. Just once, just one day. Have they ever sat in a bucket seat for a session? No, of course they haven't. There is less legroom in the Surrey stands to our left and right than there is on Ryanair.
You don't have to pay for as many extras, but the extras do cost a lot here too.
Yes, they do. Do you know we were talking about toasted cheese the other day? It's one of the concession stalls. That's flicked away on the leg side again. Crawley does the tidying up. Another single to Jadeja. Well, they don't call it rarebit.
They don't. It's really annoying.
I think it may be copyrighted.
Oh, okay. Maybe this is non-Welsh.
Yeah, that's
cheese
right.
on
It's
toast.
just like regular cheese on toast. But you can choose red Leicester, cheddar, and blue cheese.
No, thank you.
Toasted. I was a bit taken aback by that. Anyway,
I have a brie on toast.
it's like £12. Here's Bethel is in again, steered away behind square on the offside for some cheese on toast. 322 for 6 at the end of the over. India's lead now is, I think, a daunting 299.
This is what I would say though. When I first came to cricket in the UK, it was very much like cricket in Australia, where the food was very bland and basic, and you got the same things over and over again. And I would say that it didn't match the people who were coming to the grounds. Whereas now, if you go out the back of Lord's or the Oval with all these food trucks and everything, that's the kind of food that the people who are here and paying £100 for a ticket actually would eat, right? Whereas before it was just chicken and chips and fish and chips and sloppy hamburgers. Now it's gourmet hamburgers, right? And there used to be a duck van out the back. Do you remember the duck van?
Yeah, it was at Lord's. Pushed away out in the onside by Jadeja. They set off for a single. Overton Fields has a shy at the stumps. Yeah, the duck van was there. It's like
without wanting to, that's the 50 partnership up.
50 partnership and 300 lead.
Yes. Wow. Double bang on that one. Without wanting to, class shame my wife, these are the kind of things that she would prefer to eat at a cricket ground, and she's the sort of person that pays 100 quid, or she was a Surrey member for a long time. Before I started getting
and again, without wishing to shame any Aussies, when I first went to Australia, it was like, what do you mean pie? What it's pie, that's it. It was like, that's what everyone ate. Here's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Jarrell's gone here unless he reviews. He's reviewed straight away, which would indicate some back. It's kept low. I thought it was a bit leg side-ish, to be honest.
I thought it looked very straight.
Yeah.
I don't know if he reviewed straight away. I think there was a 1 second delay, and that's enough to make me think he maybe didn't hit it, Manners. But he could have been close to it, so we'll have a look in a moment. It looked very, very straight to me. I gave it out from here. We are behind the batter a little bit.
Kept low, didn't it? Oh, dear me. Oh,
he's going to be out. It's pitched on middle stump, and it's angling down the leg side, but it's just swung away beautifully. It's the dream ball of an outswinger. He's missed it with the bat. It's a little bit more. It's clipping anyway, isn't it? It's high. It might be clipping the top. Here we go. The top of off stump, but I think it's going to hit something. It is. Hitting the top of off, not clipping the top of off.
There's a bit of aggro going on very, very close to our commentary position, because there's a contingent of Indian supporters who have been cheering. I would say verging on provocatively loudly as the day has gone on, as India have picked up runs, and there are a couple of England's contingent of supporters just in front of them who are now.
I tell you, the Indian supporters were the ones who brought in the big plate of beers before that they dropped all over themselves. So, fair to say that they're well lubricated, and the England supporters about 4 rows in front of them, also well lubricated. But
I'm not volunteering to play peacemaker if it's required. I mean, there are stewards to do that job.
Yeah.
But anyway, Jarrell's gone for 34. Very entertaining and punchy innings from Jarrell, and that 50 partnership, I think, in the context of the game, has been extremely important. It was 273 for 6. That was a lead of 250. At that stage, England very, very much in the reckoning. But now, I think a little less so. 7 wickets down, 323 on the board, lead of exactly 300. And an extremely important partnership, and Washington Sundar has come to the crease at number 9. That's preposterous.
It's probably a good wicket for the game as well, if you are a neutral following this, because if India do get it over 350, 400 on this surface, I think it's a very hard chase, Manners. I really do. I don't think it's ideal. Whereas if you get it between 300 and 350, the way that England can have a manic session where they score 150, things change quite a bit. It's still going to be tough.
I think it's going to be very tough, as Overton is in once again, and it's immediately punched away by Washington Sundar out to Crawley at deep cover, and he's off the mark immediately as Washington Sundar. I'm intrigued as to how he goes about his innings, Washington here. I mean, I guess he's not going to be counter punching and counter attacking immediately, is he, with the lead at just 300, now 302? But maybe he does. Maybe, I think he'll be cautious until that leads 350. Here's Overton. He's still bowling at good pace, He's high 80s. The last one was 89 miles an hour. And that one is banged in short, pushed defensively by Washington Sundar up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Washington off the mark with 2. Jadeja has 36. Yet to be dismissed in the 4th innings of this entire series. 3 unbeaten half centuries.
Second innings, isn't it? Because he was out. It was the 3rd innings in the last test. He made his 100.
Oh yeah.
Felt like a 4th inning.
His 2nd innings, I meant. I think. I think I did. Overton in, bangs it in short. Very well evaded by Washington Sundar, and Jamie Overton follows. The bouncer up with one of a verbal variety. Another 89-mile-an-hour delivery from Jamie Overton. That's good aerobic fitness, that from Jamie Overton. Really terrific stuff. I imagine that he'll be looking forward to a very long lie down and a week off after this test match, as will Gus Atkinson and Josh Tongue. Overton in again, bowls. Sundar hits the outside half of the bat. He was trying to play it through the offside anyway, but it definitely hit the outside edge. Zach Crawley came sprinting in from deep backward square leg to do the fielding, and they've gone rushing through for 2. 327 for 7. Lead is 304. What was your ideal total? I asked you hours ago what your 50-50 total was. I might even have been in the morning session.
285.
Mine was 280. Jerry Coney went a bit higher, didn't he? He said it went more like 320. I thought 50-50.
I think this is the best day to bat, so I'm assuming the pitch will degrade a little bit tomorrow. But he might be right. He's covered a lot more games here than we have.
You mean uneven bounce rather than spin?
Yeah.
Not going to spin a great deal, is it?
No. Well, it should.
But there's indentations, and Joe Root is about to bowl the next over. We've had 77 in the innings.
It does tell you a lot about Bethel that I couldn't even get him through to the second new ball. I mean, he really did look like he looked almost mechanical.
Club bowler, really, to be honest. Here's Joe Root, bowls to Jadeja and nudges it out on the onside, and Washington says no. Do you see Washington's taken charge with the running already? He's just walked out there. That was Jadeja's call. He's pushed it out on the leg side, and it's Washington who's just yelled no. Jadeja's reputation as a flaky runner is, I think, well earned. So pushed out for a single by Jadeja on the leg side this time, and Jadeja Washington condescends to accept the call of 1. Sundar 4, Jadeja 37. Amazing run of form that he's had in his second innings. Of course, it was Old Trafford was the 3rd innings, unbeaten 104, but 87 not out at Edgbaston during India's win, 67 not out at Lords when India lost, and that one is turned away off his pads behind square on the leg side. Always intrigued by people saying, preempting a result by saying, well, you know, I think 2-2 would be fair. I'm not so sure that, you know, whoever wins in a test match, and you know, fairness doesn't really come into it, I don't think. It's like saying a team's been unlucky. I think it tends to even itself out during a test match. Certainly in a 5-match series, it's clipped to mid-wicket, no run.
I had a PE teacher who, when we would complain that things weren't fair in sport, he would always do the same thing.
Root in, pushed out for a single square of the wicket on the offside.
He'd get the shortest kid and the tallest kid, and he'd get them to stand up, and he'd do like a tip-off in basketball. He'd throw it up in the air, he goes, well, that's fair, I've thrown it at the same height, and they can both reach it. Sport's not fair. And then he'd walk off. So he'd do it every single time. Like, by the time we got to the end of high school, we were all like, we get it, okay. Just we don't need the short guy being embarrassed again.
Here's Root once again. He's got the long on the boundary, and he's clipped it straight to him. I mean, it's giving runs. I don't understand it. I'm with Jeremy Coney. I don't understand. If they want to go over the top at this stage, then let him do it. 330 for 7 if they want to take that chance.
Yeah, I actually think for this over and the next one that Root bowls, and I think they should have done the opposite. Just bring everyone up. If it goes for 10 or 15, fine. But if you burgle a wicket out of it. Just on Jacob Bethel, I don't know if you saw this, but R. Ashwin said something. I think it was on his YouTube channel. It's on a cricket aggregator site, so apologies if it's not 100% accurate. But he said, we'll get to see a cricketing superstar in the 5th test. He's talking about Jacob Bethel. Said, I have no doubt he'll become one. Brilliant with the bat and handy with his left arm bowling. I think he might.
He'll have to work on it, won't he?
His left arm bowling might be less than handy right at the moment.
And it's short and wide and doesn't bounce much as a cut shot attempted by Washington Sundar misses and into the gloves of Jamie Smith. It's interesting that he said he described it as left arm bowling rather than left arm spin.
Left arm something. Yeah, Jadeja's on 38 there, but he saw the wide one and he chased it. I suppose with the coming up to the second new ball, try and get a couple of cheap runs in here.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? There's no point, there's no cover point, there's a extra cover mid-off. And it's short and pulled by Jadeja. Oh, he's hit that very hard, and beats the despairing dive of Jacob Bethel.
No one else is getting anywhere near that.
Yeah.
That was an incredible fielding display that did not save a single run. He was so quick along the ground there. Brilliant dive, but it was timed just perfectly by Jadeja. As I said, I think he's thinking to himself, yeah, if we can get a couple of runs here in the last couple of overs, but he didn't smash that, Manners. It was just pure timing, and look at that dive.
Here's Overton again, bowls full and straight, and Jadeja
He wants two.
opens the face of the bat. Yes, he is. He's coming back for the second.
Oh.
It's Crawley's throw hits the stumps from 65 yards, but Jadeja comfortably made his ground. Still has all the physical attributes. You know, it's 36, I think, pushing 37, and still in immaculate condition. Still quick across the ground, and his mental fortitude has never been in question. I think he's a player who's stayed at the top of his game. It's one of those rare players. Normally you go through dips and peaks and troughs and highs and lows. He's maintained a level of performance for the best part of 7 or 8 years now. As short and cut, chopped away down to Crawley at deep backward point. And you know, but I mean, look at players with 3,000 runs and 300 wickets. There's like 3, aren't there? I made a note.
3,000 runs
and 300 wickets.
Imran get to 300 wickets? I assumed he did. He played 22 years. Sobers didn't get to 300 wickets, did he?
No.
Both of them?
Callis didn't. 292.
Really?
I mean, it's a tiny
Warren
club.
Get to 3,000 runs? He must
No,
have
2,000.
He definitely got 2,000.
Yeah, it's just a little over 2,000.
So both of them? Imran?
Both of them, Imran Jadeja, I think. That's it. I've got a note. I shall confirm. Actually, Gary, could you confirm the club of 3,000 runs and 300 wickets, please? Jamie Overton in once again, and it's pushed away out on the offside.
Sobers is 250 wickets, I want to say off the top of my head. How many runs? Broad must have made a lot of runs too.
Not 3,000. Stuart Broad? No.
He certainly made over 2,000, but yeah.
Don't worry, we'll have confirmation of that. It's a tiny club. Here's Overton again, and it's clipped away on the onside by Washington Sundar, and they go through for another single. Sorry, it's Jadeja who moves on to 46. Every single run is hurting England here. That lead is 315 now.
You know the one I want Jadeja. I want Jadeja to get his batting average over 40. So he joins Aubrey Faulkner as the only man with batting average over 40 and a bowling average under 30. That's the best club in cricket.
Stuart Meeker, by the way, at the Oval, all formats, 153 wickets. Not the 200 that we thought.
He was injured quite a lot, I suppose. And they had a very stacked lineup. At one stage they had Yasser Arafat, Chris Tremlett, Stuart Meeker, Jay Dernbach, and someone else I want to say as well.
Joe Root is in once more. We see Gus Atkinson, and that's played defensively. Gus Atkinson and Josh Tongue being saved for the second new ball, and England we're hoping desperately that they can make it work. They will also be hoping that that 10 and 11 fall over very as quickly as they did in the first innings. Mohammad Siraj and Prasid Krishna. But look what Sidharth did at Lords. There might be more pain to come from 10 and 11. That one is driven down the ground for 4. What a lovely shot. Absolutely superb from Washington Sundar. The Indian supporters to our left, Jarrod, I'm afraid are in provocative mood. Sorry, oh, I didn't realise you'd left. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Scott kicked me off.
I was just saying that here's Root again, bowls Sundar forward again. I'm concerned that the Indian contingent immediately to our left are becoming very provocative. I think once you're off commentary,
What, you want me to go talk to them?
No, I want you to go and tell the stewards. Keep an eye on the hospitality area to the left of our commentary box. But the England fans are rising to the bait as well. It's very, very tense. The Test match is extremely tense. You know, knife edge is a metaphor that's used a lot, but and it's inappropriate really, because it's a game. It's not anything to do with knives. It's just bats and balls. But it is really, really tensely poised as Root turns once again. 342 for 7. The lead is 319. 319. We reckon that that's getting towards highly unlikely territory. 350 will be most firmly entrenched in very unlikely run chase territory. 342 for 7, and Jadeja has been a massive thorn in England's side. The new ball has been ferried onto the field by the 4th umpire, and Jeremy Coney's arrived just in time to see it.
The new ball, yes, very exciting. Another challenge for the lower order for India, with Jadeja on the cusp of another 50, 45 at the moment. And Washington Sundar batting with him. Both can bat, as we know. If you just only got to think back one Test match, both of them batted for a long time in pretty benign conditions, but both got hundreds, so they can do it. The short ball has done for Washington Sundar a couple of times, but this is a brand new ball now, and so it's going to be Atkinson and Tung, the two bowlers who have seemingly had the most threat today for the Indian side. Here we go with Atkinson.
He is running in from the pavilion end, and with the new ball it's pushed away. They've taken it straight away, haven't they? It looks pretty shiny to me. That's defended by Jadeja onto the offside. This is the first time this series that 3 Indian batsmen have scored in excess of 500 runs in a Test series. Shubman Gill, KL Rahul and Jadeja. Yashasvi Jaiswal is in the high 400s as well. It might have been 4. 19 centuries in the series, second most ever between anybody, anywhere. Flicked away behind square on the leg side by Jadeja, picks up a single. He's on course for an extraordinary record. He's got 3 unbeaten 50s in his second innings and an unbeaten 100. He's yet to be dismissed in his second innings in this series.
I would say India have the most in terms of hundreds.
Yes. Oh, yes. I think the score, it's 11
out of the 19,
7.
is it?
11-7. The split.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's 18.
1800s, okay.
It's 19, must be 12-7. Yeah, sorry.
With Jaiswal's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here is Atkinson in once again, and worked nicely by Washington Sundar, who's 10 off 15 balls up to wide mid-on, fielded by substitute Liam Dawson. 344 for 7, lead now 321. Is this in your 50-50 territory now? 321.
I don't know. I mean, I think just if the remaining batsmen can get another 30, that'll test things along.
350, that'll make India quite strong favourites, won't it? Surely. Here's Atkinson around the wicket, bowls and pushed firmly, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, captain Ollie Pope.
Well, That depends on A, the openers, and B, Joe Root, and how all those batsmen go.
I know,
mean,
but
you know,
I mean, just a dispassionate
day 4.
a dispassionate, objective view, historically, statistically.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
350
All
makes
those reasons,
India
yeah.
massive favourites,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah.
Yep, it's a big. And then you'd come to this ground and you'd say, what are the largest chasers? Those kinds of things.
Pushed away. Oh, sorry, left alone, and it was wide of the off stump. There you go.
You've done it already.
Highest,
Well done.
Highest fourth innings.
263, is it?
Yeah, 263 for 9 in
Way back.
1902. But
Right.
you know, it's misleading, Jeremy.
That wasn't the South African match, was it, by any chance?
England, Australia. No. but look, like 255 for 2.
Yep.
Yeah. So they could have chased 400,
Yeah.
you know, and 226 for
2. Yeah.
So
And 219 for 2.
yeah, 242 for 5. I mean, they could
Yeah.
have chased 300. So those, but no, the highest score in the fourth innings is 263. But that can be misleading. Last ball of the over is again no run scored. 345 for 7. Jadeja 47. Washington Sundar has 11. And the lead is 322.
I don't think this pitch is quite as easy as the one at Leeds, do you? Where England chased 370, didn't they? That pitch didn't seem, the ball didn't swing quite so much. I mean, the ball here has swung right throughout virtually the 80 overs that it was used. The outfield is so lush that you can actually keep it moving the whole time. If you look after the ball, your seam bowlers, and I think everyone in the game is quite aware that because both sides are probably one seamer short to keep them going all the time, they are looking after the ball as well as they can to try and give them every chance of taking wickets. So yeah, it's here's the chance now. We've got 2 batsmen, one of them who's in, Jadeja, and Washington just starting his way at the moment.
Such a fan of Ravi Jadeja. Don't think he's appreciated as much as he should be, certainly outside of India, but I think the same applies in India, to be honest. Here's Josh Tongue with the new ball, and it's immediately cut hard, powerfully out towards cover point, and dramatic fielding from Liam Dawson, sprinting around from long leg, and he's dived full length and just managed to flick the ball back. They run through for a couple. He saved 2 there as Liam Dawson. That was a tremendous piece of work.
Went to his left-hand side, didn't it? It was his natural side. He was chasing that way, so he could dive and use that better hand. But he's just close to that triangular, the Toblerone as they call it, and just flicked it back. Or is it? They're checking now just to see whether his legs some way have touched, well, the knees. I think they'll get away with it, won't they?
Well, you haven't got quite the right angle, have they? They've got lots of angles, but none of them are conclusive. This is where third umpires, I think, need to just move on. Move on.
Yeah, I think so too.
Rod Tucker's determined to find some irrefutable evidence, and I don't think that any
let
exists.
go. It's gone from his hand there, isn't it?
I mean, have we not seen enough?
Oh no, he's given 4. That's a 50.
Jadeja twirls his bat, as Jadeja does when he scores 50 in celebration. The extra 2 have taken him from 49 to 51 from only 71 balls. 349 for 7. Here comes Josh Tongue again to Jadeja, tucks it away nicely off his pads out towards long leg. And it brings up the 350 for India. 350 for 7, leading now by 327.
Manners, was it you who told me about what all that swinging of things? It means something about swords, doesn't it? Where he actually hails from.
That's right. It's India's most famous sword production city. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I've got it written down somewhere. But yes,
Yeah.
they make. I mean, they
Is it
used
a
to
ceremonial sort, is
well,
it?
no, they used to make swords to kill people, but now that that's gone out of fashion,
It's become more ceremonial.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope so.
yeah.
Where
and
are
a-
you
a
staying in
very,
whatever
very
it's called?
Ornamental,
Yeah.
and beautifully designed with jewels, and but yeah. I'll look back and find the name of the city, but that's where the celebration comes from. Jack Crawley hasn't picked this up at all. It's over pitch from Josh Tongue and flicked away by Washington Sundar for 4 more out towards deep mid wicket. Jack Crawley didn't pick it up at all, just didn't see it. Stood there with his arms to his sides, holding out, going, where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, that's an awful feeling, I've got to tell you, as a fielder. You know they've played it on the leg side. You can see that much of it. But where is it? Whereabouts on the leg side?
His tongue again. Oh, it goes past the outside edge, fizzing through to the gloves of Jamie Smith. The England fielders are feeling absolutely exhausted, jaded, and probably concerned about the scoreboard as well. Lead of 327. I know that they say that they will and can chase anything, but they know that they'll need the highest score of the Test match in the 4th innings. They know that conditions aren't getting any easier. They know that they're a player down. Here's and a good bat too in Chris Wokes. His tongue is in once more, played defensively by Washington Sundar.
Yeah, every now and again in this surface, suddenly one just bounces. I know it's a new ball, but it just bounces a little bit more than you anticipate, and the previous delivery to that one did exactly that, and it was a delivery also that dismissed Karen Nair just earlier, as well as Atkinson. As he pushed forward, it bounced and took the shoulder of the bat to be caught behind.
Here's Tongue, bouncer, good one, good, quick, that was decent pace, that, and bounced quite alarmingly. Washington Sundar did extremely well to sway out of the way, so half sway, half duck. He's 15, Jadeja has 52. What a series he's had with the bat, extraordinary. 4th unbeaten half century to go with an 354 for 7 more from Jeremy Coney. It'll be Jon Norman.
Yeah, well, it's can Jadeja just shepherd his side through to another 30-odd runs? It would be that would be a bit more comfortable for them, of course. They're going, whatever they're going to be bowling at, it's probably going to be either later tonight or early in the morning, you would think. And so there's going to be plenty of time and plenty of overs for England to chase at the rate that they normally score at. So here's Atkinson again.
And the score's 3-5-4 for 7 as Atkinson is in. He's bowling to Ravindra Jadeja. What a thorn in England's side he has been in this series. He's gone past 50 again. He's unbeaten in second innings. Has that ever happened before? Gary Morgan, has a batter ever played in all 5 second innings and not been dismissed? Don't go anywhere, folks. I was just looking at Jadeja's record. You know, he made his debut in 2012. He had to wait, what was it, 6 years before he scored his first century, and then another 4 years before it happened again. Atkinson is in, and this is just tucked away for a single. Jadeja moves to 53. 3-5-5 for 7.
He's mainly been a number 7, would that be fair?
Yeah,
and
number 8 as well he's coming at the
yeah,
start.
And he's probably batted in other places too for various reasons, but certainly here he seems to have accepted some of the responsibility of coming in at 6, and he's kind of, you know, whether he feels that responsibility or not, but at number 6 he's a proper batsman, so he's got to be able to score 50s and 60s and also face the second new ball.
Here is Atkinson, and reaching for this is Washington Sundar. It's actually a pretty good looking drive to the right of Jamie Overton at cover point, who does well to stoop low and stop this crisply hit shot heading off to the boundary. 3-5-5 for 7, a lead of 3-3-2. Bit of rain forecast for tomorrow, Jeremy. That kind of nagging a kind of 20%er precipitation chance, which may disappear when you wake up tomorrow and it's just a clear day. Atkinson again drags his legs back, and this is played fine. These two running really fast between the wickets. I mean, they are used to playing alongside each other. They of course combined with historic effect, an unbroken 5th wicket partnership of 203, saving a game for India. Can they now combine to win a game for India? A lead is a score synonymous with India if you're English. 3-3-3 and all that back in 1990. Graham Gooch. Atkinson now. He's in, and this is left alone, very wide. And Jadeja doesn't go chasing. He's 53, Washington is at 16, 304 for 6 at tea. England had a good session, a good afternoon session, but they needed the kind of brilliant afternoon session that India had enjoyed yesterday on day 2. It took 3 wickets, but India added 115 to their score. Still, England will back themselves, but they need to get rid of these 3. Oh, that's a good delivery from Atkinson. It's nipped back to the left-hander and beaten Jadeja, who's set, let's not forget, by pace and also seam movement. He's hit him high up on the pad, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, different kind of bowler, isn't he, Atkinson, and from tongue, for example. Atkinson tends to pitch the ball along and further up the surface towards the batsman, so he gets the chance and gives the ball the chance to get movement, and then he can seam it from that wherever it lands, but he generally is looking to pitch closer to the batsman, I think, than Tongue, who is more upright and into the pitch, and he gets more bounce, I think, generally than Atkinson does.
Yeah, I'll go with that. It is Tongue bowling from the Vauxhall end with 2 slips and a leg gully in place for Washington Sundar, who just pushes this out to backward point for a single. 3-5, 7 for 7, a lead of 334. You know, earlier on today I was absolutely gobsmacked when Gary Morgan informed us all, listeners and the team here, that no side in Test history, or rather no 2 sides, had ever seen an increase in run scoring between first to second, third to fourth. And I could not believe that to be the case. Well, I did believe it because I believe Gary, but I just couldn't believe it hadn't happened before. And I've just realised why it is. And I think the listeners probably realised it a bit before I did. This is cut to second slip. That'll have to wait. Jadeja's stay has come to an end. Flat-footed poke, really. Josh Tongue with the breakthrough. And Jadeja's got to make his way. India now 8 down. 357 on the board. And it is possible to dismiss Ravindra Jadeja in second innings.
Yeah, a ball that, again, coming from outside, coming in from wider on the crease as Tongue can do, and he's angling it back into the stumps. He's played off the back foot. Not a really strong stroke, was it? It was more of a hanging try, hanging the bat out there. It wasn't a convincing shot, and he's found an outside edge. And where in the past catches have been put down between second and third slip, that one was again at a comfortable height, and it's gone straight to Harry Brook, and he's taken that comfortably two-handed, about sort of waist high. So Jadeja has been dismissed at last, and so he goes 357 for 8 now, and so then that means that Mohammad Siraj will be coming down and onto the ground and joining Washington Sundar. I wonder how Sundar is going to handle this, and secondly, how do his number 10 and 11 kind of try to stay in? They don't have to score runs, What they have to do, though, is try and defend and let go and defend and let go. They don't have to worry about scoring. And Washington Sunday's got to do this shepherding now for his side. If they can get another 20-odd runs here, who knows, that may be the difference. 2 partnerships of 10 to 12 will really help their side.
Yeah,
watch for the full ball, because a lot of them are moving away from the ball and getting bowled or LBW.
Well, Lords aside, India haven't exactly kept England waiting once we've got down to the 8th wicket, have they?
No, not at all. We've really talked in terms of collapses, haven't we, from about numbers sort of 8, 9, 10, 11, so that sort of area, depending on which side that India have selected, but they haven't scored many runs at all. And Lords, I think, where all the bowlers were tired and fatigued, older ball, they hung in there, didn't they? They felt that they couldn't be bounced out. Here we've got a different situation, so it's not going to be easy, but they just have to really... This is how sometimes you tell how determined sides are. Sometimes from your lower order, they just hang in for another sort of 2 or 3 overs here and there, and determined. They're going to defend their stumps.
I'd be surprised if this first ball's anywhere near the stumps. Might be. Maybe should be. But Siraj has been given it quite a lot in this series. India up to 74% in terms of winning the game, according to CricViz. England down to 26%. So 1 in 4 chance for England. 3 out of 4 for India. And it's Josh Tongue. And it is banged in. And sailing harmlessly down the leg side where it's fielded by Smith. 357 for 8 then. A lead of 300. I've lost it. 334. So England will need 335. I wonder what is... I don't think any team's ever chased down more than 334 to win a game here at the Oval in 4th innings.
Some of them have only been 2 down.
Yeah, and also
it's a wee bit deceptive, that.
It is. This is dug in by Josh Tongue and defended by a hopping Mohammad Siraj out to mid-wicket. He's just got to see off the next 2 balls. Does Siraj? He had a great game, or a great day yesterday, didn't he, with the ball? That spell.
Yeah.
8 overs, 3 for 35, I think it was.
Yeah, LBWs and things like that, wasn't it? It was good.
He did. He got Ollie Pope, Jacob Bethel, and one other LBW. Well, wait. Oh, that's a good shout for leg before wicket. And the finger goes up. And India don't have any reviews. So Mohammad Siraj, he might not like it. He's just dropped his bat, but he's going to have to make his way. And he looks frustrated there. We'll have to have a look. Didn't look like he got anything on it. But that's the story for another day. 2 wickets in the over. Looking at the replay now. That's going down. Ooh. Well, he would have reviewed. We'll see. He's out. Might have been going down the leg side. India had 3 reviews. Shub McGill wasted one. So we shall see. England 1 wicket away from batting.
Siraj miles away from that ball. It's as if he's in another county. You know, he's really got across his stumps as a conceived movement away, you know, moving the trigger movement across the stumps. But he hasn't got the bat down. The bat is nowhere near the ball. And really, I think as a tail ender, you don't want to have much of a backlift. You're just looking to make of a very full ball just to stop it, just to get the bat down. He didn't have it not down and always not near it either in terms of line. So well bowled, you'd have to say, to Tongue.
He's now England's leading wicket taker in the series.
Wow.
18 wickets.
He had 11, didn't he, from before this match?
And with a chance of getting up onto the honours board. 1 ball at Krishna. He's taken 2 wickets in the over. Can he add a 3rd? He's in, past the umpire. Oh, he's gone full again. And Krishna actually does well to not only get the bat down on the ball, he's nearly pushed that through mid-wicket. But it's fielded at short leg. And that's the end of a fantastic over for England and Josh Tongue. Both Ravindra Jadeja and Mohammad Siraj dismissed. The lead is still, well, it's a lead that India would have taken at the start of play. But I think England will still go for it. Well, of course they'll go for it. But lots of time left, and they don't know any other way, do they? Certainly not ducking and crawling. So how does Sundar go about things? Washington Sundar, 17 from 23.
Well, we'll see the field spread on.
We will.
Still 2 slips in because it's a new ball. We've got the third man that's expected on a fine leg and a backward square.
Yeah, he was
and
caught.
Another man's going back now as well.
He was caught by a fielder coming in from the boundary, square of the wicket on the leg side in the first innings. Well, we'll see what Atkinson does. I don't think he's going to bounce him, because that will actually give him the opportunity to hit it into the stands. I think he will just aim for the top of off stump. Here is Atkinson, exactly what he does. And it's pushed to that fielder. Deep square leg, and Washington Sundar times down the single.
Yeah, terrific over from Tongue, wasn't it, last over? Just one outside the off stump that bounced a little bit more, and a semi-lazy shot from Jadeja speared it to second slip, and that was comfortably taken by Brook. And then 2 balls later, Siraj not getting the back down on a very full ball that was sort of challenging middle and leg.
Atkinson in and left alone. There is a reason why Siraj was so annoyed. Smashed it.
Oh? Or did he hit it?
Yeah, he hit it.
Well,
I don't think
all the other batsmen challenging the ones that were obviously hitting.
Absolutely.
It comes with a cost sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it's really going to affect the destination of this match. We'll never know, of course. Maybe there is a reality out there where he sticks around for an hour. Maybe not. Cut away, one-handed from Washington Sundar. The ball fielded at third. No run taken. 3-5-8 for 9. How long have we got today? We can play until 7 o'clock. 30 overs remaining, but obviously we're not going to get those, and we'll lose a couple for the change of innings. But let's just say this is wrapped up by 5:30. England are going to have a good 90 minutes, so good 20 overs or so.
They might be 150.
They probably will. Here's Atkinson, short delivery. Sundar takes it on the pull, and it's fielded at fine leg. How many balls left? 2 balls left,
yep.
And so the field will come up. I did ask Gary Morgan, the average runs scored in last 2 wicket partnerships across the series by India. The average runs 7.75, but that does include the 35-run 9th wicket partnership at Lords between Bumrah and Jadeja. So somehow they're managing to go under that. They've added 1 run since the fall of the 8th wicket. So if averages are to be believed, they'll score another 6, and then that'll be it.
All right, Sundar, everyone's come in for the single at this stage. Just one one has been taken out and added to the leg side. Everyone basically in an umbrella field. Oh no, they're dropping one back.
Yeah, that's Bethel, is it? Going back to deep square.
So you'd look to see you targeting the stumps at this stage, not too wide outside off.
Nobody on the boundary on the offside. Oh, what a shot! Washington Sundar saw Chris Gale play a shot like this once. Gus Atkinson has bowled a ball on decent length, really, and Sundar's just picked it up and smashed it into the crowd over mid-wicket for 6. So there is your 6. There's your 6 runs. Average has been hit. It'll be out next ball.
So 363 now for 9. Last ball of the over coming up. A bit of a chat between the two batsmen. Can we get a single? Where am I looking to score it? You come on my call, says Sundar.
A lead of 340 as Atkinson in the late afternoon sun. And it is bowled really wide, and that is fantastic game awareness from India, because no sooner had Washington Sundar play and missed that Krishna was already herring down the track from the non-striker's end. He knew he was going to be running to the danger end, and by the time Jamie Smith collected the ball and shaped to throw underarm style back towards the stumps, the wicketkeeper knew the bye was about to be taken. 364 for 9. Jeremy's off, and Sid Monga about to come in. This game continues to dazzle us. Hope it's dazzling you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as ESPN Cricket Info's Sid Monga steps in. You can of course read all of Sid's musings. You may even hear a couple of them before they make it to print during his commentary stint. I've yet to be quoted, but I'm sure it'll happen one day. For the wrong reasons, no doubt. My idea for a 3-test series is poo-pooed. Do you know what? If India win this, proof it should have been a 6-test series. Tongue is in. Oh, it's gone high! High! High in the sky and up and over, long leg! What a hit from Washington Sundar. He moves to 29.
He rarely goes a series without reprising his shot, his famous 6 at the Gabba, where he hooked Pat Cummins this way. Straight over long leg. He does not try to keep it down. He does not try to fight the force of the ball. He just tries to help the ball along the way, but gets under it. And I think this is a third 6 he might have hit this way in this series itself.
Well, the India fans to the left of us have certainly been enjoying their cricket today. The Bharat Army are beating the drum for their side as Josh Tongue comes in and Sundar goes again, but this time doesn't lay bat nor glove on it, which means A, it doesn't sail into the stands to 6, or B, doesn't get caught behind. So the innings continues, 370 for 9. And the lead now, 347.
That last ball of the last over was a clever bit of cricket.
Oh,
I
yes.
think they had both discussed that it could be a wide ball and we are running a bye if it is.
Krishna was running before Smith behind the stumps had come close to collecting the ball. You know, it had gone past the batter, and Krishna's off.
Yeah, they had discussed it. And I wonder if they can actually not play and just run.
Goes again. This is high. It's gone exactly the same as a couple of balls ago. Dug in by Josh Tongue, and Washington Sundar actually has hit this even better.
Even bigger. And they've been trying bowling short at him throughout the series, and it has been a bit of an issue with him. Not tonight though. This ball is going straight into the umpire's hand to get checked again. Every time it goes into the stands, the umpires have to look at it to make sure it is not damaged. And it's been going into the stands quite often in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
I think might have landed in someone's drink. Has happened before.
Do they get a refund?
Has happened before.
Do they get a refund from
Does Neil
Surrey?
Manthorp get a free drink? Ollie Pope's just come over to Josh Tongue. Field is spread. On the leg side, there is 3 fielders on the boundary and 2 at mid-wicket as Tongue comes in, goes short, but this is a touch wide, and Washington Sundar doesn't play. He's 35 not out, and Prasid Krishna has faced 1 delivery. The partnership now is 19.
If they spot early enough that it's a wide ball now in the last 2 balls, is it possible for Washington to start running without even playing at the ball?
I know, I don't know the answer. Well, he's not playing a shot, so you can't. Well, you can't. I don't know. I think you have to play a shot. This is very short, very wide, and umpire Raza has given a wide twice. I mean, there's no fielders anywhere near him, so direct sight up to the scorers, and he's stepped out from behind those massive wickets where they can't see him and just made sure they can see it. 377 for 9, 354 the lead.
Do you remember the domestic games where they had to wait for the scorers to...
Yeah, signal they'd seen it. Short again, given as wide again.
And wide on line, he didn't even look at the square like umpire here.
Well, it was an identical delivery from Josh Tongue, so he can't be too surprised. He's just been given as a wide. How many balls left in the over? 2. Still 2.
This ball, for instance, it's short. And if it's the last ball of the over,
can they
why
just
not
run?
just run?
Yeah.
Because
Ask
for buys,
Jarrod.
you don't need to play a shot for buys.
Well then, yes. Yes, just do it. 378 for 9 then.
It's getting close to the 370 that India led by in Leeds.
Are you ready to talk about Leeds yet?
Yeah, now you can. Now I...
Here's Tongue. Tucked off the hip by Sundar, who momentarily looks disappointed. It does mean that Prasidh Krishna is going to have to face a delivery from Josh Tongue, but it's just the one.
Yeah, he looked up at Prasidh Krishna. Are you confident to face one ball?
Come on.
Yeah,
I mean,
they had enough time to have that conference here in the middle of the pitch.
I mean, we're talking about one delivery here.
Yeah.
It's not as though India need 22, say, to win a match.
If anyone is capable of producing that one unplayable delivery, it is this man, Josh Tongue.
Well, that's true. I don't even think he needs to. Well, then produce the unplayable delivery to Washington Sundar. We saw Harry
Not
Brook
with
get
that
out.
field.
You know,
Yeah.
didn't we? Similar situation. England's first innings. Here is Josh Tongue then. 1 ball to survive for Prasidh Krishna, and he will survive. It's down the leg side, and India bat on. 379 for 9. We're approaching 5:30 here at the Oval. It felt like England might be batting by now, or certainly in that mid-innings break. But,
They'll still get an hour to bat out, an awkward hour this evening.
well, it's a really good point, Sid, because what India want is that, you know, they don't want a defining spell. It can only be a defining spell in India's way, because they take 3 wickets.
Yeah.
England, I mean, we know what England are like. Say this is over now, they come in at, say, 5:45.
80 for no loss.
They could be 80.
Still it's not a disaster for
Exactly.
India. And it also means they get 1 hour of bowling, and then the bowlers get to get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, tomorrow might be a little bit of a stop-start day, you know. It's going to be cloudy, bit of rain, possibly.
I thought the forecast had improved.
Never believe the forecast, he said after mentioning the forecast. No, it's changed.
Wow.
Possibly a little bit of hazy rain.
Wow.
Might be none. Might wake up tomorrow and find it's gone or missed us or whatever. But it will. I imagine it will be cloudy. It'll be like this. I think today will be the sunnier of the days. Atkinson in, and Washington Sundar has greeted his first ball by lofting it over mid-off, and they're dashing back for a second.
I'm surprised.
Late order runs. There's nothing more infuriating nor more hilarious.
I'm surprised they had mid-off up, and which is why Washington just went for it. He didn't need to middle it, he just needed to clear the mid-off, which he did with ease and came back for 2. So he keeps his strike for the rest of the over. Mid-off, mid-on, still up. At the boundary, we have deep third, deep fine leg, long leg, and deep forward square. Field for short balls.
Yep. Field for short balls.
Back away and slap it through cover.
Atkinson is in. He doesn't back away. Just eases forward and gracefully pushes this to mid-wicket.
Because it was not a short ball, it was a slower ball and a touch too full. But if he does bowl a short ball, I think he will back away and try to go down the ground.
Yeah. He certainly looks very, very comfortable hitting it to the leg side. Although he's going finer than square leg, isn't he? They're quite big square boundaries, but the boundaries at fine leg are a touch shorter. So Atkinson comes in again. Oh, he's gone for the big drive. Carried through with the shot. The thick outside edge has flown through acres of space and travelled down to the boundary for 4. I think he played for that, you know. I don't actually think he's necessarily playing the cover drive there. I think he's almost playing for the edge.
Yeah, if he middles it, it goes past cover. If he edges it, he's not going to get caught because there's only one slip in place.
Yeah, it was.
And he's hit it so hard, the worst it can be is a half chance.
Actually, he's playing that more square. That's what he was doing, because there's no one out at deep point. And but he knew the thick edge would take it down to the boundary as well. Pulled through mid-wicket. Wow, what a shot that was. Stand and deliver stuff from Washington Sidharth. He's picking up where he left off at Old Trafford. That was an obdurate, attritional, grim, stick-it-out innings. Today, though, in the sun in South London, he's enjoying himself. Sun out for Sidharth. He moves to 46. 389 for 9, and India lead by 366.
At the fag end of the series, India are finding the final missing pieces of the puzzle, which is lower order runs. Even when they're batting in top order like Akashdeep did.
Oh, well, yeah, let's not forget Akash. This is where it all started. Akashdeep. 66, he's second top scorer. Atkinson in again. Oh, listen to the sound of the ball off the bat. And Washington Sidharth raises one arm to the air and holds his bat aloft at the same time as umpire Kumar Dharmasena raises 2 to the heavens. 6 more runs going the way of Washington Sidharth. He follows Ravindra Jadeja past at 50. India 1 shot away from 400, and the lead has swollen up to 372.
Which is more than what India set England at Headingley, which was a much flatter pitch. India should be very, very confident about this one now. Now the field comes up for the last 2 balls. If we do manage to find the ball, though, there's a bit of a hustle for where the ball is gone. And the umpires are now coming together to decide on a replacement ball, I think. Or has it come back damaged or wet?
It's been in the pint. The Thames is the other way, so it's not gone in there. If it's gone in the drink, it might have been held by Steve Harmison.
Is this the first ball change since Lords?
Yeah.
And not for the reasons that we're accustomed to.
No. You know what? As brilliant as this is from Washington Sidharth, credit where credit's due, because England have been down a bowler all day.
Yep.
And despite that, this is the first time in the entirety of India's second innings, which is pushing up to 87 overs, where they've lost control of the game.
Yeah, it was a big effort in that middle session where we were wondering when does spin come on, but I think we didn't get more than 3 or 4 overs of spin.
No.
The fast bowlers rose to the occasion. They didn't have as much luck as India did. There were drop catches, but it was such a heroic effort with just 3 fast bowlers bowling through the session.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, we have a new ball, and Atkinson has it in his hand. He's in now, and Washington Sidharth goes again. He's going straighter towards the long-on boundary. It won't reach the boundary. They'll take a single, and that was the last ball of the over. So, job done as far as India and Washington Sidharth are concerned. He moves to 53. Prashant Krishna will be at the other end. He's yet to score. He's faced just 2 deliveries. Now, how many? These two have faced 3 3.1 overs, and Prashi Krishnan has faced 2 balls.
And this was an educated shank. It was clearly clearly a miss hit, but the best result for India because it went past mid-on, and they could have even, if they ran hard, they could have even thought of 3. But why take such a risk? 1 is enough to keep.
Let's not be
Stay
greedy.
on strike. Yeah. What are 2 runs?
Doesn't matter though, does it?
Yeah,
2 runs.
we've been there. What are 2 runs?
Yeah, doesn't matter. At 396 for 9 then. Producer Scott looks like he could do with a lie down. He's finding these late order runs punishing. Could we move to a 5th day?
Yeah, his dreams of a 4-day finishing are evaporating in front of his very eyes.
And maybe an England win as well. Josh Tongue is in, and this is a shorter delivery which leaps up and takes the glove of Washington Sundar, who just steps away from the wicket. 396 for 9. The other thing, of course, is Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett would have been thinking about opening the batting for about 20 minutes now, I reckon, 25 minutes.
Do they think that much?
I think so, because you've got to think just from a logistics perspective about, changing your clothing.
A quick shower.
Tongue is in, and this is glanced fine, but Washington Sundar will turn down the run. I mean, Duckett's a small man. How many footsteps is it going to take for him to run all the way to the dressing room via those, famous stairs?
I mean, if this goes past 6, they might even start hoping, okay, let them bat through.
Yeah. As long as they get 1 and over for the next 12 overs. Tongue again, short, wide, cut, and will the ball reach the boundary? No, it won't.
Even though it's a shot.
Fine leg and long leg converge to prevent a run. Oh, not long leg and fine leg. Sorry, deep backward point and 3rd.
It can happen.
It can happen.
It's been a long series. We are into day 23.
23. How far we've come.
And looking at prospects of day 25.
We are looking at prospects of day 20. Oh dear, Scott, he's got a fixed smile on his face. Behind the eyes, he's not smiling. Tongue again. Oh, he just tries to run this down to 3rd, does Washington Sundar.
So
But there is a fielder down there, so it wouldn't have been unless he got it very, very fine, I suppose.
Last 2 balls. Is the field coming up? No.
I think they've kind of forgotten.
No. They've all asked the captain, and captain has said, stay back. I'm happy to just bowl 1 ball at Prasidh Krishna. Now there's a single everywhere. So Prasidh Krishna will only get 1 ball to face in this over.
What's the plan, Ollie? A lone shout from the stands. As this is pushed back to Josh Tongue. Right, okay, here we go, Sid.
Now the field comes
Phil
up.
comes up.
Does Sundar take the boundary? I think he will look for an educated miss it. He's looking for an educated miss it.
Do you know what I think? I think he will swing for the hills,
and
Krishna's going to be running anyway, and it'll either go to the boundary, he'll be caught, or there'll be a single.
Or the keeper has to come up now. Not for Tongue though.
No, exactly, not for Tongue.
Scott, our producer,
Go on.
is going to the bees hornet and is saying, let's have a monk out.
Oh! I thought you were talking about the Beehive pub for a minute. I was thinking, bees hornet? What? Oh, we haven't had a mankad. That's got to happen when England are batting. That would, could you imagine the scenes?
At Lords, I would prefer it at Lords, not at the Oval.
Can't be greedy, we're being greedy again. Okay, last ball of the over, and Washington Sundar has skied this. He should be caught. Oh no, it's 2 fielders. Oh, I tell you what, Zach Crawley's done brilliant to catch that. 2 fielders have come together, Ollie Pope, Zach Crawley, and they've collided at mid-wicket. A high steepling chance, and somehow on a day of drops, this one's stuck. And let's just salute the efforts of Josh Tongue, who is getting the high fives and the celebratory handshakes because he has taken 5 for today, and I don't know what's more impressive, the 5 wickets or the 30 overs that he's had to bowl.
And a much better performance than the first innings. And to be fair to him, we have spoken about him spraying the ball around in the first innings. But Varun Aaron, himself a fast bowler, he is of the view that bowlers who have a braced front leg, they struggle even more with loose footballs. And when you're trying to get movement, when you're trying to swing the ball, you are prone to just losing direction. I think this is a much deserved 5-wicket haul, and Josh Tongue will get to keep this ball. And being the end of the series, this does not need to go into the balls library, as the umpires call, for in case it has to be replaced, in case a ball has to be replaced in the rest of the series. Now only 1 innings remains, so we are okay with balls going to bowlers as souvenir.
You know that Steve Harmison has got quite a nice collection of stumps, signed bats, player of the match awards, which a lot of the time is a ball. Well, whenever he's got a 5, I think he got a silver ball as a commemorative kind of, or maybe it was, I'll have to ask him, but if you ever go up to his house in Ashington, which I'm sure will happen one day, yeah, and loads of pictures on the walls of various moments from his career. That's fantastic. Anyway, we'll talk about that another day. Right, what a day, another great day.
Yeah.
And now we've got another 70 minutes or so of high octane action, drama, big shots, possible drops, maybe even a little bit of verbal jousting between these two sides, because
it was interesting yesterday that India said that it was a conscious ploy to try to get Joe Root out of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
Even though they did, Marcus Trescothick clearly confirmed that nothing was said that is not said within those 22 yards. But it must have been something clever, because it got a reaction out of Joe Root without being abusive or hateful.
Do you know what I think it was? Do you know what I think he did? And I don't know, but he bowled a ball to Joe Root, which either wasn't scored from, and he carried on down the track, and he gave Root a verbal. He gave him a few choice words. The very next ball, Joe Root hit to the boundary for 4. I think he cut him through.
Have some of that.
He cut him through the boundary, through backward point for 4, or through point. And Prashi Krishna gave him another absolute. As they were walking past each other, even though Root had scored the 4, Krishna went again, and he went even harder. And I think Root snapped, because he thought, hang on, Sonny Jim, I've just hit you for 4. How can you have the temerity to come at me again after I played that shot? And he just went back at him. And in doing that, that's exactly what India wanted to do. So actually, Krishna, what I'm saying is, instead of shutting up after being hit for 4, he went again. And I think that surprised Root.
But I don't think it has any impact on what happened. I don't think you can ruffle Joe Root up and get him out.
No, I don't either.
But this was one of the things that they discussed when all 3 fast bowlers, they huddled up in a corner in the dressing room at lunch. They told each other 2 things. A, we're going to look after each other. Even if they hit our good balls for 4s, we are going to remind each other it's okay. You are still bowling well. You have to continue doing that instead of falling off the plans. And the other thing they decided was they're going to show a little bit of body language.
Well,
not look timid on the field.
Well, Sid, this is going to go times 10. India are going to be in England's faces, like we saw, in that 1 over we saw at Lord's, grow some, you-know-what. It's going to be like that for the next hour and all tomorrow.
Or more like what England did to India in the 4th innings at Lord's, when India did not have a comeback at them. It was the last innings of the match. And now it's the last innings of the series.
Absolutely, that's what I mean. It is all on this right now, right here. And I'm not saying India are going to do anything that England would do to them, but they are going to go for it. All of that Jaiswal celebration tells you everything.
Although if it was 274, you would have seen more of it. 374
Yeah.
makes you
Yeah.
a little more comfortable.
Yeah.
Although if it is 74 for no loss,
Yeah. But it's either going to be one or the other.
Yeah.
It's either going to be 74 without loss, and then suddenly it's going to get very, very stressed. And if it's 74 without loss, it's going to happen within 10 overs.
and it's going to
And then bang.
then we'll have drama.
Yeah, but even if that doesn't happen and they take wickets early, can you imagine the send-off that both Duckett and Corey are going to get?
I don't think they need to do that.
They are going to be given the send-off.
They don't need to.
Well, they will. Don't need to.
Let's see. I hope they'll be better, because you do not need to say anything to a batter who's got out. You do not need to say or do anything to a batter who's got out.
David Warner.
And we all know what people think of David Warner.
You'd give him a send-off, wouldn't you?
You're out. It's okay.
You're not a
You've done
send-off.
your job.
You're not a send-off kind of guy.
No.
All right.
Which is why ICC also frowns upon send-offs more than what is happening in the heat of the moment.
Oh, nobody likes frowns. I should read through the scorecard, by the way. India have been bowled out here at the Oval late on day 3. 396. So they lead, or rather the target that has been set for England is what? What is it?
374.
374. Wow, that's quite a target. Hang on, what were they set ahead of?
370.
Okay, so first session belonged to India. Akashdeep, the only player to be dismissed, but not before. He made 66. Second top scorer in the innings, behind Jaiswal, who made 118, but we'll come to him in a second. 75 for 2 overnight then, a lead of 52. By lunch, they would have lunched far better on day 3 than they did on day 2, adding 114 runs and losing just that 1 wicket. 189 for 3, and England in need of the kind of afternoon session that India had on day 2, and felt they might get it. First ball after the break, Shubman Gill, LBW, Gus Atkinson, 189 for 4. And then there was a little bit of back and forth. Karun Nair was dropped on 12. The drops continue today, by the way, because Akash Deep was also dropped on 21. Nair was dropped on 12. He was eventually dismissed for 17, caught behind. Jaiswal, the 6th man out for 118. And then Jarrod. Then the tea break came, 304 for 6. So 3 batters falling, Gill, Nair and Jaiswal in that afternoon session, but India added 115. So still in a good position. A lead of 166 runs at lunch had become 281 runs at tea. England persevering with the pace attack. Every time you thought we were going to get a bit of spin, it appeared, but only for an over or 2 before one of Atkinson, who bowled 27 overs, Josh Tongue 30, and Jamie Overton 22 were brought back into the attack. India came out, as did England, after the tea break, 304 for 6. They lost Jarrod for 34, LBW. Jadeja went with the score 357 for 8, became 357 for 9. 3 balls later, Siraj departed for a duck. LBW, although he'd hit it, but India had lost their reviews. Jadeja had gone for 53, and then we had some real fun in the sun. Washington Sundar smashing the ball to all parts, going past 50, 53 before he was last man out. Bowling figures, Gus Atkinson, 27 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 127. Josh Tongue, 30 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 125. Jamie Overton, 22 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 98. Jamie Overton, by the way, saw Nair dropped on 12. He saw Jaiswal dropped on 110, and yesterday he saw Sidharth dropped on 3. So, 2 for 98 for him. Bethel bowled 4 overs for 13, and Root 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. The players are out on the field. I'm not sure, is it Jarrod coming in? So the target is set. 374 needed for England. 2 days, and the best part, of an hour and a bit to chase them down, and to talk you through the first half an hour of that will be Jarrod Kimber after a word from Sid Monga.
Oh, speaking of aggression, it was very interesting. Ben Duckett and Zach Crowley were walking out, and at the same time Karun Nair and Ravindra Jadeja was walking out. It was very nice and cordial. Jadeja and Nair, because they are batters, they have to bat, they let them go first, and then they all walked having a friendly chat all the way to down the stairs, and then the two Indians went into their huddle and the two batters came out.
Interesting field here. We have 2 slips and a gully / fifth slip, a deep point in place. So not over-attacking, and a first ball angles away from Zach Crawley. Maybe a little bit of swing there, he suggests, to Ben Duckett. Good energy on that ball, but a little bit too wide. But just the 3 catches in the cordon.
And deep cover, not even deep point.
Yeah, no, you're right, actually. He is a bit straighter than I thought. Interesting.
I think that's something they might have discussed between innings, to not let them get off to a flyer.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a part of that. I would have thought you'd have an extra catcher in. I suppose they do have the 3 catches, but they're spaced. Here comes Akash Deep again, number 41 on his back, and this is forced off the back foot, out to the deep point fielder. Duckett wants 2, Zach Crawley says, not on Jaiswal's arm. May not have said that exact phrase, but there wasn't 2 there. And they just get a single. But again, England still playing their shots. That was good from Crawley, left the first one with ease, and the next one off, not the middle of the bat, but certainly got a good chunk of it out to deep cover.
If you want to 2 on anyone's arm, it is Jaiswal or Sai Sudarshan. But to be fair to Jaiswal, he gave it a very good chase. He picked it up early, he ran, he cut the angle, he did not run in an L, but he took the hypotenuse to the ball, and he did a single-handed pickup, and did not give them any time to think of a second.
He did hypotenuse. Around the wicket comes Akash Deep. Ben Duckett's first ball in this chase, and it tucks him up a little bit. He tries to force this down the ground, and instead he can't get it past Siraj mid-on. A good ball, just sort of angled back in at him. Yeah, Sidharth really has a custard arm, by the way. He was out on the boundary here the other day, and I didn't realise how bad it was until I saw him throw one in, and they just ambled back for a second.
And immediately Gill sent Karun Nair back and brought Sudarshan into the second slip.
We both saw that, didn't we? Yeah, I saw the same thing. I think I was commentating on at the time, and I went, oh, I think I might have even said there's not 2 there, as they ran the second. Anyway, Akash Deep again. So 3 slips and a gully in place. He's gone down the leg side, 2 straight. I don't know, Sid, has anyone written any good pieces about the Indian bowlers bowling too much down the leg side?
It's actually them.
I did say good piece, so it may not be you.
It's actually them being a little too sensitive about it, because these England have taken risks to kind of pick up some balls from off in middle, and also even from slightly outside off to play them onto the leg side. They have taken a few risks to score runs on the leg side.
Here he is, Akash Deep, up to the crease again. There's a shout for LBW, this is close. Sid Monga gives it out, no one else does. Akash really likes it. I'm just looking at the keeper, Dhruv Jurel. It looked like he was heading towards the leg side.
No,
and
I think he's suggesting height.
Really? He cocked his head to one side, you might be right. Either way, they're not reviewing it. It was a good delivery. I don't think it was out.
Siraj did a very cheeky thing, you know.
Let me just have a look at the replay. It didn't look that high to me though, Sid.
Siraj did a very cheeky thing. There were about 5 seconds to go. They had decided not to review, so the umpire thought it's okay. He asked the umpire, what was it going down, and the umpire nodded. In certain cases, you can take advantage of this.
Yeah, and then suddenly review. Akash around the wicket again. What is Ben Duckett going to do? It's down the leg side, and it's massively down the leg side. So 2 wasted deliveries in this over from Akash Deep, but only 1 run.
Do you immediately go around the wicket to Duckett, or do you not try a couple of overs from over the wicket?
Is there an element of they want to get him out LBW? I think they've decided LBW is a good thing to be able to sort of get him on the top of stuff.
I'll just go and find out what his record is from over the wicket and around the wicket, and I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay, well, thanks. Bit of a cliffhanger there, Sid. May not be batting tomorrow. Anyway, it's Duckett who's going to be on strike to Prashant Krishna. So Siraj is not taking the new ball. That is an interesting call. I don't mind it actually, but Not what I would have expected. The extra bounce to Zach Crawley. If he tries to drive on the up, there is always a chance of getting a nick through. But again, they only have the 2 fielders in slips, and then the gully or fifth slip, however you want to look at where Sidharth is. There's a backward point, which is Jaiswal. Looks like Washington Sundar out on that sort of deep extra cover, or deep cover boundary, I'd say, or certainly a forward point. But here he is, tall Prashi Krishna, and this is hit straight out to that fielder. So having that boundary rider on the offside has saved them from 2 fours already in this innings. And Zach Crawley's faced 3 balls and played 2 big shots. So he's going. Are you a little bit surprised, Jeremy Coney, that there's no Mohammad Siraj with the new ball?
Well, they're obviously favouring the bounce, aren't they? Or are they going to replace one of these bowlers quite quickly with Siraj? So give this one of these, either Akash Deep or Krishna, say 3 overs. I'm not sure how many overs we got left. Jarrod, do you know? Did we see how many were left tonight?
Well, there's 24 left.
Okay. Something 24, 23, somewhere around there.
This one's down the leg side for Prashi Krishna. It's on the hip of Duckett, and he turns this away for 4 off the bat. It wasn't really near Dhruv Jurel, but it was also a long way from fine leg. Washington Sundar picks this up, tosses it back to the keeper. That's 3 balls down the leg side to Ben Duckett. Not that I'm counting, but I am.
It's a poor ball, isn't it, to Duckett? He's just so strong when the ball is too straight like that. That's really just a leg stump delivery, or just outside almost. Just helped on its way for 4.
Krishna coming in from the pavilion end. This swings into the pads and is flicked away, and fine leg doesn't see it, and it's past square leg as well, and that is another boundary, 2 in a row. Well, so far they've managed to stop the sort of the cheap boundaries that England get, and unfortunately here they've given up 2. But that felt to me, I see a terrible angle of it, it felt to me that it swung onto his pads. It was in the air, but a long way from square leg.
Yeah, just a little pickup shot, wasn't it, really? But not even hit hard, just sort of angled away. They've got a man back now, sort of almost at 45. Not quite, but in a catching position.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, backward square leg. And Duckett, he's such a clever batter, Duckett. The next ball is angled in at middle and leg, and he tries to turn it to the gap at square leg to take the single, but he hits it a little bit too straight, and there's no run there. Good batting, move the field, then exploit the field. He hasn't played anything outrageous so far. They quite often don't in the first couple of overs, these two. Maybe the odd risky drive from Crawley, but they usually give it 2 or 3 overs before we see lofted shots, or I should say dangerously lofted shots, or coming down the wicket, scoops, anything like that. Is a good ball. He's hit this beautifully, Duckett. It swung back into the pads again, but unfortunately he's found Jaiswal. And even though Jaiswal's 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, there's no run there because he hit it way too hard.
Interesting position too. They've got 2 and 1, haven't they, in the slip cordon? So 2 slips and a gully. And I think then they've got a man positioned on a line of about a 2nd or 3rd gully, but he's deeper and he's behind the cordon.
Wondering who that is. Is that Jagadesh? The keeper?
There,
the ball's
straight to him. That's
here.
him.
He's given himself a little bit of room here, Duckett, and sort of ease that over there. And as Jeremy said, I think it's the keeper. I can't see his face, and he's got a jumper on, so I can't see his number either. But I was watching him do some fielding practice the other day. It looks like him anyway. But he is, kind of like a backup man to the gully, isn't he?
He is, and whether it's for one that he sort of, how would you get a man out there? It's not really a mistimed drive, is it? It would have to be a run or a cut of some sort that was just in the air. I can't think of any other shot that you could get to that position. Anyway, that's the end of that over, and Akash Deep is going to go into his 2nd now. 6-3 field, 3 on the onside.
Akash comes in again, and this angles away from Zach Crawley, who's left alone. So he's left a couple of balls, Zach Crawley, and he's played a couple of big sort of forceful shots on the offside. Just the 3 catches there. I probably think with Zach Crawley, the sort of angle bat that he has, you're always a chance of getting caught at the cordon, but you're also a chance of just dragging the ball back onto his stumps. So maybe they don't think they need the extra fielder.
Well, I just don't think you want to bowl too straight to him. I think keep it out there, and that's when the angle comes into play, and that's why the backward point, who's there, he's in play as well as a catch from a drive, isn't he?
Akash in again, bustling, this is wide, and Zach Crawley swings at this with no foot movement, angle, bat, everything you don't want it to be if you're an England fan. He misses it, and it goes through to Juve Durrell, no run.
That's the sort of stroke, isn't it, we're talking about, that could be uncontrolled. It won't be an easy catch perhaps unless he gets a finer edge, but if he gets enough chunk on it, then it'll fly pretty quickly. But that backward point, he's in play as a catcher.
Here comes the Indian seamer again, right arm over, skiddy, and he plays a similar shot. To be fair, he's hit this very, very well, and I don't think Sidharth stops it on the boundary. Well, if he did stop it, he ran 20 metres past it, so it may not have mattered. And that has gone for 4, and no one's actually sure because Sidharth hasn't gestured back. It looked like from our angle, and Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, that he might have stopped that. But he clearly didn't because he just kept running. Like he ran until he was out of frame. And so the batters had to stand in the middle of the wicket going, have I hit a 4 or not? Good strike.
Yeah, this one was off the back foot, and that's why it went square. You want to get him driving so that he doesn't control the drive, and it opens, he gets with an open blade sometimes, and so that's where it brings in that backward point. That's too short.
That was obscenely bad fielder. We just saw the replay. He went to stop it with his foot and put his foot down the wrong spot and missed it. He was completely there. Oh, this is a great ball from Akash Jeet. This spikes at Zach Crawley. It's got bounce. It hits him on the glove. For a tall batter, he gets hit on the gloves an awful lot. But that did seem to come up, and they've all come in to get around Zach Crawley and let him know about it. They let him know how soft he was at Lords. They may be suggesting similar things at the moment. Jaiswal's come in a long way to have a chat. Duckett's come down now just to sort of settle everyone down a little bit. But that was a brutish delivery. Hit him on the bottom hand. Just have a look. He got his... Oh, I think that's hit him on the back arm. Maybe even on the elbow, Jeremy. He sort of leant forward. Anyway, Akash again. And this one is, again, bounces a little bit oddly, but it's on the hip of Crawley, so he can turn it to fine leg, and they pick up a single.
It's not a bad length, though, is it? That's getting some extra bounce with the new ball at the moment. Now, is he going? It's a no ball. Is he going to actually stay over the wicket to Duckett and try going the other way? Or is it going to be round and trying to tuck him up? Hasn't worked so far for Duckett. He's just so strong. It's quite a big no ball, actually.
He's going to go around, but he's going to go around with a leg slip.
Yeah.
And not only that, they've actually fortified the leg side field.
Well,
wait a minute.
Hang on, you got 3 behind.
I was about to say we almost had a no ball there for too many fielders behind square on the leg side. I wonder who
Siraj.
Of course it's Siraj. Who else? He's probably just learnt that law. Akash. Around the wicket, this hits the pad, it pops up in the air. Duckett got himself in trouble there because he wasn't sure where the ball was, and he went looking for it, but he was out of his crease, but didn't really go to any of the Indian fielders, and so there was no chance of a run out. But for a second there, he got a little bit lost. But again, interesting bounce from Akash. He's not really this kind of bowler.
No, he's...
Which Prashid around to this end if you're going to get bounced like this?
Well, there you go. It might well be as Prashid is only going to be on for maybe 3 overs. Then Siraj got his wickets from the pavilion end as well, whether he comes in and Prashid then follows Akash deep in.
So we've got 4 catches in now with that leg slip. And this is off the glove. No. Oh, that was a brutish ball. What is going on this pitch? England players are looking at this going, we just saw Washington Sundar smash the new ball everywhere, and that has just taken off again. It was a little bit short, but it ended up just, Jarrod barely even stopped it, and it was a brutish ball, and Ben Duckett had to just arch his face away from the ball at the last moment. What's going on here, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's gone past, that's over his shoulder, as he's looked to just generally play off the back foot, And Akashdeep coming around, he's outside the off stump this time, not straight, just outside the off stump, but it really took off. And Jarrod was sort of jumping for that to hold it and control it.
Don't know if we've got any speeds on that over. Did you see any? Yeah, Gary Morgan might have picked them up for us, but wow, he looks a bit quicker than he had. It's his last time bowling. Maybe making all those runs excited him. Anyway, Prashant Krishna back. And again, Zach Crawley smashes this out to deep point, and that sort of deep cover point that they've got out there at the moment. Fields that and throws it back in, just the one run. So they're still going at a healthy rate, partly because just some errors by India in the field and then that one down the leg side as well.
Fascinating little session here if we do get, say, 20 overs. If it is 20 overs, then, you know, England, the way that they can play, they could be anywhere between 100 and 140, depending on, you know, the way that they're going to play at the same time. What we're seeing now from the pitch might be more difficult.
Prashant tall over the top of this one, but it's a little bit too wide, and Zach Crawley just kind of steers it again out to deep backward point this time, and he picks up a single. So another run. So they're 18 without loss here. Halfway through the third over. Well, we're almost halfway through the third over. We're emotionally halfway through. Morally, we're halfway through.
How many catches have we got, do you think, who are in play for a dismissal? Obviously, the Corden have got a chances, haven't they? Second slip probably more than first, and the gully, and also the backward point.
Yeah, Crawley's been caught there a couple of times. Prashant Krishna comes in, and Crawley again plays with this big angle bat. Mistimes it. It was a length ball outside of stump, goes to deep cover. They'll just take the one. There's a wayward throw that comes in from Washington Thunder. It wasn't powerful, it was just loopy, but it was well over the top of Juve Durrell, and I don't think KRL realised that Shubman Gill was backing up, but he sprinted around to stop that.
Yeah, the reason it's Sundar out there, I guess, is because Jadeja won't be out there after being hit on the foot. I don't know, or whether he's around.
Well, Jagadish is in well, I assume that's who it is at point.
Yeah,
we still haven't got
but
that
Jadeja
one.
doesn't appear, or is that hidden down at deep third there, or wide third man?
And this one is defended, back up. Yeah, it could be. So Sidharth's out there. Do you know who's not out there? Karan Nair. Karan Nair appears to be the fielder at the moment, because he would normally be at the slip. East Warren. East Warren is a substitute fielder, Jon Norman just says. I saw both of them doing fielding practice the other day. You should be able to pick the through. But it's Karan Nair who's not out there at the moment. Did he get hit on the fingers maybe once or twice? Yeah. Krishna comes in, this is a top edge, this could be out, and it just gets over Mohammad Siraj. I want to say that was a pull shot, but that would be the most optimistic way to describe that ball. It was a length ball kind of across Ben Duckett, and he just decided he was going to whack it really hard, and he hit that with, like he was using a toaster rather than a cricket bat, and it just sort of limped over the top and sort of to the left of Mohammad Siraj at mid-off. That was not a good shot.
A normal mid-off, if you can think of that, folks. If he had just sort of turned, he would have had a comfortable catch.
Yeah, you're right. He wasn't in a normal position. This one is slashed again by Crawley, and it's Finer, and he's going to get the boundary. So they've got the fielder out there, but it was beautifully timed by Crawley, and he just sort of punched that again. And this time he was in a lot more control than we saw with some of the others. So he's picked up that a couple of times here. Gary Morgan has just sent through the speed, so 24 without loss, and still going at 6 runs and over. Jeremy here. Gary Morgan has sent through Akashdeep speeds 85, 83, 85, 86, 83, 86, 86. Number Wang from that last over of Akashdeep. So nothing's telling us he's bowling expressly quick, but that is quicker than we have seen at certain times in this series from him. But nothing that would suggest that he should be making the ball dance and do all sorts of tragic things.
No, well, it was just short of a length, wasn't it? It wasn't as if Duckett, who's not a tall man, is coming forward. He was looking to play back the couple of times that he got those nasty deliveries over, the second one over his shoulder. I wonder if it's worth putting a man in close in there just in case.
They've gone with the leg slip, or leg gully, in fact. As Akash comes in, it's too full, and it's turned away from Ben Duckett. And that's Jadeja out there, and they're just going to come back for a couple. So we might not see Karan Nair, so Eastbourne might be out in the field for quite some time. Eastbourne's in at leg slip, so he's a backward point at one end, and leg gully, leg slip at the other. They may not trust some of the other catches, Jaiswal, to go in. Jadeja can't field in the slips because of his fingers. So they are, and then they've got a bunch of fast bowlers. So probably makes sense to have Eastwarren in there.
Interesting position Eastwarren is in, isn't it? The depth that he's actually taking up. What sort of stroke gets that? Is it a missed pulled stroke that gets an edge? You wouldn't really hit it in the air that far otherwise.
This one is pushed on the offside. Duckett wants a run. There is not a run there. And Crawley, luckily, here's the no call, which you would have heard through the effects mic there from Duckett. It was quite loud. But originally he took off, and then he said no. And it went straight to Prashi Krishna, who would have had a pretty good shot at the stumps if he wanted. But just again, cramping him coming around the wicket. We haven't seen him bowl over the wicket yet, which Jeremy Coney definitely wants to see.
Well, I don't mind, just as a try, you know, not to necessarily feed him his cut shot, because that's one of his strengths, isn't it? But also tucking around the corner is also a strength.
Down the leg side, and this is taken by Juve Durrell, and Akash put his hands up, but I don't think there was anything on that ball. It's just another bad delivery, wasted really by Akash.
And I don't mind someone being attacked sometimes, as probably everybody knows, but I'm going to say it again, you know, if you attack someone in their strength, it can sometimes be a weakness early on, because you're so confident about playing the stroke and in that area. Sometimes with the new ball it can actually catch you out.
Akash still around the wicket. There's a gully, two slips in place on the offside for catches, and this one is hit the glove perhaps, a little bit of getting of extra bounce, but he manages to get that very safely down to fine leg. Mohammad Siraj picks it up. There's just a single there. Akash and Ben Duckett just having a word. Hassan Raza coming over, but they've already separated. There's still plenty of energy out here. 27 without loss here on talkSPORT Cricket. 2 balls to go in this 5th over. So far, England have looked pretty good in this chase, outside of maybe one waft and I don't know what Ben Duckett's shot was. One heave. It's called a heave.
Yeah, that, and also the one that actually leapt over his shoulder.
Sorry. The couple that took off. This is inside out from Zach Crawley. It was full on the stumps, and he kind of brought his hands around that ball a little bit, hits it to Jadeja at mid-off. There's no run there.
Don't mind the length for that. If he could just bring that a little bit wider than on the off stump, he might just get that catch with the open face. That man at backward point I'm talking about, or maybe even the gully area as well.
Definitely driving that on the up, wasn't he, Crawley? Which is his strength, but also where he gets himself in a little bit of trouble. Akash steaming in sunlight at the moment. He bowls this at the pads of Crawley, and he hits it fairly decently, but straight to short mid wicket, and there is no run there. And that is the end of the 5th over. 27 without loss. Crawley is on 13. Duckett is also on 13. England haven't got a super fast start, but they have certainly gone off at a pretty good clip here yet again. And Neil Manthorp is going to come in and take over from me right now.
I needed the adjective for the sunshine, Jarrod. It's glorious. It's the brightest sunshine we've had in the Test match. But the main grandstand at the Vauxhall end, which was quite controversial when it was built, wasn't it? The local residents all complained and said that it wouldn't it would block the sunlight from their homes. So the compromise was to make it a perspex roof. I don't know if it's perspex, but it's a clear roof which allows sunlight through into the houses behind. Now then, it's a new over from Akash Deep, and it's driven down the ground. Prasid Krishna, sorry. Driven down the ground by the left-handed Ben Duckett. Anyway, it's casting a big shadow over the ground, and the edge of that shadow is pretty much cuts the slip cordon in half. Dhruv Jurel and Shubman Gill's now at first slip. Haven't been paying attention. Where's Karan Nair?
Nair's off the field.
Is he?
Ishwaran is in there at about a sort of a 4. He's running now.
Opening batsman, isn't he? He's not come close to the playing 11 on this tour. He's played quite a few India A games. Scored a lot of runs as well. He's prolific. He bats 3 as well, does he? Top order player. So Shubman Gill and KL Rahul at first and second slip. Sai Sidharth in the gully, and Iswaran, the substitute's now gone to leg slip. Here's Prasad Krishna again to duck it, clips it away off his pads out towards deep square leg, and there's no run. So the target is 374 for England, and I'm sure that you've already spoken about the similarities, Jeremy, of the heading lead test.
Yeah, the 371, I think it was. They were chasing there. And it was these 2 batsmen that are currently at the crease that really did the bulk of the work, didn't they?
The opening stand of 188.
There you are.
Here's Krishna again, bowls to Duckett, who pushes that one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, it's a more moderated start from Duckett and Crawley. I think they became very excited by the fact that the pitch had some pace in it in the first innings, and it was a monumentally fast opening stand of 92 in less than 13 overs. But England will, I think, probably look back and reflect on a first innings lead of just 23 as a big error, a big failure. Oh, and a play and a miss from Duckett. Good delivery from Krishna, just outside the off stump. Duckett doesn't do leaves, unless it's against Jasprit Bumrah. He plays at everything. That's his philosophy, and he's played at that one, and he's well beaten outside the off stump, taken by Dhruv Jurel. It was a wee bit wide, wasn't it? It was what was he trying to do? That was the question he needs to ask himself.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's an angled bat, so as if he's trying to just play it down towards third man. There's no one in there. There's a backward point right on the boundary, but there are 2 slips and a gully in, so he's flirting with danger there.
Here's Krishna again, bowls to Duckett, pushes that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Any player come to mind, top order player, who didn't rate the leave as a shot in your era? I mean,
no, I think most of us
left as many as you could.
Well, I think openers particularly, they were generally line players, so they watched for the line of the ball. If it was out there, they just let it go. Well, you might miss out on a full toss because it was out there wide. That was the style.
Duckett now whips one off his pads out towards square leg, and it's gone straight to Washington Sundar, and there's no run. I did hear it said on England's last tour of New Zealand. I went to the get-together, the celebration of New Zealand's first victory. What is it called? Reunion of the New Zealand's first victory against England. It was 1978.
Yes, at the Basin it was.
And one of John Wright's teammates did say that Wrighty would have been happy to leave them for a whole session.
Oh yes, he liked to leave. No, right, he did. Let her go, Levy. He used to say, "Let her go." In fact, Wrighty was the player, as you know. He was obsessed with how the bat felt in his hands, and he discovered one night, I don't know whether it was a dream.
Here's Akashdeep bowling to Zach Crawley, and it's played straight back down the wicket, no run. England 27 for none.
He discovered the perfect grip, and so what he did was, the next day he got his gloves and he felt the perfect grip, and so he then got some glue and he glued those gloves in that perfect position onto the handle of his bat, and then removed his hands, and of course the gloves stayed there on the actual bat handle itself. Then he just packed his gear up.
Akashdeep in again, and this one bounces a bit more and it hits Crawley high on the pad. No run.
And so then when it came his turn to actually bat in the test match, and as he stood his bat up, of course you saw these 2 gloves attached to it, and we thought this was madness, of course. And then he'd just slip his hands in, as when he was ready, slip his hands into his gloves, and off he went. The problem was with it, of course, is that when he was running between the wickets, when he reached out at one end, he had to have both hands on the bat.
Akashdeep in again, short pull shot from Crawley, misses, flies through to the keeper, Dhruv Jarrod. Some of our listeners may not know that's
a true story.
No, but it's also illegal. It's against the laws of the game.
Right.
And he didn't know that. He didn't know
none
that,
of us knew that.
Yeah, it's and wasn't it against the West Indies? I think it was against the West Indies. The story goes that it was Malcolm Marshall who was the one who asked the question.
It's very hard. I mean, your hands naturally, especially when you're turning for a run.
Here's Akashdeep again, bowls to Crawley, pushes that one firmly up towards mid-on where Krishna fields. Fair to
go down
say,
the pitch, stump, no, get back. Both hands have to whir around to get it back again. It was a madness, really. It looked very funny.
He hadn't thought it through entirely.
He hadn't. Maybe he thought he's only going to hit boundaries because his hands are in such perfect position.
It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. It falls under the category in the laws of the game, which includes using a part of your equipment to field the ball. That's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Good spell this from Akashdeep. Really good, really impressive. And Crawley pushing forward. Something about, the artificiality is the term that is the cover-all, and so that's why you can't use your cap or your hat to field the ball. Artificial aid. And
stop the ball. Yeah, it's just like the helmet behind the keeper, isn't it?
And the laws of the game include artificially attaching your gloves to the bat. I don't know who thought of that when they were writing the laws of the game. Who thought, no, let's include something about gluing your gloves to the bat?
No.
Down the leg side, last ball of the over. Not a good one from Akashdeep. Leg glance, doesn't make contact. Zach Crawley. England need 374 to win in 203 overs, which is less than 2 and over.
Well, they'll get there. If they're going to get there, they're going to get there probably well before the need to bowl all those, that's for sure. We're supposed to get through all those overs. They're not going to be necessary, are they? There's going to be some rain apparently tomorrow, as I heard somebody was saying, yeah. But we don't need all those.
I shouldn't think we'd need half them. We've still got... Well, we're not going to get through the 19 that we've got left today. 19. We've had 7. We've got 19 remaining. We're not going to get those, are we? Here's Mohammad Siraj into the attack. First delivery, and Ben Duckett's all sorts of a tangle. Trying to play it, nip back, I think. It either swung back or nipped back into him and just tucked him up for room and hit him on the maybe inside edge onto the pad. It was trickling back towards the stumps. Much concern and worry from Ben Duckett.
Yeah, he closed the face, didn't he, onto the ball. He's quite tricky, Siraj. He leans away, doesn't he, like a lot about the bowlers in these games that we've been watching, and then brings it back with the swing.
Here's Siraj again, and it's clipped away nicely off his pads by Ben Duckett, and it's gone straight to the fielder at deep back at backward square leg. If you were facing a chase like this, let's put it into context and call it 250. That would be more relevant, I think, the way the game is played. and there were only 3 seamers. I'm assuming your first ambition would be to tire out those seamers, get lots of overs in them, don't lose wickets to them. It's obviously a much more seamer friendly surface than a spin friendly surface. That's driven by Duckett for 4 through mid off. It's over pitched from Mohammad Siraj, and it's driven beautifully by the diminutive left-hander. But I make that point because it's like let's force them to bowl the spinners, and then we can try and control the run chase and stay on top of things. But I don't think that this England team will be thinking like that, will they?
No, maybe not. They will just attack each ball as they feel that they can. I think that's the way that they like to play. That's how they've been successful in chasing runs, particularly in the last innings.
Here's Siraj up to the crease again to Duckett, whips it away behind square on the leg side, sets off for a single. It's Shazvi Jaiswal doing the fielding. He thought about having a shy at the stumps. It wasn't merited. It's Iswaran, the substitute fielder. By this stage, we recognise everybody, and I'm looking at the field and thinking, I don't know you. It's the first time he's been on the field, isn't it?
It is.
Even as a substitute.
It is, yeah.
Nowhere near the playing 11.
He's on for Naya.
Do we know what happened to
Well,
Kiran
I think
Nair?
he was hit on the hand.
Oh, well, he was batting, yeah, of course. Pushed away defensively by Zach Crawley, up towards mid-off. 32 without loss, Crawley 13. Ben Duckett's boundary in the couple of balls ago took him up to 18, but far more measured, less frenetic start from England's 2 openers.
Just like Leeds, wasn't it? We didn't really see major attacking at the start of that innings, and in fact, didn't Crawley take some time to get his runs in that opening partnership?
Oh yeah, he played the anchor role very, very much so. As Siraj is in, completes the over with a leave alone outside the off stump. England's opening partnership of 188. Crawley's 65 came from 128 balls. So really, Duckett was the one who did all the flying start, finished with 149. Second score of 149 at Headingley. Ian Terence Botham, 1981, 149 in slightly different circumstances, but those 149 came from just 170 balls. 21 fours.
Yeah, he played very
6.
aggressively, didn't he? That was a different pitch. That one bounced a bit more, didn't it, and came through quite nicely, and it suited the way that Duckett likes to play his cuts and his turns, particularly square of the ground. Akashdeep
around the wicket to Duckett now, defending up towards Siraj at mid-off, and there's no run. Bathed in glorious sunshine we are now. The shadow from the grandstand behind us is inching forward towards the pitch. I don't think it'll reach there.
I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I was looking at it the other day and expecting if it's going to go onto the surface and get on, say, halfway up the pitch, that would be quite awkward, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a time batsmen could appeal to the umpires because it's dangerous potentially. Here's Akashdeep in again. Duckett defends once more to Siraj at mid-off.
Yeah, it certainly is. You see the bowler in shade, and he lets
it go a bit in shade.
Yeah, and then it comes out and suddenly it's in the sunlight. Or to go the other way, of course, is even harder in a way.
So, but you've done a few games here. You must have. You would have noticed if that.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it go across.
Mind you, what time do county championship games finish?
Yeah, well, sometimes they're quite late, aren't they? Maybe
Here's
7.
Akashdeep again, played defensively up towards mid-on.
6:30, 7.
6:30, 7.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it is going to reach then. If we're finishing at 7, aren't we, Scott? Yeah. 32 without loss, England. India's innings bolstered at the end by a dashing 53 from Washington Sundar from just 46 balls, 4 fours and 4 sixes. He was in complete IPL mode at the end there in the company of Prasid Krishna. That's when he hit all those boundaries. 396 India made as Duckett is forward driving, sweetly timed. Just a push, really. Ravi Jadeja chases down to the boundary and picks it up right in front of our commentary position. And they go through for a couple. Ben Duckett, that's a very sweet piece of timing. Again, I say indicative of the match situation and the tempo with which he's playing. He didn't hit that, and dare say in the first innings he would have played a full-blooded drive at that delivery, but now just well, it's hard to say he's playing within himself, but I think he is being a little more.
Just a push, wasn't it? Just no follow through at all, just pushing the bat, and almost like just a slightly ahead of a forward defensive shot, really, no more than that.
Here is Akashdeep, and Duckett now drives through mid-on, and well, it might stop before it reaches the boundary. It's Jadeja again. His dive took some of the pace off the ball, but it means he has to chase it all the way down to the boundary after picking himself up off the ground, and they've run for 3. I still think Jadeja's got one of the most powerful arms in world cricket when he's in the outfield. He's effects so many run-outs just with the sheer power and the flat trajectory that he's still able to generate, and players lose that ability really as they get on. Normally he's 36 going on 37.
He doesn't appear to, though, does he? Not yet. No, I mean, he looks an athlete. He turned there, he half stopped it a little bit. That one is a dive to his left, which is his strong side, but he turned and chased it down.
2 slips in a gully for the right-handed Zach Crawley, and he's now playing off the back foot, without moving his feet really. He's played that some way from his body, pushing it up to mid-off, and Jadeja does the fielding once again, and the over comes to an end. So I think we've stopped talking about how many overs we lose per day now. We haven't had a single day of the entire series in which we've bowled the designated quota of overs. Not one. 17 overs remaining to be bowled today, and we shall lose, I don't know, a dozen? Yeah, probably lose about a dozen. We have had some enthralling cricket. Reminder that India's 396 minus their first innings deficit of 23 left England with a target of 374. 100 today for Yashasvi Jaiswal, 118 from 164 balls, 14 fours and a couple of sixes from him as well. Very, very impressive. Falling just short of 500 runs. Current over rate for the test, England are 2 behind, -2. India are currently 5 behind.
Which is interesting, isn't it?
You know that this is a peculiar quirk of over rate penalties, because they don't apply. Here is Siraj once again, pushing away on the offside Duckett. I'm going to ask this question and going to get Jarrod Kimber's attention just to see if I'm right. Overrate penalties don't apply if you bowl the opposition out inside 80 overs.
That is correct.
But that's bonkers.
I believe Australia and England fought for it very hard with the ICC.
It was motivated by Usman Khawaja, wasn't it?
Hey?
It was motivated by Usman Khawaja, I think.
It might have been, I don't know, it's nonsense.
It's bonkers, yeah. Like really. If you're behind the over rate and you don't bowl the team out, so you bowl them out in 81 overs or more. No, don't worry, Jarrod's working. he's doing his other job. That's a drive from Duckett, slice drive, flown away past gully. Could have been a thick edge. Seems to me though, Duckett plays that shot so often and so profitably that I'm going with he was in control of it. Could be wrong, but I think that was a deliberate slice drive, and Duckett 5th boundary moves on to 27. Crawley has 13. Duckett has faced a lot more deliveries, 35 to Crawley's 22. 41 without loss. target, 374. Well, I'll tell you what, if England can knock off the 74, I mean, that's not their target, but if they are in that vicinity by the end of the day, need 300 remaining with 10 or 9 wickets in hand, and we really are in for a cracking finish potentially. But they are a batsman down. Let's not forget the absence of Chris Woakes as Duckett takes another single, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. 42 without loss. He moves on to 28.
Well, it goes without saying, just they would dearly love to get one tonight, wouldn't they? Crawley or Duckett, it wouldn't worry them. They haven't quite looked like doing that sufficiently yet. There's been a couple of deliveries that have leapt at Duckett from Akash Deep bowling from the Vauxhall stand end. Other than that, not much.
Siraj in, Crawley driving again, little flat-footed. He's just always had this propensity to play away from his body, and it's what every junior cricket coach teaches you: keep the bat and pad together where possible. At least eliminate the inside edge onto the stumps. But anyway, when he's playing well, he's seeing the ball well. He tends to hit it more often than not, and he is a big outside edger, of course. Booming cover drive. Crawley now not happy with some movement or some distraction behind the bowler's arm, just backed away. Siraj has to probably just a third of the way into his run-up. He has to go back and start again. Here is Siraj again, bowls, and Crawley steers it away to behind square on the offside to back the point. But you weren't on air at the time, but did you see when Ravi Jadeja was batting? It's the end of the over, England 42 without loss. He was distracted by a gentleman sitting underneath the sight screen wearing a bright red shirt, and he was trying to explain to the umpire. He said, I can't, could you, he's really distracting me. And Jarrod and I were on air at the time, and it was a bright red shirt, and Jarrod picked it up immediately, and he said, there's a guy sitting right behind the bowler's arm underneath the sight screen, which covers where the ball comes out. Here's Siraj again. Crawley struck on the pads, and the stewards went and asked him if he wouldn't mind moving, and he affected a very defensive posture with his arms across his chest. He was vigorously shaking his head going,
I've been here all day,
and I paid 140 quid for my ticket. So the solution, did you see the solution?
A nice grey
shirt. A Surrey shirt.
Yes.
It's terrific. I thought that was very good.
Was.
More from you, Jeremy, and then Jon Norman, I think, is going to take us through to the close of play.
Looks those as a change of bowling from the Vauxhall stand end, and it's going to be Prasid Krishna coming in now. He's had his few overs from the pavilion end, and now he's going to swap around to the end that we are at, and he's going to be bowling to Duckett. They really would love to have one of these two out tonight if they can.
42 without loss then, as Krishna is in, and he's beating Ben Duckett past the outside edge. First ball. Duckett is 28 and Crawley is 13.
Yeah, Crawley raced away and hasn't really gone anywhere since. You just mentioned off mic to me, he just got stuck. I really like this Prasid Krishna at this end, because this is the end. We saw the weird bounce, and he's the weird tall man. Duckett missed that by about 4 inches, I reckon.
Yeah, we saw some extraordinary bounce in Akash Deep's second over, was it? Zach Crawley was smashed on the bicep. Krishna again, and this time he pitches the ball up, and Duckett pushes it out to mid-wicket, no run. 28 then Duckett from 38 deliveries. We haven't seen any reverse ramp scoops, paddles, have we? And Zach Crawley 13 from 25. So Duckett's not quite farmed the strike, but Crawley at the non-striker's end. There's 2 slips in place, a gully and a backward point, and also a deep backward point. As Krishna's in, and he beats Duckett past the outside edge, and Jarrod goes up immediately. KR Hall joins in at second slip, and Shubman Gill just Well, they're having a conversation. Siraj is sauntering over. He's saying, "Did anyone hear anything? Anyone hear anything? No."
Well, Prashant Krishna is
they won't be
currently
going up.
he's 40 metres away from the rest of them. So he showed no interest from the beginning. Maybe a slight, John, look back over his shoulder. But that was it.
42 without loss in England. The story of the day won't be written, you imagine, in the next 18 minutes. Oh, that's a good ball from Krishna, who's wrapped Duckett on the glove, actually. It's bounced, and it's taken glove. It's taken his left glove off, has Duckett. And he's just walking away. This is hurt.
Was that his thumb?
I don't know, but I think we might see the medic come on. He's looking again at it. Oh, he's got his hand behind his back.
We've seen a lot of players get hit in the hands in the last, 2 test matches?
Does seem that way.
And 3 was Lords as well, wasn't it?
Just seeing a replay. Oh, it looks like it's his... could be finger and thumb.
I think you're right, but I think it's the thumb bending back off the bat, which you see sometimes. So his glove stays on the bat. Some police/security officers coming down in front of us.
Yeah. The hunt is on for the beer snake. And there's some... there's a response unit, essentially.
Beer snake response unit.
Yeah, or the...
I watched that TV
steward.
show. Hey? Beer snake response unit.
Mate, I'm definitely watching that when I
Night
get
vision
home.
goggles.
I'm gonna
Laser targets.
I'm going to series record that. The man in the blue jacket has managed to retrieve 2 beer snakes, and now
he's on the run.
There's plastic pint pots being thrown everywhere. My sister's over there, actually. She's just reported
She started
to me.
it, I'm pretty sure.
Probably did, actually, knowing Lucy. She's just sent an image to me from the stand. Oh yeah, look.
She got the beer snake there.
The return of the confiscated beer snake. You see a man in a green viz taking what looks like a beer snake that's taken, I don't know, 25-30.
There's quite a few people leaving now with Duckett. He is in trouble here.
Duckett has got both gloves off now.
Yeah, he's in legitimate trouble here. I really do think it bent back quite a long way. We haven't seen a close-up of it for a little while. But unfortunately, the physio is... I'm pretty sure the physio has brought out the wrong equipment. She's got the tape, but I think... Well, I think the doctor's come out, so I think she might have even called the doctor on, which is not a good sign.
Duckett's body language isn't of a player who thinks that, you know, his race is run.
He's also not of a person who looks like he's faking it. He's in genuine pain here.
Yeah.
India haven't even really come over and had much of a go at him. I mean, they haven't at all.
No, in fact, they've got 3.
Looking at the pitch.
There's 3 bowlers, and they're all pointing to where the ball should bounce.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. So we know that Sid Monga said that in the first innings they were exactly the same. When England got on top of them, they got together as a unit, those 3 guys.
Yep, and they're all 3, Akash Deep, Mohammad Siraj and Prashant Krishna. And Shubman Gill is basically visualising batting left-handed to maybe make a point about bowling to Ben Duckett. The medics are making their way from the field, and Duckett's still there. He's putting his helmet on, but he's still got 1 glove off. The umpires don't seem concerned at all, do they? 15 minutes to go.
I think because everyone saw the thumb, didn't they? I think in that particular case, this wasn't like the Zach Crawley, where it didn't even look like it hit him very hard and we had a delay. Or remember Jaiswal's fake hamstring injury earlier today before tea?
The cramp.
Yeah.
Which did actually come back.
Yeah.
When he drilled that cover drive and then yelped.
Oh, now Hassan Raz is coming down now.
Yeah.
And be like, come on, guys. You had your chance.
We were, and Crawley just has, it's not a problem, dude.
But he still stops to do some gardening.
He's had a lot of time to garden. Signs of more variable bounce, sharp bounce from the Vauxhall end. Duckett gets himself ready. 42 without loss then, 15 minutes remaining on another action-packed day, and Duckett readies himself as Krishna is in now. And this is pushed to mid-wicket. Crawley sets off a touch slower than Duckett, but fielder comes in, and Akash Deep, I think, and it's another run. I don't feel the pressure from the India bowlers. It's almost like they feel like we've done our hard work today, we'll come back tomorrow. And obviously they'd love a wicket, of course, but I don't feel like it was at the end of Lord's when there was just an over or two to go, and maybe they should. Over the wicket now to Crawley, who's driving but can't beat mid-on. Well, that's that. So where that beer snake is to the left of us is right behind where my sister and her husband and my dad and uncle are. And now a big guy in a cap is trying to get in the way.
He was running interference, wasn't he? I like that.
Oh, they snuck one of
that
the
blocker a charge? Aussie rules football shepherding. There's a lot of shepherding going on there.
There is. There's a lot of beer pot tossing going on. So that was the end of the over. So Ben Duckett is going to face the first ball of what is the 12th over. And England have not lost a wicket. And this is bowled by Siraj, way too wide, and left alone by Ben Duckett, who's just taken a painful blow to his left hand.
He's in pain again here.
Yeah, he's still struggling.
Like, he didn't even play a shot there, and he's doing that thing where you keep undoing and tightening your glove, hoping that you'll cut off all circulation to your fingers, so it won't hurt. We just had we've got a beer snake right in front of us. Oh,
it's a bit of a small beer snake. I saw that a worm.
Well, it's starting. You have to start somewhere, John.
Well, yeah, you do. I'll commentate, shall I? Siraj is in. This is pushed up to mid-on. No run, so Duckett's going to continue. Not showing any ill effects there.
What was that
TV?
TV?
No, just still rings his left hand again.
No, he's still in it. What was our TV show called? Beer Snake?
Response
Unit.
Yeah, Beer Snake Response Unit.
It's a... hopefully...
It's a summer job.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing between term, your summer break? Oh, Beer Snake Response Unit. Oh, nice. Problem being starting a beer snake is that you're essentially inviting everyone within the block to just hurl their empty beer pots at
your head, and everyone standing near you.
This is dabbed down to vacant backward point, and Duckett moves on to 30, 44 without loss, England. Well, they would have taken this at the start of their innings, and I mean there's been a couple of dicey moments, but more with the alarming bounce injuring them rather than, because both Crawley and Duckett now have been smashed on the glove. Oh no, Crawley's been smashed on the bicep and Duckett on the glove.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any edges, and we haven't seen any real big LBW shouts either. So okay, the beer worm is...
What are we up to now? We're up to less of a worm, more of a slug?
Yeah.
A beer slug. There's a child throwing some over the air.
Crawley pushing out to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, it looked like a 12-year-old boy has just hurled a plastic beer cup at a drunk bloke.
Oh, three more
added. He's struggling to control the end of the beer slug. Is that gentleman in the blue denim style shirt? Oh, another child's coming over, and the child is going to add 2 pints, 2 glasses. For a minute then I thought that guy, as he turned round, was our head of news at talkSPORT.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
This is left alone on length, and the drunk guy with the sunglasses and the denim shirt is holding aloft the beer slug.
You sure he doesn't work for
inviting people to get in and add. Oh, there's another 3 from the back. The high vis haven't seen this guy. Hasn't been spotted yet.
I think there's more chaos on the other side of the ground to deal with. What stage do you call in the beer snake response unit? It's probably at what, 1.5 meters, and at the moment it's about 1.1 meters.
Yeah, bit to go yet. Siraj continuing. Oh, there's a drive from Crawley. That's the shot we've been waiting for. He's driving at a ball that's not at drivable length, no foot movement, and he's lucky not to get the outside edge. 44 without loss. Or have we got producer Scott? Oh, there's another beer snake. This is the great thing with broadcasting from the overspill.
Yes.
It's an apt name for an area of the ground where there is so much spillage going on.
We could not be any more in the front row.
Oh, there's an orange viz.
Oh.
Orange high viz.
I don't think the orange viz is part of the beer snake.
Well, he's calling
unit.
in. Who do you think calls in the beer snake response unit?
He's side-eyeing the snake, isn't he?
He is.
If you don't move, it won't attack you, though.
Prashid Krishna bowling from the Vauxhall end, and Duckett just eases forward and pushes out to square leg for a single. Yeah, conflab between the yellow high-vis lady, who's doing the old cutthroat kind of like.
I thought that was her way of saying, I'm not walking all the way over there.
I think she's saying there's only so many beer snakes that we can deal with.
You can't chop the head off of all beer snakes, can you?
We've got to go for the biggest beer snake.
And this one's not even venomous yet, or just fallen in half.
Oh yeah, it's always a danger with a beer snake. It gets too big and then you need more than one person to carry it. The lady in the yellow high vis has come over to Billy Orange Jacket and just said, dude, commentate the cricket, please. Krishna is in driving from Crawley, and Siraj has picked that up and thrown the ball at the stumps and non-striker's end, but Crawley's in. Now we have a beer snake in front of us, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we were worm, we were slug, and now we're snake, and now they're posing in front of it like they've caught a large marlin.
Yeah, they are, you're right. And they're not winning.
They might need a third person to grip the other end of the snake. I'm not sure it's a two-man job anymore.
Another child, this time wearing spectacles, has just
and there comes the cup
given two cups, and now someone's just hurled one at the beer snake, and the guy that's not wearing the denim shirt, Krishna again, this is left alone by
good movement there.
Ben Duckett.
Yeah, we're about 1.4, 1.6 metres here.
You asked for a third hand.
Yeah, they needed a third hand.
Now the snake's getting so big.
Oh, it's split again.
Well, it has.
You
split.
actually can hear on the effects mic, the crowd moaning as they killed the snake. It's just fallen in half, and now very drunk men are having to pick up all those cups from below. There's still cups being thrown at them.
A lady in a blue shirt has just been hit on the head. She doesn't look too happy. Actually, she doesn't look that bothered. Krishna, Yorker, and this is edged almost by Duckett.
Guided,
down to backward point. Guided from the outside edge for a single. England are going to chase this down by tee. Right, an older gentleman with a red England cap has come. Maybe he's imparting some wisdom from the lessons he learned creating his own beer snake whilst watching Garfield Sobers bat here in 1965.
Well, do we know what the history of the beer snake is?
Oh, and now the guy who's wearing a shirt that my granddad would be, rather my wife's dad would be embarrassed to wear. Krishna in, and he's striking Crawley on the pad. He's called through for a leg by. Is essentially lifting the beer snake above his head and doing some squats. It's almost as though they want the beer glass response unit to be aware of their existence.
So we've got it up to about 2 metres.
Yeah, 2 metre beer snake.
They've still got only 2 people involved though.
Surprised.
And I think it is going to snap again.
Yeah.
They're going to a different area though, because they have run out of beer cups in their area.
The woman who's just worn a couple on her head will be relieved by that. Krishna, this is fired in off stump, and Duckett is half stopped by Mohammad Siraj at extra cover, and 2 runs are taken. Right, now, I'll tell you what's happening now.
It might be a beer serpent here, and is that the close of play, John?
Is it? No, I think it's 50 up. 50 up for England, and I mean that has been applauded with some gusto. from the England cricket fans who've essentially had to sit here and take it from the Indian fans for the best part of 6 hours. England fighting back. 50 up, another half-century partnership for Crawley and Duckett, but actually it's come in slightly more sedate fashion. 13 overs it's taken, at a run rate of 3.4. So, I mean, we are set for some day tomorrow. 3 minutes left in on day 3. Both sides seem ready. Both sides have seemed ready to go back in at stumps for about half an hour.
Almost been like a stalemate. Oh, someone running up the stairs.
Oh, the beer snake has moved 2 stands away now. Last over of the day. Ooh, that was a good lead from Zach Crawley. Mohammad Siraj is going to bowl it.
I should say 2 sections away, not 2 stands. They call them stands here, and John is using the correct term, but it is actually just 2 sections of the stands.
Yeah, it is. It's 2 tiers.
It's about 35 metres from us. I missed it already.
It's almost like, you know, like a lizard can have its tail chopped off and it'll grow another tail. It's almost like, or you can cut a worm in half and the worm would still still live. It's almost like it wants to be joined up with the other part of its body.
People just walking by. It's the end of the day and it's getting tired. Siraj is frustrated, but Zach Crawley's right. I can see the person moving. Again, that's 2 in this over, where people are like just going up and down stairs.
It's all gone a bit beer snaky, isn't it? 5 balls left in the day.
We might have to turn off the effects mic soon before some things are broadcast that shouldn't be.
Scott's on it, don't worry. Here is Siraj. Slower delivery, I think, from the bowler, and played comfortably by Crawley up to extra cover. 324 needed for England to win the match and win the series. India need 9 wickets, Phil, to draw the series, but to retain the trophy. A little bit of rain forecast for tomorrow. It's beautiful here tonight at the Oval, where Team talkSPORT are heading out for a beer or 2. Siraj is in and up on his toes and pushing at this is Crawley. Out to extra cover, no run.
Really good start this by England, obviously. I think India made a couple of mistakes, but I don't think they were poor. Don't think they were poor at all. Siraj, a couple of fielding errors and a couple of balls down leg side, perhaps. But England have just managed to score at a decent rate. They've only played maybe 1 or 2 really silly shots. They've got away with those. Be very, very happy if you're an English fan tonight. But it is a long chase, and it will be tough at various times tomorrow.
They're almost just about undoing that last wicket partnership, aren't they? The damage done by Washington Sundar. Siraj again, and blocked by Crawley. Up to mid on. Got 1 ball left in the 2 balls left in the day. Siraj has been inexpensive. Krishna's looked better from the Vauxhall end. Akash Deep got a couple of balls to really lift off a good length. And India will hope that seam and swing. We haven't seen much swing. We've seen a bit of variable bounce.
All right, our beer snake's up to about 2.3 metres now.
I've lost sight of the beer.
No, it's just falling apart, yeah.
Well, that one all the way over there. There's an even bigger one over there. That's a huge. That's an anaconda. That is a beer anaconda.
Yeah, 3.5 metres, that one.
Well, that's a big one.
Join the snakes, you might have heard in the effects mic. That might be 4 metres.
I think that's near a 6.
Here
is Siraj! Oh! Mohammad Siraj with the perfect riposte. Zach Crawley's been yorked. An absolute beaut of a delivery. And the Indian fans are on their feet rejoicing late in the day. That's Zach Crawley's series over. Sidharth. Oh, he's beaten him all ends up. He's not come forward. He's almost travelled under the bat. Off stump's been rattled. England lose a wicket, and the task that awaits them tomorrow morning and throughout the day has got that bit more difficult. A wicket with the final ball of what's been an incredible day 3 here at the Oval. India walk off. Cock a hoop. Their batters have done what the batters needed to do, and now the bowlers are weighed in as well. Crawley goes.
Just didn't pick the line, and his bat is ahead. He's got the Yorker. It was a beautiful ball, and all credit needs to go to Sidharth for bowling that at this time in this long over. He's had to wait for people walking behind and frustrating him and all sorts of things. But Crawley's just lost it. I think he's seen that it's a Yorker, but he's playing outside the line. His hands are in front of him. It's not how you play a Yorker at all, and he just brilliant bowling by Mohammad Sidharth. And I think all the delays and the beer snakes and everything else, I think just maybe it meant that he had one moment where he wasn't focusing where he needed to be. He wasn't focusing. Mohammad Sidharth was. Think Steve Harmison and Michael Clark, if you will. Think Viv Richards and Dennis Lilly, depending on how far back you want to go. But the bowler was there right until the end, and the batter just had one moment where he wasn't on it, and he's gone, and that's huge for India.
Brilliantly put, Jarrod. Wow. Well, we weren't ever going to have an hour without something interesting. It did seem like we were kind of drifting to a conclusion here on day 3, but that's not how this test match has gone at any stage. And actually, we were just being fooled into thinking that we were going to have a bit of a drab end. England then, wow, what a moment late in the day. Ben Duckett struck on the glove, is still there, 34, but Crawley's been dismissed for 14. England tomorrow will come out needing 324. I'll briefly go through the story of the day, but of course Super Over and Following On will be available on the Following On podcast feed and also the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's been the story of the day really surrounding another century from Yashasvi Jaiswal, who bookended his series, a century in the first innings of the first test and a century in the second innings of the fifth test. 118 from him. India's morning with just one wicket falling. Akash Deep 66 before he was caught by backward point running in. Wonderful effort from him. Dropped on 21. He made it pay. 66. That's his first class best. 50s from Jadeja and Washington again. 53 for both in contrasting styles. When Jadeja was dismissed in the same over as Mohammad Sidharth, India 357 for 9. You thought England were going to have a good hour and a half at the end of the day. It wasn't to be, with Washington Sundar heading 4 4s and 4 6s on the way to the same score. He was finally out, but not before he and Prasad Krishna had put on 39 for the final wicket. 5 for 125, Josh Tongue. Credit where credit's due. Brilliant from him today and late last night. A spare word for Jamie Overton, who saw 3 catches go down. 2 for 98 for him. And Atkinson, fine return to England fold. 8 wickets for the match. And also credit for England's 3-man pace attack. Between them, they bowled 79 overs in the second innings, and it's not like they had a huge breather, because of course England were bowled out very, very quickly in just 51 overs. So we'll come back tomorrow and we'll do it all again, possibly for the final time. 24th day of the series, and we still don't know where it's going. India need 8, possibly 9 wickets to win the match and draw the series 2-2. England need 324 runs. We will be broadcasting from 5 to 11 UK time on day 4 at the Oval. But for now, thanks for joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Little bit